Chapter 201 Yuan. Anyone who dares to imitate Xuanzi will have their martial soul destroyed. Moon was eager to see if the Sea God Pavilion members had learned anything after all these incidents. If they were still as brainless as before, Moon was afraid he would really have to give up on them. If these guys' answers don't satisfy him, Moon wouldn't mind Ju Saint using them as henchmen like Xuanzi from now on, and no longer letting them handle anything related to Shrek Academy. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, everyone present had already sensed it. That's why, after hearing Moon's question, no one answered. They all stared at each other in silence. Moon wasn't surprised at all by their reaction. In fact, he was somewhat relieved. These guys were finally no longer making decisions on a whim, without considering the consequences. However, remaining silent for so long was not an option, so Moon didn't waste any time and directly called out names. Xiaojie, you tell us first. When Yan Xiaojie's name was called, he felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He had originally planned to wait for others to express their thoughts and see how his teacher would react. And then flexibly change his own ideas based on the teacher's reaction. As a result, I was the first one called out. Why were the others like this? Why didn't they bravely stand up and express themselves? Yan Xiaojie was internally ranting about the others, but under Mu N's gaze, he could only stand up helplessly, ponder for a moment, and then tentatively speak. I think given the current situation of our Shrek Academy, we cannot turn a blind eye to the war between Star Luo, Heavenly Soul, and Holy Spirit Cult. Only by participating in and helping Star Luo and Heave NLY Soul fight against the Holy Spirit Cult can we salvage some of our Academy's reputation. As Yan Xiaojie spoke, he noticed Mu N nod almost imperceptibly, which greatly encouraged him to continue. As everyone knows, we have a lot of opinions about Shrek Academy. Ever since we handed Xiaodao over to the Holy Spirit Cult, our reputation has plummeted. If we don't stand up and state our position now, it will be much harder to salvage the situation later. Furthermore, our students also need to gain experience. Simply cultivating within the academy will not produce true geniuses. Having soul power without the corresponding combat experience and skills is absolutely insufficient. Yan Xiaojie's words made everyone in the Sea God Pavilion nod in agreement, not because they agreed with Yan Xiaojie's words, but because they saw that Mu N agreed with Yan Xiaojie's words. Seeing that Mu N did not object to Yan Xiaojie's proposal, the other members of the Sea God Pavilion stopped pretending to be silent and voiced their opinions. They all felt that Shrek Academy could not stand idly by, but should respond to the requests for help from the Star Luo Empire and the Heavenly Soul Empire and send title Douluo to lead the Academy's students to participate in the war. We absolutely cannot let the students miss such a great opportunity to gain experience. Moon was certainly aware of these guys' attempts to curry favor with him, but he didn't expose them. Instead, he silently watched the scene unfold. Mu N felt that ever since he sent Xuanzi out to find the immortal herb and made him no longer participate in the Sea God Pavilion meetings, these guys had all felt a sense of crisis and were no longer as reckless as before. Xuanzi's fate taught them that if they did something wrong, they really had to pay the price, instead of just taking it lightly as before. Although things haven't completely changed yet, as long as these changes can be maintained, Shrek Academy will soon be able to welcome new students. Thinking of this, Moon tapped the table with his bent fingers, drawing everyone's attention to himself, and said in a deep voice. Do as you say. The members of the Sea God Pavilion will personally lead the students of the Academy to go on the training. At least for a short period of time, we should not have a real war with the Holy Spirit Church. Small-scale battles will be enough. However, I do not want to see the same things happen to our Shrek Academy students again, like the Stardow Great Forest incident and the Death Messenger incident. If such a thing happens again, I will personally take action and cripple the martial soul of the person in charge. Moon is serious this time, laying everything bare beforehand to leave no room for anyone to fail. The Stardow Great Forest incident and the Death Messenger incident truly caused irreparable damage to Shrek Academy. The reason why Mu N spared Zhanzi and gave him chance after chance was not only because his own physical condition could not hold up for long. The most important reason is that he was too confident in Shrek Academy, believing that even if they lost those geniuses, the would still be a constant stream of geniuses to replenish them, and Shrek Academy would never have a shortage of geniuses. However, Shrek Academy has been completely disgraced in this Soul Master competition. Apart from commoners who have no other way out, no major power will send their outstanding juniors to Shrek Academy to study as before. This made Mu N feel so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe whenever he thought of the talented students who were killed by Xuanzi. Anyway, his body has now recovered to its peak condition under the treatment of the golden ancient tree. If anyone rags Shrek Academy down at a time of life and death, then Yuan will really not show any mercy and will directly destroy the other party's martial soul as punishment. Upon hearing Moon's words, all he members of the Sea God Pavilion present could clearly sense that Moon had truly made up his mind this time. This made everyone's hearts skip a beat, and they resolved that when it was their turn to lead the team, no matter the cost, they would never let the students get hurt. Moon looked around and then said in a deep voice, "All right, let's not waste any more time. Xiao Jie, you will lead E team to the border of the Douling Empire to meet up with the people from the Xing Luo Empire and the Tian Hun Empire. After a month, the others from the Sea God Pavilion will take over. Let me tell you, this war with the Holy Spirit cult is not only a test for the students of the Academy, but also for you. I hope you won't disappoint me this time." After saying that, without waiting for a response from these guys, Moon vanished in a flash. After Mu-En left, everyone present breathed a deep sigh of relief. The oppressive aura that Mu-En had just exuded was so terrifying that it made the feel that the dragon god Douluo from back then had completely returned. Qian Duoduo, Xian Liner, Kai Mayer, and the other elders all looked at Yan Xiaojie with pity, his face contorted in bitterness. This time, we can only let Yan Xiaojie fend for himself. There's nothing they can do to help him. Moreover, it will be other people's turn in a month, so they naturally need to make all the necessary preparations before then. Just then, Yan Xiaojie seemed to suddenly remember something, and turned to look at Xian Liner urgently. "Liner, I need your soul guidance department to equip Y student going on this training trip with a set of soul tools, whether offensive or defensive." Xian Liner and Qian Duoduo exchanged a glance. Yan Xiaojie, is he starting to panic now? However, EY still preferred Yan Xiaojie's previous unruly demeanor. Chapter 202 Shrek Academy arrives, the Holy Spirit cult's good days are over. They disliked Yan Xiaojie's arrogant demeanor, he humiliated them relentlessly when he didn't need the soul guidance system, but now that he did, he begged them in a humble manner. However, both Shanliner and Qian Duoduo knew that now was not the time to act impulsively. After all the events that had happened, Shrek Academy's student body was reduced to less than 1/10 of its original size. If anything were to happen to these few students, then Mu-En might really do what he said and destroy Yan Xiaojie's martial soul. Even Qian Duoduo, who always regarded Yan Xiaojie as a scoundrel and was always wary of him, did not want to see Yan Xiaojie be crippled by Mu-En. Xian Liner snorted coldly. "Do you need to tell me? Ever since Elder Mu issued the order that all inner court students be equipped with a standard soul tool, our soul tool Department has been working non-stop and has already prepared it for them. If it weren't for you secretly obstructing things, those students would probably have already gone to our soul guidance department to collect their equipment." Having finally gotten a chance to kick this love rival while she was down, Qian Duoduo certainly wouldn't let it go, and chimed in with her own words. "Liner is right. Yan Xiaojie, are you still going to stop those students from receiving their soul tools?" Although Yan Xiaojie was very unhappy with their attitude, he knew the gravity of the situation. Mu-En's previous warning was like a sword hanging over his head, so Yan Xiaojie quickly smiled apologetically. No, I'll personally take the students to collect their soul tools right now. Thank you so much." After saying that, Yan Xiaojie, not wanting to stay and be bullied any longer, fled in panic. The members of the Sea God Pavilion burst into laughter. When the students of Shrek Academy learned that they were about to go to the battlefield to fight against the evil soul masters of the Holy Spirit cult, everyone unconsciously recalled the horrific destruction caused by the Holy Spirit cult's previous invasion of Shrek City. For a moment, even some students in the inner courtyard couldn't help but feel fear. However, with Yan Xiaojie there, he calmed everyone down with just a few words. While Yan Xiaojie may have shortcomings in other areas, which explains why his soul power hasn't improved for many years, he is fully capable of inciting students and encouraging them to sacrifice their lives for the glory of Shrek Academy. Deceiving these students is a piece of cake for him. Encouraged by Yan Xiaojie, these students couldn't wait to rush to the border of the Douling Empire and fight those damned evil soul masters to the death. However, there are limitations to participating in this war. Students below the Soul Master level need to continue their studies at the Academy until they become Soul Masters before they are qualified to participate in the war. In the end, Yan Xiaojie even made these students feel that participating in this war was an honor. Being able to fig. HT to the death against those evil soul masters who were rampaging in the dueling empire under the leadership of Shrek Academy was simply an honor for students above the soul master level. After confirming the candidates, Yan Xiaojie wasted no time and led a large group of students to the battlefield, leaving behind students who were not even at the soul sect looking at them with envy. These students, who were not qualified to participate in the war, also began to desperately improve their soul power, eager to participate in the war. Bebe, a member of the group, was filled with trepidation. He knew that Tang Ya was in the dueling empire, and he would definitely encounter her when he went to the dueling empire to fight against the Holy Spirit cult. Bebe has made up her mind. This time, she will do everything she can to win Tang Ya back. If he could bring Tang Ya back to the right path, given her talent, even his own ancestor would probably spare no effort to protect her, right? Meanwhile, Shu Sanshi, who was traveling with him, was no longer as frivolous as before. Instead, he exuded a murderous aura and couldn't wait to reach the dueling empire as soon as possible to strike a heavy blow against those damned evil soul masters. The image of his mother being rescued from those evil spirit masters by Elder Mu was etched deep in Shu Sanshi's soul. Only by personally killing all the evil spirit masters of the Holy Spirit cult could he extinguish the anger and hatred in his heart. Led by Yan Xiaojie and another titled Douluo from Shrek Academy, the students quickly arrived at the border of the dueling empire and joined forces with the troops from the Star Luo Empire and the Heavenly Soul Empire. Yan Xiaojie looked at the members present and, not finding anyone from the Sun Moon Empire, immediately asked, "Why aren't there any people from the Sun Moon Empire? Didn't they participate in this war?" Unbreakable Douluo Zheng Zan shook his head slightly. "No, we sent people to communicate with the Sun Moon Empire before. Those guys said their duty was only to rescue ordinary people from the dueling empire, and they had no interest in participating in our war with the Holy Spirit cult." A titled Douluo from the Heavenly Soul Empire snorted coldly upon hearing this. Those brainless evil spirit masters of the Holy Spirit cult, I don't know what they were thinking. Launched an attack on both of us for no reason. We had been getting along peacefully before. If anyone was going to cause trouble, it should have been those guys from the Sun Moon Empire. The people of Xingluo and Tianyun have never been able to understand what those guys from the Holy Spirit cult were thinking. After hearing these words, Yan Xiaojie said with some emotion, "The whole Y Spirit cult probably doesn't want to go to war with the Sun Moon Empire in the short term, which is why they've acted this way. After all, the Star Luo Empire is adjacent to the Heavenly Soul Empire and the Fighting Spirit Empire. If they want to continue expanding their power, the best targets for invasion are naturally your two countries. But you can rest assured, with Shrek Academy here, we will absolutely not allow the Holy Spirit cult to commit such inhumane acts." What Yan Xiaojie didn't say was that the Holy Spirit sect didn't dare to provoke the Sun Moon Empire, so they could why treat the Star Luo and Heavenly Soul countries as easy targets? However, if such words were spoken, it would inevitably worsen the already strained relationship between Shrek Academy and Xingluo and Tianyun. Given Yan Xiaojie's petty scheming, he certainly wouldn't say it outright. Even so, the titled Douluos from both Xingluo and Tianyun understood Yan Xiaojie's subtext, which made them even more depressed. At the same time, she couldn't help but mentally criticize Yan Xiaojie, this high-sounding guy who only knew how to say empty words. If Shrek Academy were reliable, would it have send to hand Ma Xiaotao over to the Holy Spirit cult and make her the Fire Phoenix Saintess when faced with their invasion? They chose to bow down when facing the Holy Spirit cult, and now they're standing up and saying these things. These Shrek guys really value their reputation more than anything else. However, if I remember correctly, Ma Xiaotao, who has become the Holy Phoenix Maiden of the Holy Spirit cult, should be Yan Xiaojie's disciple, right? It remains to be seen how he will react when he witnesses his former disciples slaughtering Shrek students in the upcoming war with the Holy Spirit cult. Just as the titled Douluos Xingluo and Tianyun were secretly complaining, Yan Xiaojie's expression turned serious, and he said in a deep voice, "Let's go. Let's announce to those evil Spirit masters of the Holy Spirit cult that the people of Shrek Academy have arrived. Their good days are over." Chapter 203 Tang Ya. Master, can I kill Bei Bei and devour him? Since Shrek Academy has sent people to support Xingluo and Tianyun, they certainly can't keep a low profile as instructed by Muan. Instead, they will loudly proclaim to the entire continent that Shrek Academy will collude with those evil soul masters of the Holy Spirit cult, but will remain forever sworn enemies with evil soul masters, just as they have for the past 10,000 years. Neither Xingluo nor Tianyun rejected Yan Xiaojie's proposal. Instead, they readily agreed. They also wanted Shrek Academy to be at the forefront, drawing the hatred of the Holy Spirit cult onto Shrek and giving Xingluo and Tianyun more breathing room. Despite the loud pronouncements of the emperors and nobles of Xingluo and Tianyun, everyone knows that if the Holy Spirit cult were to launch a full-scale offensive, Xingluo and Tianyun would be utterly powerless against the Holy Spirit cult, which boasts two limit Douluo, Yi Qishui and Long Xiaoyao. I thought it would take a lot of persuasion to get Shrek Academy to step forward. But Yan Xiaojie took the initiative to do so. He truly deserves to be the dean of the martial soul department at Shrek Academy. He is indeed righteous. Fearing that Yan Xiaojie might suddenly change his mind, both Xingluo and Tianyun immediately summoned their subordinates and, along with the students from Shrek Academy, entered the territory of the dueling empire to cause trouble for the Holy Spirit cult. When the Holy Spirit cult received the news and brought people to stop them from running amok in the dueling empire, they immediately spotted the incredibly high-profile Shrek Academy members. After all, Shrek's unchanging school uniform design and color scheme have long been ingrained in people's minds. The Holy Spirit cult was led by the cult leader's wife, Feng Ling, and had titled Douluo such as Zhang Peng, Wu Yun, and Nangong Wan under their command, as well as the two holy maidens, Ma Xiaotao and Tang Ya, and hundreds of evil soul masters from the Holy Spirit cult. Feng Ling looked at Yan Xiaojie, who was standing at the front, and a hint of mockery flashed in her eyes. She couldn't help but speak jokingly. Yan Xiaojie, your Shrek Academy is already in dire straits. Yet you still dare to cause trouble for our Holy Spirit cult. Aren't you afraid that our Holy Spirit cult will wipe out Shrek Academy first? Upon hearing this, Yan Xiaojie did not hesitate for a moment and immediately spoke with righteous indignation. Feng Ling, no matter how difficult the situation is for Shrek Academy, we will never allow you evil soul masters to run rampant on the continent. With Shrek Academy here, any evil will eventually be brought to justice. Feng Ling glanced at the mostly tense students of Shrek Academy and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Really? But I don't think so at Shrek Academy. Yan Xiaojie knew that even if the students he had encouraged were eager to fight against the evil soul masters and expel or even eliminate these villains who were committing evil deeds in the dueling empire, it would still be a waste of time. However, when they actually face evil spirit masters, they will inevitably feel fear, which is to be expected. Yan Xiaojie will not reprimand them for this. After all, this was the real purpose of Teacher Moon in having him personally lead the students here for training, so that they could adapt to the law of the jungle and survival of the fittest as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Yan Xiaojie shook his head slightly. Don't try to win with words. The students of Shrek Academy are not as simple as you think. Feng Ling was furious at Yan Xiaojie's appearance. She glared at him fiercely, then turned to look at the two holy maidens standing beside her and said in a deep voice. Xiao Dao, Tang Ya. Go all out against the Shrek Academy people later, and it would be best to kill them all. Feng Ling wasn't worried at all that they would hold back when facing Shrek Academy. The current Ma Sha, Oteo and Tang Ya were not students of Shrek Academy at all, but the Fire Phoenix Saintess and Blue Silver Saintess who wholeheartedly wanted to take action to strengthen the Holy Spirit cult. As it turned out, Feng Ling's guess was indeed correct. Faced with her question, Ma Xiaotao and Tang Ya did not hesitate at all and nodded emphatically. Yes, sir. Upon hearing this, Feng Ling nodded in satisfaction. She wanted to see how Yan Xiaojie would react as he watched his former disciple go on a rampage, killing the few remaining students of Shrek Academy. However, what Feng Ling didn't know was that after answering her question, Ma Xiaotao and Tang Ya simultaneously began communicating with Huo Yuhao in their minds. Master, what should we do next? Huo Yuhao not only altered Ma Xiaotao and Tang Ya's soul perceptions, but also used necromancy to sign a master-servant contract with them, engraved deep in their souls. Even though Huo Yuhao, Ma Xiaotao, and Tang Ya are separated by an entire continent, they can still communicate without barriers thanks to their master-servant contract. After Ma Xiaotao and Tang Ya waited for a while, Huo Yuhao's calm voice rang in their minds at the same time. Just do as she says. Yes, master. A hint of hesitation flashed in Tang Ya's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, she finally couldn't help but ask again. Master, may I kill Beibei? Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao, who was conducting the next stage of experiments in the laboratory at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy, raised an eyebrow and immediately inquired. What's the meaning? Tang Ya was afraid of ruining Huo Yuhao's plan, so she quickly explained in a flustered manner. I really dislike his gaze. Everything I have belongs to my master, and I absolutely will not allow anyone to look at me like that. Moreover, I can sense that Bei Bei's martial soul has evolved. If I can devour it, my blue-silver grass will definitely be able to undergo another transformation. Yuhao's gaze turned strange. He began to wonder if something had gone wrong when he modified Ma Xiaotao and Tang Ya's soul perception. Why did they seem to be acting more and more strangely? Seeing Ji Yuina turn to look at him, Yuhao composed himself and replied telepathically. You can decide for yourself. You can make some decisions on your own. You don't need to ask for my permission for everything. Tang Ya, like a kitten disliked by its owner, immediately pleaded upon hearing this. Did I do something wrong that made my master angry? Please don't abandon me. Yuhao rubbed his temples, looking slightly annoyed. There was a large group of beautiful girls from the Sun Moon Empire surrounding him all day long, and now there were 3 more. Bai Shoushou, Lan Fuzzy, and Ning Tian. Although Tang Ya and Ma Xiaotao have signed a master-servant contract, they are becoming increasingly strange, as if they have been marked with silver patterns, even though she did not do anything extra before. Unable to understand, Yuhao stopped dwelling on it and decisively delivered his final message. No, don't overthink it. Focus on this war. I'm looking forward to the 2 of you igniting a full-scale war between the Holy Spirit Cult and Shrek Academy. Alright, I still have experiments to do, don't bother me. After saying that, Ma Xiaotao and Tang Ya dared not transmit messages through the master-servant contract again, for fear of disturbing their master's experiment. Yuhao truly hadn't expected that the actions he had taken through Ma Xiaotao and Tang Ya would produce results so quickly. Fearing a sudden blitzkrieg from the Holy Spirit Church, both Xingluo and Tianyun sought help from Shrek Academy early on, and Shrek Academy promptly joined the war. This is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 204: A disastrous mistake that could kill someone. I regret ever inviting Shrek Academy. What happened? Ji Yuina's gaze at Yuhao kept changing. And she finally couldn't help but ask a question. Yuhao simply shook his head slightly and chuckled softly. The war between Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit Cult is about to break out completely. Ji Yuina nodded as if she understood, not taking such a trivial matter to heart at all. Neither Shrek Academy nor the Holy Spirit Cult, nor even the Haoshan sect with its richer foundation, were taken seriously by Ji Yuina. The only thing that Ji Yuina was truly wary of was the God Realm, which had temporarily lost contact with Douluo continent. After exchanging harsh words, Yan Xiao Jie realized he couldn't win an argument with his old flame Feng Ling, so he immediately ordered the titled Douluos of Xingluo and Tianyun to launch an attack on the Holy Spirit Cult. Feng Ling didn't. Ti indulged them and spoke calmly to Ma Xiaotao and Tang Ya. The rest is up to you. Ma Xiaotao and Tang Ya exchanged a glance. Without hesitation, the 2 women stomped their feet hard, leading the evil soul masters to crash into the enemy's camp. For a long time, Star Luo, Heavenly Soul, and Holy Spirit sect have maintained a tacit understanding that none of them will send Super Douluo level experts to participate in this war. Other low-level soul masters and titled Douluos below level 95 can participate. In order to follow his teacher's plan and prevent the situation from becoming irreversible in a short time, Yan Xiaojie, the Super Douluo, naturally would not participate in the battle, but instead focused intently on watching the war. When he saw black flames rising from Ma Xiaodao's body, scorching and distorting the surrounding air, Yan Xiaojie's heart sank to the bottom, and his mood became extremely heavy. Ever since Ma Xiaodao's martial spirit awakened, she has been suppressing the evil fire within her body, unwilling to let the evil fire devour her consciousness. Originally, her martial soul strength was already very close to the ultimate fire. However, after being forced to accept the evil fire during the Soul Master competition, Ma Xiaodao's martial soul underwent another mutation, directly transforming into a black phoenix. Yan Xiaojie could clearly sense the flames released by Ma Xiaotao at this moment were a fusion of extreme fire and extreme darkness. Such a genius should have become the backbone of Shrek Academy, allowing Shrek Academy to always stand at the top of the continent. But now, Ma Xiaotao is leading those evil soul masters of the Holy Spirit Cult to turn their spears against the students of Shrek Academy. Just then, Yan Xiaojie's eyes suddenly lit up. Since the golden tree could restore teacher's physical condition to its peak, does that mean it can also purify Xiaotao's evil fire and restore her? If so, then Xiaodao, this genius of ultimate fire, will belong to Shrek Academy once again. Realizing this, Yan Xiaojie immediately began to consider whether to take Ma Xiaotao away now and flee with the Shrek students. But at that moment, Feng Ling appeared directly in front of him and looked at Yan Xiaojie coldly. Yan Xiaojie, Ma Xiaotao is now the Fire Phoenix Saintess of our Holy Spirit Cult. She is no longer Shrek's student, much less your disciple. Don't forget, Ma Xiaotao was personally handed over to our Holy Spirit cult by Mu En. Upon hearing Feng Ling mention Mu En, Yan Xiaojie's eyes immediately darkened. Before he arrived, Moon had made it clear that he was only here to bring Shrek students for training and that they should not do anything unnecessary. Moreover, the Holy Spirit cult was so powerful that they even mobilized Long Xiaoyao, a limit Douluo, to snatch Ma Xiaotao. If I were to kidnap Ma Xiaotao now, I'm afraid both Yi Qishui and Long Xiaoyao, the two limit Douluos, would come looking for trouble with Shrek Academy. Even if his teacher recovered to his peak, he would still be no match for two limit Douluos combined. With this in mind, Yan Xiaojie completely abandoned this dangerous idea. Just as he was about to chat with Feng Ling, he was shocked to discover that the war below had taken an unexpected turn right at the start. Ma Xiaotao let out a shrill cry, and terrifying black flames erupted from her body, heading straight for the Shrek students opposite her. A dark shadow flashed in Tang Ya's eyes, and the dark blue-silver grass burst out of the ground. Before the other party could react, the dark blue-silver grass directly pierced the bodies of several Shrek students. After feeling the pain, the other party could not even scream. Their bodies quickly withered, and all their life force and soul power were absorbed by Tang Ya. Upon seeing this scene, Yan Xiaojie's pupils contracted, his heart skipped a beat, and he was determined to rescue the students who were in life or death danger. He had barely made a move when Feng Ling blocked him with a cold laugh. I knew you'd shamelessly get involved yourself. Let me tell you, Yan Xiaojie, as long as I'm here, you won't be able to interfere in this war. Just watch as your Shrek students die at the hands of our Holy Spirit cult's holy maiden. Yan Xiaojie is going crazy. Led by Ma Xiaotao and Tang Ya, the evil soul masters of the Holy Spirit cult completely ignored the people from Xingluo and Tianyun, and all their attacks and soul skills were directed at the Shrek students. In just a few breaths, 10 Soul Master level students died at the hands of the Holy Spirit cult. You should know that at the previous Sea God Pavilion meeting, Mu En specifically warned the members of the Sea God Pavilion that if the Star Do Great Forest and Death Messenger incidents occurred again, he would not hesitate to cripple the martial soul of the person in charge of the team. Get out of the way. Enraged, Yan Xiaojie launched a furious attack on Feng Ling, eager to defeat her and rescue the Shrek students below. However, Feng Ling, the leader's wife, is not someone to be trifled with. In terms of soul power, she is in no way inferior to Yan Xiaojie. Her martial soul, the evil phoenix, is comparable to Yan Xiaojie's bright phoenix. At least in the short term, Yan Xiaojie will definitely not be able to break through Feng Ling's blockade. After glaring fiercely at Feng Ling, Yan Xiaojie quickly shouted to the top students of the inner courtyard below. Han Ruo, Wu Ming, quickly lead others to support the students with lower soul power. We absolutely cannot allow any more casualties. Han Ruo and Wu Ming responded. Han Ruo was responsible for blocking the Soul Douluo and Soul Saint from the Holy Spirit cult. While Wu Ming immediately used her 7th soul ring, entered the Golden Crow true form state, and after letting out a cry, quickly flew towards the location of Ma Xiaotao and Tang Ya. At this moment, how much they wished that their senior sister Zhang Lexuan was still at Shrek Academy. If Zhang Lexuan were present, she would absolutely not stand idly by and watch evil spirit masters slaughter the people of Shrek Academy. Unfortunately, they already knew what had happened to Zhang Lexuan, and that her maternal grandfather was Kong Deming, the Grand Priest of the Sun Moon Empire. If Zhang Lexuan knew what had happened here, she probably wouldn't feel any regret at all. On the contrary, she would be overjoyed. While Han Ruo and Wu Ming were feeling sad, the titled Douluo from both Xingluo and Tianyun were completely dumbfounded. What exactly is Yan Xiaojie trying to do? Is he trying to provoke a full-scale war with the Holy Spirit cult? It as clearly agreed that Super Douluo level experts couldn't participate, but he started fighting Feng Ling right away. Damn it, these guys from Shrek Academy are just incredibly good at ripping people off. Chapter 205 The situation escalates, the ruthless Yan Xiaojie. At this moment, the titled Douluos from both the Star Luo and Heavenly Soul sides present couldn't help but begin to wonder their Emperor's involvement with Shrek Academy was a good thing or a bad thing. Shrek Academy was indeed able to draw away the hatred from the Holy Spirit cult, but Yan Xiaojie has made things even more complicated. Without a doubt, the arrival of a Super Douluo level powerhouse would instantly escalate the war. They had clearly reached a tacit understanding with the Holy Spirit Church on this matter before. And they had clearly reminded Yan Xiaojie before coming here that he must not get involved in this war. But what exactly is this guy planning to do? Or perhaps Shrek Academy only? intended to kill countless evil spirit masters in this war, without ever considering that their students would also perish in this war. Shrek Academy is on its last legs, yet they still think they see and be as domineering and unreasonable as before. After taking a deep breath, Zheng Zan, the unbreakable Douluo, looked at Yan Xiaojie and said in a deep voice, Dean Yan, have you forgotten what we agreed on before? Yan Xiaojie's attack on Feng Ling did not falter in the slightest. Of course, he had not forgotten her reminder, but compared to the tacit understanding that Super Douluo would not step in, the lives of the Shrek Academy students were obviously more important. To be precise, it's Yan Xiaojie's martial spirit that's more important. Yan Xiaojie didn't want to experience something similar to the Stardow Great Forest and Death Messenger incident so soon after bringing his students here. If that's the case, based on his understanding of Muan, he wouldn't be able to escape this time like Zhan Zi. After realizing his predicament, Yan Xiaojie showed no remorse. Instead, he turned around and spoke in a deep voice to Bupo Douluo and the others without looking back. This is war, not a play. If we don't strike first, the Holy Spirit cult will launch a surprise attack sooner or later and kill everyone here with Super Douluo. Rather than waiting to be killed, we should strike first and wipe out all these evil soul masters here. If you've made up your mind, don't waste time. Join me in dealing with these evil spirit masters of the Holy Spirit cult. After speaking, Yan Xiaojie ignored the unbreakable Douluo and the others. His eyes narrowed, his seventh spirit ring shone, and he directly entered the martial soul true body, the bright phoenix form, launching a frenzied attack on Feng Ling in front of him. Even if they wanted to back down now, given the Holy Spirit cult's modus operandi, they would never let it go so easily. They might as well just make the best of a bad situation and force the Star Luo and Heavenly Soul Empires to become inseparable allies with Shrek Academy. With the Holy Spirit cult as the biggest threat, no matter how angry the emperors of Xingluo and Tianyun were, they could only grit their teeth and bear it in the end. Unbreakable Douluo and Giant Hammer Douluo exchanged a glance. They knew perfectly well that Yan Xiaojie had no good intentions. But under these circumstances, they had no choice but to do as Yan Xiaojie said. After glaring hatefully at Yan Xiaojie, the titled Douluos of Xingluo and Tianyun had no choice but to go down to the field and fight the evil soul masters of the Holy Spirit cult with all their might. The Holy Spirit cult truly did not expect that these guys would be so unethical after Yan Xiaojie's arrival. So the force they sent was not as strong as the three forces combined. Under Yan Xiaojie's leadership, the Holy Spirit cult, suffering continuous casualties, was forced to retreat step by step. Even Ma Xiaotao and Tang Ya suffered some injuries in this war. Of course, Wu Ming, who was causing trouble for them, was also in a very bad state due to the burning of Ma Xiaodao's evil ire and the absorption of Tang Ya's dark blue-silver grass. Seeing this, Feng Ling stared intently at Yan Xiaojie with eyes full of hatred, and said, word by word, Yan Xiaojie, your Shrek Academy will pay the price for this. Just wait and see. Retreat. After Feng Ling roared, the evil soul masters who had long intended to retreat no longer hesitated and immediately began to flee madly into the dueling empire. Unfortunately, the more chaotic their situation became, the better the opportunity it gave members of Shrek Academy, Star Luo Empire, and Heavenly Soul Empire to pursue them. In an instant, the casualties among the people sent by the Holy Spirit cult increased again. Tang Ya glanced deeply at Bei Bei, who was chasing the evil soul master, and then left quickly with Ma Xiaotao without looking back. They did not forget their master's orders to find a way to instigate a war between the Holy Spirit cult and Shrek Academy, while ensuring their own safety. After all, the importance of these two saintesses is something that a few inner court students of Shrek Academy cannot compare to. Since they had already made up their minds to destroy the Holy Spirit cult, Yan Xiao's, he and the other titled Douluos certainly wouldn't just watch them leave. Instead, they tried every means to pursue them, clearly not intending to let anyone go. Faced with such a relentless pursuit, even Feng Ling was slightly flustered. But she did not forget her duty. She immediately assigned a titled Douluo to take Ma Xiaotao and Tang Ya away at full speed, while she and the others blocked Yan Xiaojie and the others. This time, Yan Xiaojie showed no regard for past feelings and was ruthless in his attack on his ex-girlfriend Feng Ling, intending to kill her outright. This angered Feng Ling, who also found it very incomprehensible, as it was completely out of character and behavior of Yan Xiaojie. Why has this guy, who has always been so indecisive, suddenly become so ruthless? And only be said that Moon's previous warning, coupled with the more than 10 Shrek students who died at the hands of evil soul masters, forced Yan Xiaojie to undergo a transformation. Only by killing these evil soul masters at the title Douluo level, and even adding Feng Ling, the cult leader's wife at the super Douluo level, can Yuan prevent him from destroying his martial soul. Yan Xiaojie's idea was indeed good. But Feng Ling was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Realizing she couldn't lead everyone through the breakthrough, Feng Ling took a deep breath and roared. Retreat. Feng Ling glanced at Yan Xiaojie with eyes filled with boundless hatred, then grabbed Zhongpeng and Wu Yun beside her and sped towards the interior of the dueling empire. Yan Xiaojie originally wanted to give chase. But when he saw that the other two evil soul masters of the Holy Spirit cult were also trying to take the opportunity to escape, he gritted his teeth and decisively changed his target. He joined forces with the unbreakable Douluo and giant hammer Douluo of Star Luo, as well as Cheng Gang, and the three-titled Douluo of the Heavenly Soul Empire to focus on dealing with Nangong Wan and the other person. Feng Ling, Zhang Peng, and Wu Yun, who were fleeing, could hear screams coming from behind them. They knew that Nangong Wan and another unlucky guy were not going to escape this time. Damn Yan Xiaojie. Damn Shrek Academy. I will make you bastards pay the price. Even Zhang Peng and Wu Yun were still shaken by the screams echoing in their ears. Yan Xiaojie is such an unethical guy. He just arrived here and joined the battlefield for the first time, and he's already caused such a huge mess. It is foreseeable that even Feng Ling, the leader's wife, suffered considerable injuries under their siege. When the leader, Zhongli Wu, finds out, he will certainly not let it go. Shrek Academy at the same time. Moon stood with his hands behind his back, examining the ancient golden tree before him. Suddenly, he felt uneasy, sensing that something bad was about to happen. Chapter 206 is expected of Shrek Academy, nothing has changed. When Zhongli Wu learned that his wife had been injured, that the two holy maidens had suffered injuries of varying degrees, that the Holy Spirit cult members who participated in the war had been wiped out, and that even two title Douluo had been besieged and killed, he instantly flew into a rage. Damn bastard. Does Yan Xiaojie want to die? Zhongli Wu slammed his fist on the table and immediately ordered people to treat Feng Ling, Ma Xiaotao, and Tang Ya. After making the arrangements, he summoned all the titled Douluo level experts of the Holy Spirit sect and prepared to personally lead his men to kill Yan Xiaojie. Even their Holy Spirit cult knew to restrain themselves and prevent the situation from escalating, which led to a full-scale war between the Holy Spirit cult, Star Luo, and Heavenly Soul. But Yan Xiaojie, that guy, did something really bad right from the start. Did he really think the Holy Spirit cult couldn't destroy Shrek Academy? However, just as Zhongli Wu was preparing to take revenge himself, Yi Qishui suddenly appeared and looked at Zhongli Wu calmly. I've taught you countless times that you must stay calm no matter what you're facing, so why do you still make such a basic mistake? Zhongli Wu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He truly couldn't understand how his mother could say such a thing. She's usually the most irrational and impulsive person, but now she's ending up and lecturing me with these kinds of words. However, Zhang Liwu was clearly not interested in arguing with Yi Qishui at the moment, and instead looked at her and said in a deep voice. Yan Xiaojie's behavior has crossed the line. And we must make him pay the price. Let everyone know that it is only our Holy Spirit Church that does not follow the rules, and what the consequences will be for daring to disobey the rules of our Holy Spirit Church. Upon hearing this, Yi Qishui looked around and then said in a deep voice. All right, that's enough. Zhongli Wu was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes widened and he exclaimed in surprise. Why? Why does it have to end here? Zhongli Wu couldn't understand why Yi Qishui was so furious when the Sun Moon Empire sent troops to rescue the civilians of the dueling empire. She wanted nothing more than to take Long Xiaoyao to Mingdu and cause a huge scene. But now Shrek Academy has trampled the Holy Spirit cult's face underfoot and even killed two of their title Douluo. Yet she casually said, that's enough. Are you kidding me? Not only Zhongli Wu couldn't understand, but even the title Douluo present were all looking at Yi Qishui with blank expressions, wanting to know why this usually domineering Supreme Elder had made such a decision. However, Yi Qishui could not possibly reveal the truth. She simply said coldly. It's not the right time to start a full-scale war with Shrek Academy. If we kill Yan Xiaojie now, that guy Muan will definitely go crazy. That is indeed a reason, but it's not convincing at all. The thought of his wife being attacked by Yan Xiaojie and his men made Zhang Liwu unable to swallow his anger. Are we just going to let Yan Xiaojie go like this? Just let it go like that? They're the evil soul masters, or are we? Do we have more to worry about than Shrek Academy? Zhongli Wu's words were agreed upon by all the elders present. One of the key factors that drives them to become evil spirit masters is their ability to act recklessly. If one is bound by rules and restrictions, what's the point of being a demonic spirit master? Wouldn't it be a waste of time? Thinking of this, the Sei guys all tried to persuade Yi Qishui to change her mind, and guaranteed that they would kill Yan Xiaojie and the title Douluo of Xingluo and Tianyun this time, which would make the whole continent tremble with fear for the Holy Spirit cult. However, what they didn't notice was that as she listened to their words, Yi Qishui's eyes grew increasingly cold. Finally, with a cold snort, the aura of the limit Douluo burst forth from his body, and he said in a cold voice. I said, this matter ends here. Anyone who dares to disobey, step forward and speak. As Yi Qishui finished speaking, the scene fell silent. The elders all kept their eyes down and dared not make a sound. Only Zhongli Wu dared to risk Yi Qishui's wrath for the sake of his wife, Fengling. Since the Supreme Elder is unwilling to get involved in this matter, I guarantee I won't drag you into it. I will bear all the consequences myself. Yi Qishui stared at Zhang Liwu with a chilling gaze. To her surprise, Zhang Liwu, who would always back down in the past at such times, was now staring back at her without flinching, determined to lead the elders of the Holy Spirit sect to cause trouble for Yan Xiaojie. This annoyed Yi Qishui, but she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Now that things have come to this, any further obstruction might alert others to the unusual situation. If Yan Xiaojie's identity is exposed as a result, it would be a bad thing for Yi Qishui. Hesitation only leads to trouble, and indecisiveness has never been Yi Qishui's nature. Having made her decision, Yi Qishui didn't stop her anymore. She turned around and was about to leave, saying in a calm voice devoid of any emotion. Go if you want to. Although she didn't want Yan Xiaojie to die, Yi Qishui's own ambition was clearly more important than Yan Xiaojie's life. After obtaining Yi Qishui's permission, Zhongli Wu and the elders of the Holy Spirit sect no longer had any reservations and, led by Zhongli Wu, headed directly Taoa. RDS the border area of the three countries of Xingluo, Tianyun, and Duling. Upon learning of this, Ma Xiaotao and Tang Ya immediately reported to Huo Yuhao, letting him know that they had completed their mission. Huo Yuhao was generous with his praise, showering them with compliments that made them overjoyed and eagerly anticipate the next task he would assign. Tang Ya sighed with great regret. It's a pity that we failed to absorb Baibei's life force and soul power this time. Otherwise, Zhongli Wu wouldn't have needed to provoke a war. Shrek Academy would probably have been the first to launch a full-scale war against the Holy Spirit cult. Huo Yuhao shook his head slightly to comfort him. There's no need to rush this. Judging from Zhongli Wu and Yan Xiaojie's performance, this war has only just begun. From now on, neither of you needs to do anything extra. Just wait patiently, and they will gradually get angry and escalate the situation again. After ending the contact, Huo Yuhao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Shrek Academy is still the same Shrek Academy, without the slightest change. Just like during the Soul Master competition, Huo Yuhao merely provided guidance. But through a series of actions by their own people, Shrek Academy, which had been glorious for 10,000 years, collapsed and was completely disgraced. The same is true now. Yan Xiaojie's actions have become the catalyst for a full-scale war between the Holy Spirit cult and Shrek Academy. After Zhongli Wu leads his men to cause trouble this time, regardless of whether Yan Xiaojie dies in this battle, their war is already inevitable. Most importantly, even if both sides want to de-escalate the conflict and recuperate, with Ma Xiaotao and Tang Ya, these two undercover saintesses, there is no way they can stop fighting. After all, Tang Ya had always wanted to find an opportunity to use the dark blue silver grass to devour Bei Bei, who possessed the martial soul of the Holy Light Dragon, and Shu Sanshi, who had evolved into the Xuanwu. Chapter 207 Xuanzi's logical self-consistency leaves Mu En stunned. While Zhongli Wu led a group of Holy Spirit cult elders to cause trouble for Yan Xiaojie, both the Star Luo Empire and the Heavenly Soul Empire already knew what had happened and just how remarkable Yan Xiaojie, the dean of the Martial Soul Department of Shrek Academy, had been. This guy single-handedly forced the Holy Spirit cult, Star Luo, and Heavenly Soul, who were supposed to be mutually restraining, to go to war. Upon hearing Cheng Gang's description, Shu Jiawei nearly choked. His face instantly tightening, his eyes filled with anger and regret. They shouldn't have asked Shrek for help, and they shouldn't have even had the slightest illusion about Shrek Academy. Even if the reinforcements weren't sent by that infamous idiot Xuanzi, the Shrek team would still be able to pull off even more amazing feats. Yan Xiaojie, you deserve to die. Shu Jiawei no. W really wants Yan Xiaojie to die at the hands of those evil spirit masters of the Holy Spirit cult. At least this would quell their anger and prevent the situation from escalating further. However, He also knew that if Xingluo let Yan Xiaojie go unchecked and did not send anyone to support him, then Yuan would definitely not let them off the hook once he found out. Caught between a rock and a hard place. No matter which option is chosen, it is destined to completely offend another force. Xu Jiawei remained silent for a long time, then sighed silently and said in a deep voice. Go and support Yan Xiaojie. We absolutely cannot stand by and watch him die at the hands of the Holy Spirit cult. The Star Luo Empire's retainers knew the gravity of the situation. Even if they hated Yan Xiaojie, they couldn't ignore it. Otherwise, not only would the Holy Spirit cult not let them off the hook, but even those guys from Shrek Academy would cause them trouble. After Xu Jiawei gave the order, the worshippers wasted no more time and immediately began to march at full speed toward the border. The same applies to the Heavenly Soul Empire. Even at the Emperor's earnest request, Dubusi Per Sonali led a group of titled Douluo from the body sect to set off, all to ensure Yan Xiaojie's safety. When the news reached Shrek Academy, Moon was completely stunned. He couldn't understand more, and more whether all his patient teaching over the past 100 years had been wasted. Or is it that this brat Yan Xiaojie only wants to learn from Xuanzi? To learn his recklessness and stupidity? Or perhaps, the reason why Yan Xiaojie's brain is so bad is entirely because he is the offspring of Yi Qishui and Long Xiaoyao. Mu En couldn't understand it. Even if he really wanted to cripple Yan Xiaojie's martial soul as warned before. It absolutely couldn't be now. With things having come to this point, Moon had no other choice but to send the rest to the Sea God Pavilion to provide support. Making sure there were no more casualties. However, after making this decision, Moon finally understood. Yan Xiaojie isn't brainless. On the contrary, he deliberately escalates things because he's too clever for his own good. Just so that I can't touch him for a while. After realizing this, Moon became even more annoyed. Damn it, wouldn't it be better to use this kind of petty cleverness on the enemy? Yan Xiaojie, that idiot. Is he using all his brainpower to scheme against his own teacher? It's just that the younger generation hasn't fully matured yet. Otherwise, Mu En would have already made up his mind to expel everyone from the Sea God Pavilion. He already knew what Xuanzi had done. Before the Death Messenger incident, Ningtian had repeatedly suggested that everyone be equipped with defensive soul tools. And even offered to give everyone an invincible shield at his own expense. However, Xuanzi rejected the suggestion, making everyone afraid to accept Ningtian's invincible shield. Mu En couldn't even imagine how many heinous things these guys from the Sea God Pavilion had done behind his back over the years. To avoid seeing them, except for 2 people who were necessary to stay behind. Mu En sent out everyone from the Sea God Pavilion this time, ostensibly to better protect the students' safety, but in reality just to keep them out of sight and to avoid them from bothering him. Even Mu En couldn't say whether it was a good thing or a bad thing that Xuanzi's task of finding immortal herbs prevented him, a level 98 Super Douluo, from participating in the war. Moreover, I wonder how Xuanzi is doing now, and whether he has found any clues about the location of the immortal herb. Elder Zan, we have just received news that Shrek Academy has become involved. End the war between Star Luo and Heavenly Soul factions and the Holy Spirit cult. Furthermore, Dean Yan has killed 2 titled Douluo level evil soul masters. Those guys from the Holy Spirit cult want revenge. Sejong Li Wu personally led the elders of the Holy Spirit cult to cause trouble for Dean Yan. Genko, who was enjoying a glass of fine wine and a chicken leg while savoring her new life, Su Dan Li found the chicken leg in her hand less appealing after hearing these words. After a brief moment of surprise, Xuanzi stared wide-eyed at the Shrek Academy teacher in front of him and asked loudly. How is it now? Is Yan Xiaojie alright? The foreign language teacher shook his head slightly, appearing quite shaken. Dean Yan only suffered some injuries. Fortunately, Dubuc arrived at he critical moment with the people from the body sect and helped Dean Yan and his group drive away Zhang Li Wu and the Holy Spirit cult. Otherwise, Dean Yan would probably be in grave danger this time. Xuanzi snorted coldly upon hearing this. Those guys from the Holy Spirit cult dare to do this. They're so arrogant. They're just a bunch of evil soul masters. Not only do they not know their place, but they also repeatedly provoke Shrek Academy. They're utterly clueless. Upon hearing this, the teacher's eyes lit up and he asked. Elder Zan, should we go help Dean Yan? I heard that all too. Dean Yan is not seriously injured this time. There were quite a few casualties among those who fought against the Holy Spirit cult students with him. This guy really wants to entice Xuanzi to go there and deal with the Holy Spirit cult. Although Mu En didn't say it explicitly, those who had been searching for immortal herbs all over the continent with Xuanzi knew that they had been exiled. Since only 1 in 10 students from the outer academy remained, these teachers were naturally left idle. Since they were idle anyway, it would be better to go out with Xuanzi to find immortal herbs. However, following Xuanzi would mean a bleak future, and finding the immortal herb would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Rather than dragging this out, we might as well take this opportunity to fight the Holy Spirit cult and let Moon see that they are not entirely useless. Upon hearing that Yan Xiaojie had almost died at the hands of Zhongli Wu, Xuanzi had already decided to deal with those evil spirit masters. Hearing that many students had died at the hands of the Holy Spirit cult made Xuanzi even more restless. Xuanzi no longer hesitated. After looking around, he looked at the outer court teachers who were with him and said in a deep voice, "Let's set off immediately. Come with me to deal with those audacious bastards of the Holy Spirit cult." As soon as the words were spoken, some of the teachers became incredibly excited, wishing they could get there immediately and fight the evil spirit masters of the Holy Spirit cult. However, some people remembered the instructions given by Moon, which told them not to worry about anything else until they found the magic herb. Upon hearing the concerns of these people, Xuanzi did not hesitate at all and waved his hand. "Old Master Mu told us not to return to the academy until we found the immortal herb. He didn't tell us to just stand by and watch Shrek students die and be injured without doing anything. Besides, do you understand Elder Mu better, or do I?" Quote. Chapter 208 Even a dog's brain has been beaten out, battle armor is born. After Xuanzi unleashed Muan, the powerful weapon, the teachers who had objected could no longer say anything. Even if they had a lot of dissatisfaction in their hearts, and felt that Xuanzi's decision would only arouse Muan's resentment, they could only keep it to themselves and obediently follow Xuanzi to the border to meet up with Yan Xiaojie and the others. After Xuanzi left the stage, the already chaotic situation became even more unpredictable. Zhongli Wu originally thought that since he had failed to kill Yan Xiaojie in one go and instead attracted the people from Dubuxi and the body sect, he intended to end the incident here and prevent the Holy Spirit sect from starting a full-scale war with them. As a result, Xuanzi caused a huge disturbance in the dueling empire right from the start. Although he failed to kill the titled Douluo level elders, he still used very serious casualties to the Holy Spirit cult. Zhongli Wu was very unhappy about this, extremely unhappy. When he invaded Shrek Academy, he said that Shrek Academy was more like evil spirit masters than their Holy Spirit cult. But that was just a joke he made. But now it seems that, at least in terms of reckless and unrestrained behavior, the Holy Spirit cult is indeed no match for Shrek Academy. Enraged, Zhongli Wu no longer held back. Since Shrek Academy wanted to fight, then let them fight. You want to outdo me in madness? Then let these Shrek guys know just how terrifying their Holy Spirit cult can be when they go berserk. In a short time, the all-out war that Xingluo and Tianyun had been trying their best to avoid was completely provoked by the cooperation of Xuanzi and Yan Xiaojie. When Muan learned that Xuanzi had once again disobeyed his orders and taken the liberty of participating in the war, he was so angry that his body trembled slightly. Even with his composure, he was still shocked and his scalp tingled after encountering the various actions of this group of incompetent teammates. He wished he could destroy Xuanzi and Yan Xiaojie's martial souls right now. But Moon also knew that if he really did that, not to mention cutting off his own arm, the subsequent public opinion impact alone would be something Shrek Academy couldn't handle at the moment. After all, Xuanzi, Yan Xiaojie, and the others were doing their work under the guise of cleaning up evil spirit masters on the mainland and preventing the Holy Spirit cult from continuing to wreak havoc on the mainland. If he were to cripple or recall Xuanzi and Yan Xiaojie, wouldn't that mean Shrek Academy is afraid of the Holy Spirit cult? Although it is true, it is precisely because it is Tr. that we cannot allow others to spread it by word of mouth. The only thing that Muan was glad about was that because of Yan Xiaojie's identity, Yi Qishui was somewhat hesitant to kill him herself. And even stopped Long Xiaoyao from getting involved. This led to the Holy Spirit cult achieving victory on the lower-level battlefields, but in battles between true powerhouses, with Poison Undying and Xuanzi joining forces, the Holy Spirit cult began to suffer repeated defeats. In an attempt to reverse the decline, Zhongli Wu even ordered his men to sabotage the Star Luo Empire and the Heavenly Soul Empire. As a warning to them to stop while they were ahead. Ordinary people throughout the Star Luo Empire and the Heavenly Soul Empire lived in constant fear, terrified that they would be drawn into the war and suffer the loss of their families. It was precisely because of this mentality that many people, especially those who lived near the Sun and Moon Empire, began to migrate to the Sun and Moon Empire with their families without any hesitation, hoping to escape the war. The Sun and Moon Empire welcomed all comers without hesitation. In order to settle these people properly, Shu Ran temporarily put aside other matters and personally came to the border to arrange accommodations and other matters for them. When Shu Tianran learned that Shrek Academy, Xingluo Academy, Tianyun Academy, and Dueling Academy, which had been seized by the Holy Spirit cult, had broken out in war, he didn't show it on the surface, but he was secretly grinning from ear to ear. In this wave, the Moon Empire didn't need to do anything else, they had already become the biggest winner. Most importantly, Shu Tianran knew that the research and development of battle armor had reached its most critical moment. And perhaps it wouldn't be long before the first battle armor of Douluo continent would be unveiled. Once the experiment is completed, the 9th level Soul Masters of the Sun Moon Empire will immediately begin crafting their own battle armor. By then, the overall strength of the Sun Moon Empire's powerful figures will have greatly improved. Let them fight. It would be best if Shrek Academy, Holy Spirit Cult, Star Luo, and Heavenly Soul could knock their brains out, while their Sun Moon Empire continues to accumulate power on the edge of the continent. Shu Tianran has made up his mind. When the next Soul Master competition comes around, the Sun Moon Empire will no longer hide. He wants the whole continent to open its eyes and see that the Sun Moon Empire already has the power to unify the continent. How does it feel? How much has it improved your strength? Ji Yuina looked at Huo Yuhao in front of her and asked a question. At this moment, Huo Yuhao was wearing a set of blue and white armor. If judged by the standards of the third generation of Duji, then the armor Huo Yuhao was wearing had reached the level of a two-word Duji armor. Huo Yuhao clenched his fist, feeling the boost this battle armor gave him, and after a moment of thought, he spoke. With this battle armor, I can easily defeat a 7-ring soul saint. Even an 8-ring soul Douluo, without special circumstances, would definitely not be my match. And that doesn't even include my various abilities. Even Ji Yuina was shocked after hearing Huo Yuhao's description. Although after more and half a year of research and exploration, Ji Yuina knew that the advent of the battle armor would bring unimaginable changes to the Douluo continent, she still couldn't help but be shocked by its power after it was actually developed. At this moment, Ji Yuina couldn't help but imagine how terrifying the power she would unleash would be if she possessed a set of battle armor that matched her strength. As if sensing Ji Yuina's thoughts, Huo Yuhao, while delighted, scratched his head and looked at her, saying, currently, the spirit forging of this two-word battle armor is already at the highest level. And it can bring me unimaginable improvement. But if you wear the two-word battle armor, it probably won't have any amplification effect. Ji Yuina showed no sign of frustration upon hearing this, instead. She smiled and offered words of comfort. It's all right. We can continue researching higher-level forging techniques. I believe that with you here, we'll be able to develop higher-level battle armor sooner or later. Seeing the smile on Ji Yuina's face, even Huo Yuhao couldn't help but be momentarily lost in thought. For more than half a year, he and Ji Yuina had been holed up in the lab tinkering with battle armor. It would be impossible for their relationship not to have made any progress. Clearly, Ji Yuina's strategy was effective. Although she was still not as good as Shui Di, she successfully gained a certain advantage. However, let alone Huo Yuhao, he doesn't want to be distracted right now. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't do anything that crossed the line in the short term. The reason those girls are still able to restrain themselves is entirely because Huo Yuhao hasn't established a relationship with anyone yet. But once Huo Yuhao establishes a relationship with someone, there's nothing he can guarantee what they might do. Thinking of this, Huo Yuhao coughed twice and then spoke. Let's leave the production process of the two-word battle armor to the teacher and Dean Jing first. And let Shuiye and Meng Hongchen also start preparing for the battle armor. Maybe someone can provide us with more ideas. Ji Yuina knew that Huo Yuhao was changing the subject. But she didn't delve into it further. Ji Yuina believed that as long as things continued this way, Huo Yuhao would definitely not be able to escape her grasp. Chapter 209 Buying is worse than making. The joy of arms dealers. When they learned that Huo Yuhao had actually created the battle armor he described, all the level 9 soul masters in the Sun Moon Empire were in an uproar. The fact that the two-word battle armor had enhanced Huo Yuhao's abilities made these level 9 soul masters incredibly excited, and they couldn't wait to create their own exclusive battle armor right now. According to Huo Yuhao, a 3-word battle armor is already at the level of a title Douluo, while a 4-word battle armor can even rival a limit Douluo. If all of these level 9 soul masters could be equipped with a set of 4-word battle armor, then who in the entire Douluo continent could stop the Sun Moon Empire? With the army of Limit Douluo mobilized, wouldn't it be easy to unify the entire Douluo continent? However, they were not blindly confident, knowing that creating a set of 4-word battle armor was not so simple, even for a level 9 soul master. However, with the ideas provided by Yuhao, these level 9 soul masters could easily overcome the technical difficulties by brainstorming together. That's just how technology is, once a feasible solution emerges. The subsequent development becomes infinitely easier. Jing Hongshan looked at Yuhao's exclusive battle armor, clicked his tongue, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Poor Shrek Academy, Holy Spirit Cult. And those guys from Star Luo and Heavenly Soul are still fighting to the death, while our Sun Moon Empire has already undergone a fundamental transformation. Upon hearing this, the level 9 soul masters present burst into laughter. Upon hearing this, Yuhao asked curiously, "What's the situation over there? Is the war still going on?" Finish. Jing Hongshan chuckled, his face full of emotion. With guys like Xuanzi and Yan Xiaojie around, how easy is it to end this war? Right now, neither the Holy Spirit Cult nor the Star Luo, Heavenly Soul, nor Shrek Acade. My alliance will let this war end easily. Kong Deming nodded slightly. As things stand now, this war is no longer as simple as it was at the beginning, where it was merely a matter of testing each other. Shrek needs this war to absorb more fresh blood, forcing Xingluo and Tianyun to select talents from their countries to join Shrek Academy. If Xingluo and Tianyun don't want Shrek to withdraw, they have no choice but to agree to their conditions. As far as I know, both Xingluo and Tianyun are taking this opportunity to eliminate those disobedient nobles. They are either forcibly making them join Shrek Academy or trying every means to send them to the battlefield, using the Holy Spirit Cult to get rid of the disobedient. In the end, Kong Deming couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Sure enough, no matter where you are, the outcome is the same in this kind of matter. When the coup occurred in the Sun Moon Empire, didn't the newly enthroned emperor use the same method to deal with the former emperor's loyalists? Yi Yulin, who was standing to the side, chimed in. Master Kong is right. Even the Holy Spirit Cult knows to use this war to promote the benefits of joining their cult and keep recruiting new members. These 4 forces are really getting more and more adept at playing games. After listening to their story, Yuhao couldn't help but click his tongue. During this period, because the development of the battle armor had entered a critical stage, he had not contacted Ma Xiaotao and Tang Ya at all. He did not expect that the war had developed to this point. Honestly, Xuanzi and Yan Xiaojie, these 2 members of the Sea God Pavilion, really lived up to his expectations. They really made things this big. It was clearly him who initially instigated Ma Xiaotao and Tang Ya to cause trouble, but in the end, Xuanzi and Yan Xiaojie actually took over the mantle. That's really something. Yuhao shook his head slightly and stopped worrying about it. Instead, he looked at Kong Deming in front of him and asked, "Teacher, is there any progress on the lathe I mentioned before?" Kong Deming exchanged a glance with Jing Hongshan and Yi Yulin, his heart filled with amazement. And he could not hide his joy. It will be successfully made soon. I really don't know how you're thinking to come up with the idea of making a soul tool this way. With a lathe, the productivity of us soul tool masters will be liberated, and we can research more new types of soul tools. You kid, you've really brought about a huge revolution in soul guidance technology, making it impossible for us old folks not to admit we're getting old. All the level 9 soul masters present agreed with Kong Deming's words. Although it wasn't the first time they had witnessed Yuhao's genius, they were still astonished when he talked about lathes and his ideas for mass-producing soul tools on an assembly line. Without a doubt, once the lathe is manufactured the idea of mass-producing soul tools on an assembly line can be implemented, the transformation it will bring to the Sun Moon Empire will be no less significant than the advent of the battle armor. This means that even ordinary people without soul power can still create sophisticated soul tools using various machines. The increase in productivity will definitely boost the national strength of the Sun Moon Empire by more than one level. The Star Luo Empire and the Heavenly Soul Empire, already mired in difficulties, and the Douluo Empire, which has no future after being occupied by the Holy Spirit Cult. What can they use to fight against such a Sun Moon Empire? Moreover, they could sell these mass-produced soul tools to forces like Xingluo, Tianyun, Douluo, and even Shrek Academy, completely destroying their soul tool industry with low prices. Let them know the principle that it's better to buy than to build, and better to rent than to buy. Instead of spending huge sums of money on the soul tool industry, which has no future, it would be better to use that money to buy soul tools from the Sun Moon Empire and then use those soul tools to fight the enemy. As far as Yuhao knew, in order to gain a greater advantage in that war, whether it was Xingluo, Tianyun, or the Holy Spirit cult, they had all sent people to contact the Sun Moon Empire, wanting to purchase RGE scale destructive soul tools from the Sun Moon Empire. The Sun Moon Empire initially refused, but their sincerity was so great that even Crown Prince Shu Tianren was tempted and wanted to make a deal with them. However, to avoid seriously hindering the future unification of the Sun Moon Empire by selling soul tools to the other party, Shu Tianren had made a special trip to ask Huo Yuhao for his opinion. When Huo Yuhao told Shu Tianren about this idea, Shu Tianren was immediately amazed. It's just that Huo Yuhao's talent as a soul master and soul instructor is too strong, otherwise, Shu Tianren really wanted him to advise him in the imperial court. Huo Yuhao always manages to bring him huge surprises on crucial issues. According to Huo Yuhao's suggestion, if Xingluo, Tianyun, and the Holy Spirit cult were willing to exchange rare metals for soul tools, the price would be very favorable. Conversely, if they want to make a purchase with gold soul coins, they will not receive any discounts at all. Perhaps at first they had the intention to keep the rare metals for their own research and development of soul tools, but in the long run, even the emperors of Xingluo and Tianyun could not hold on to it. If they refuse to purchase soul tools from the Sun Moon Empire, and others come up with powerful soul tools, their side will instantly fall into a disadvantageous position and suffer very serious casualties. This was a calculated move, forcing them to rush to buy it and even forcing them to abandon the development of soul tools. Shu Tianren experienced the joys of being an arms dealer. Chapter 210 Shrek in Despair, the name of the battle armor. Although the original Holy Spirit cult had many high-end combat forces, it was not particularly outstanding in terms of wealth. Most other forces were much richer than the Holy Spirit cult. But things were completely different after they took over the dueling empire. Whether it was the wealth accumulated by the royal family, or the property of the nobles within the dueling empire, it was all swept away by the Holy Spirit cult. Most importantly, the Holy Spirit cult doesn't hesitate to spend these funds. As long as the Y can purchase powerful soul tools from the Sun Moon Empire, they can produce anything, whether it's rare metals or gold soul coins. The Holy Spirit cult's extravagant spending forced the Star Luo Empire and the Heavenly Soul Empire to reluctantly follow suit. Even though they knew that the Sun Moon Empire had ill intentions in agreeing to the deal, if they didn't want their country's strongmen to be killed by the evil soul masters of the Holy Spirit cult using powerful soul tools, they had to equip their own strongmen with corresponding soul tools as well. After all, the worshippers of Xingluo and Tianyun are not stupid. If their safety cannot be guaranteed and they are not given corresponding benefits, why would they risk their lives for Xingluo and Tianyun? To equip these members, WHO participated in the war with soul tools. Xingluo and Tianyun suffered a huge loss. However, the soul tools sold by the Sun Moon Empire did not disappoint them. Their power was no less than the described effects, and in some ways even surpassed them. However, the fact that 3 of the 4 factions had purchased soul tools led to a terrible fate for Shrek Academy. The soul tools produced by Rek Academy's Soul Guidance Department are incomparable to those of the Sun Moon Empire in terms of both power and durability. Especially when it comes to the most important invincible shield, the quality of the Sun Moon Empire's equipment far surpasses that of Shrek Academy's. This also led to a surge in casualties at Shrek Academy during the war, especially among students at the Soul Master level and above, who suffered heavy losses in every battle. Of course, this number of casualties finally woke up those guys at Shrek Academy who originally just wanted to cling to the so-called Soul Master tradition and live in the glory of the past. They finally acknowledged the importance of soul guidance devices. To avoid too many students dying, Shrek Academy was even forced to join the ranks of purchasing soul tools from the Sun Moon Empire. Just like Xingluo and Tianyun, after purchasing them, in addition to equipping the combat personnel, they also kept some for the Soul Guidance Department to conduct research. After their research, they came to a chilling conclusion. That is, all of these soul tools are exactly the same, with no difference whatsoever in either their core or their shape. It should be noted that even soul tools made by the same soul master can have different effects due to differences in technique. Their power may not be different, but their appearance will inevitably have subtle differences. However, all of these soul tools are exactly the same. Could it be that the Sun Moon Empire has already mastered how to mass-produce soul tools? This conjecture yet all members of the Soul Guidance Department of Shrek Academy with despair. They were still struggling to catch up with the Sun Moon Empire's soul guidance technology, only to suddenly realize at the other side had already left them far behind. Even Moon remained silent for a long time after hearing the news, and then he seemed to have aged a lot again. The gap between Shrek Academy and the Sun Moon Empire is widening. And the brilliant minds of the Sea God Pavilion have even led Shrek Academy into a quagmire of war with the Holy Spirit cult. Shrek Academy's future is becoming increasingly bleak. Swoosh. Yuhao. Can't you let me try on this battle armor? Xiao Hongshan swallowed hard, looking at Yuhao with extreme flattery. The blue and white battle armor he was wearing was simply Xiao Hongshan's dream armor. Especially after learning about the boost that battle armor could provide to soul masters, Xiao Hongshan dreamed of experiencing what it would feel like to wear battle armor. However, faced with Xiao Hongshan's plea, Yuhao helplessly shrugged. There's nothing I can do. This is my personal battle armor. Even if you put it on, it won't have any effect. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongshan's spirits immediately became extremely low, but the lust in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. For any soul master, this kind of battle armor is probably a dream come true. Seeing Xiao Hongshan's expression, Shu Tianren couldn't help but tease him. Xiao, didn't Yuhao already teach you how to make battle armor? With your soul guidance level, making a set of battle armor that's uniquely yours shouldn't be too difficult, right? Ji Juchen nodded in agreement, but his gaze did not leave Yuhao's battle armor. Although Ji Juchen is a sword fanatic who only wants to devote himself to swords, he would never refuse if he could also obtain a set of battle armor. However, Ji Juchen was also well aware that although he knew nothing about soul tools, Yuhao and Xiao Hongshan, as his best friends besides Jing Zian, would help him with the design and development. Since their encounter at the Soul Arena, Ji Juchen had become friends with the three of them. When they learned that Yuhao had left the laboratory and successfully developed the battle armor, they no longer cared about their duel with Shu Tianren, and the three of them went directly to Yuhao to observe. It's worth mentioning that although Ji Juchen can't win every battle with Xiao Hongshan, they are evenly matched, so he naturally sought out Shu Tianren to challenge him. After hearing Shu Tianren's indirect words of comfort, Xiao Hongshan sighed helplessly. Even if I could create battle armor, with my current strength and skills, it would only be a one-word battle armor at most. What Yuhao is wearing is a two-word battle armor. Xiao Hongshan had always thought of himself as the strongest genius in history, but he was completely defeated by Yuhao. Not only is he inferior to Yuhao in terms of Soul Master, but this guy's talent in Soul Master is outrageously strong. Even Xiao Hongshan couldn't understand how Yuhao came up with the idea of battle armor and successfully created it. Moreover, even the distinction between one-word battle armor, two-word battle armor, three-word battle armor, and even four-word battle armor was set by Yuhao. Even though his current strength is not enough to raise the level of the battle armor to that level, he has already figured out the standard. That's the most terrifying thing. When faced with Xiao Hongshan's question, Yuhao simply gave a perfunctory answer. After all, Ji Yuina had given him a lot of help in the development of the battle armor. It can only be said that Ji Yuina truly deserves to be called a god-level powerhouse. Even though she had never come into contact with soul tools before, with her terrifying learning ability, it was only a matter of time before she became the strongest soul master on the Douluo continent. Several months ago, Ji Yuina had already become a level 9 soul master. Even the battle armor Yuhao was wearing was designed by Ji Yuina, and then perfected and made by him and Ji Yuina together. However, the only thing is that although this is a two-word battle armor, Yuhao has not yet decided what name to give it. If this name is chosen poorly, it could cause turmoil. Just thinking about that kind of scene gave Yuhao a headache. Chapter 211, The Soul Master Competition, announcing the Sun Moon Empire's terror to the continent. The news of the emergence of the battle armor is currently only circulating among the high-level soul masters of the Sun Moon Empire, and it is being kept very secret in order to ensure that Shrek Academy, the Holy Spirit cult, and Star Luo and Heavenly Soul do not know about it. Moreover, in order to overcome the difficulties of three-word battle armor, or even four-word battle armor, either it was Minged Hall or the Hall of Offerings, everyone put aside their own affairs and a large group of level 9 soul masters gathered together to study how to create higher-level battle armor. After throwing this difficult problem out to others, Yuhao ignored it and instead began working with Ji Yuina to design battle armor exclusively for the girl group. Ji Yuina had already noticed something was wrong. She realized that the beautiful girl's attitude towards her was completely different from their attitude towards Shui Di. Although no one said it outright, Ji Yuina sensed that He seemed to support Shui Di becoming the empress. Ji Yuina couldn't understand it at first, but after careful observation and thought, she realized where the problem lay. While she and Yuhao holed up in the lab developing battle armor, rapidly warming up their relationship. Shui Di was also busy. Through a series of actions, Shui Di successfully gained everyone's support and friendship. And her relationship with them became very close, making her the leader of the girl group. Even Di Choer's relationship with Shui Di is better than hers now, which made Ji Yuina realize that there are still some problems with her strategy. It was precisely for this reason that Ji Yuina thought of helping them design battle armor, in order to make up for the shortcomings and continue to contend with Shui Di in the future. Even though Ji Yuina has always been at a disadvantage in the battle for the position of the main wife, she will never give up so easily. If the Silver Dragon King, the supreme ruler of all soul beasts, were to address the Snow Empress as elder sister, where would that leave her dignity? After that, Huo Yuhao maintained his sneaky, low-key, and steady style of development and never left the Sun Moon Empire. No matter how fierce the conflict was between the Holy Spirit Cult, Shrek Academy, Star Luo, and Heavenly Soul, Huo Yuhao always stayed behind the scenes, secretly causing trouble through his two soul servants, Ma Xiaotao and Tang Ya. Whenever either side in a war tries to de-escalate or cease hostilities, a series of events always occur that keep the war going, causing continuous casualties and attrition on both sides. It's unstoppable, it's impossible to stop. Through this strategy, in 4 years, both the Holy Spirit Cult, which inherited all the noble heritage of the dueling empire, and the Star Luo and Heavenly Soul, which had rich foundations, were reduced to poverty because of this war. Shrek Academy is somewhat better off. In any case, they have the support of the Soul Guidance System. Although the Soul Guidance devices they produce are not as high quality as those produced by the Sun Moon Empire, they can at least ensure that the Y can produce and sell their own products. They don't have to take out all their rare metals and other high-value items to exchange for Soul Guidance devices from the Sun Moon Empire. The only thing that made them feel gratified was that through this war, which lasted for nearly 5 years, everyone who participated in the war gained extremely rich combat experience and skills, and was no longer just a simple student. This war bankrupted the Holy Spirit Cult, Star Luo, and Heavenly Soul, but made the Sun Moon Empire, which acted as a warmonger, incredibly wealthy. Shu Tianren, who facilitated this arms deal, now walks with a swagger. Shu Tianren hosted another banquet to entertain his 3 friends, Huo Yuhao, Xiao Hongshan, and Ji Juchen. He went all out, serving the highest class food and wine on the continent. During the banquet, after everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Shu Tianren raised his glass and looked at Huo Yuhao, saying, "Yuhao, the Soul Master competition is about to begin. This year's competition is hosted by our Sun Moon Empire. I'm planning to revise the rules so that not only academies across the continent can participate, but also sects that meet the age requirements can participate. What do you think?" Before Huo Yuhao could react, Xiao Hongshan couldn't help but speak up. "Let sects participate in the Soul Master competition. That would create too many participating teams and could easily lead to chaos, wouldn't it?" Ji Juchen didn't care about such things. To be precise, when the 4 of them were together, Ji Juchen was mostly a listener and rarely offered any opinions. Shu Tianren didn't rush to explain anything, but wanted to hear Huo Yuhao's opinion on the matter first. After experiencing various events, Shu Tianren has developed the habit of consulting Huo Yuhao before making any major decisions, and Huo Yuhao often surprises him. However, this time, Huo Yuhao had no objection to Shu Tianren's idea and simply nodded in agreement. "Yes, we can. We've been waiting for this opportunity for far too long. If we want to flex our muscles to the whole continent, simply having the Academy participate in the Soul Master competition is clearly not enough. By involving all forces across the continent and letting everyone witness the current strength of the Sun Moon Empire, we can better facilitate its future unification of the continent." After gaining Huo Yuhao's approval, Shu Tianren visibly breathed a sigh of relief and burst into laughter. "That's right. I want to take this opportunity to let the whole continent know that the Holy Spirit Cult, Shrek Academy, Star Luo Empire and Heavenly Soul Empire, which have been causing a great uproar on the continent, are nothing in front of our Sun Moon Empire. The unification of the Sun and Moon Empire is inevitable." At this moment, Shu Tianren finally revealed his ambition and confidence. Over the past 5 years, the emergence of battle armor and the production of soul tools using lathes and assembly lines has brought about tremendous changes in the overall strength of the Sun Moon Empire. If it were merely a comparison of military strength, and it wasn't that Shu Tianren was targeting anyone, he could arrogantly declare that all the forces on the continent were worthless. Although Kong Deming only possesses 1 set of 4-word battle armor, with it, he can easily crush any limit Douluo on the continent. If such a Sun Moon Empire were to declare war on Star Luo, heavenly soul, and fighting spirit, what would they use to defend themselves? Shu Ti. Anran wanted all the sects on the continent to realize a reality. Rather than resisting the Sun Moon Empire, they should join its embrace before the war truly began. The 9 treasure glazed tile SCH. Ul has proven with its actions that even though they were originally a sect in the Douluo continent, they will not be ostracized after joining the Sun Moon Empire. On the contrary, due to the unique nature of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, it will receive attention and support from the Sun Moon Empire. In the past 5 years, the 9 treasure glazed tile school was not the only one to choose to join the Sun Moon Empire. But most of the others were small sects. The truly powerful forces were either observing or did not want to leave their homeland. Although Shu Tianren had sent people to make secret contacts, he did not achieve much success. Instead of wasting time and energy trying to persuade them, why not demonstrate enough power to make them choose to pledge allegiance to the Sun Moon Empire? After making the decision, Shu Tianren looked at Huo Yuhao and smiled. Once a sect participates in the Soul Master competition, winning the championship won't be so easy. So, are you confident? Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao smiled and raised his wine glass, drinking it all in one gulp. I just hope the opponent is strong enough, otherwise it's too boring. Chapter 212H. Huo Yuhao's power is enough to leave all geniuses in the dust. It's not that Huo Yuhao is arrogant. It's just that with his current strength, dealing with his peers would be too easy for him, and he wouldn't feel any pressure at all. Leaving aside the 2-word battle armor that allowed him to easily defeat a Soul Saint, it would be too much of a ripoff to pull out battle armor in this Soul Master competition. Huo Yuhao's current cultivation level has already reached the Soul Douluo level. Not long ago, with the help of Kong Deming, Jing Hongshan and others, he obtained his 8th soul ring. Most importantly, thanks to the fixed reward of the diary and his persistent training, his true strength is definitely not just at the level of a newly appointed Soul Douluo. What level of cultivation have those peers achieved now? Among the participants who meet the age limit for the Soul Master competition, those who can reach the Soul Saint level can already be considered top geniuses on the continent, right? It's no exaggeration to say that with Huo Yuhao's current mental strength and combat skills, he could easily dominate a Soul Saint in a fight. That's right, we're talking about Xiao Hongshan and Ji Juchen. The 2 Soul Saints. Huo Yuhao's words hit a wide area, leaving Shu Tianren, Xiao Hongshan, and Ji Juchen all feeling quite resentful. Even Ji Juchen, a sword fanatic, couldn't help but look at Huo Yuhao and say quietly, "Your mirror flower water moon illusion is too abnormal. Not to mention a Soul Saint, even a Soul Douluo would definitely fall for it. Trying to get rid of the illusion is simply impossible." Although Shu Tianren and Huo Yuhao both became Soul Douluo, Ji Juchen would rather challenge Shu Tianren than fight Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao never needed to lift a finger. The mirror flower water moon technique alone was invincible, only causing Ji Juchen to exhaust his soul power within the illusion. In other words, Huo Yuhao did not use any other attack methods after using mirror flower water moon. Otherwise, the enemy would not even know how they died. As a friend, Ji Juchen naturally has this privilege. But if it were his opponents in the Soul Master competition, would Huo Yuhao stop after using mirror flower water moon? He would probably use other methods to eliminate them as quickly as possible. Shu Tianren and Xiao Hongshan both deeply agreed with Ji Juchen's words. Nodding in deep agreement. You're right, your mirror flower water moon technique is indeed abnormal. Your current mental strength has probably surpassed that of the vast majority of title Douluos, right? Quote. Even though their talents had been enhanced by the marrow cleansing pill and the life gold respectively, they still couldn't see Huo Yuhao's back at all. Shu Tianren has now come to terms with reality. He may be considered a top genius among others, but compared to Huo Yuhao, who is a monster, he is incomparable. Huo Yuhao shrugged slightly and didn't say much. His current mental strength was indeed beyond what ordinary people could compare to. Huo Yuhao had tried it before, and even a titled Douluo level expert, unless they were exceptionally strong in terms of mental power, would absolutely not be able to break through the illusion he created with mirror flower water moon. The advantage that the Spirit Eye Martial Soul gave Huo Yuhao in terms of mental strength was truly terrifying. However, since even Huo Yuhao had approved the idea of having sects participate in the Soul Master competition, Shu Tianren no longer hesitated and decided to immediately announce the news to the entire continent, so that all sects and academies could prepare to participate in the competition in advance. After all 4 of them knew that once this news got out, it would inevitably cause a huge reaction across the entire continent. And indeed, that proved to be true. Even the Holy Spirit cult, Shrek Academy, Star Luo Empire, and Heavenly Soul Empire, which were still constantly engaged in small-scale wars, all stopped fighting after learning that the Sun Moon Empire, the organizer of this year's Soul Master competition, had changed the rules. Zhongli Wu frowned slightly, paced back and forth in the hall, and couldn't help but mutter to himself. What is the Sun Moon Empire trying to do? They've changed the rules of the Soul Master competition, which have been in place for tens of thousands of years. They're allowing sects to participate. The elders of the Holy Spirit cult were also puzzled, not understanding what the Sun Moon Empire's purpose was in doing this. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Ling, the wife of the leader of the Holy Spirit cult, spoke in a deep voice. Regardless of what the Sun Moon Empire intends to do, since they allow sects to participate in the Soul Master competition, our Holy Spirit sect is certainly qualified to participate as well. After all, our Holy Spirit sect is also a sect. Upon hearing this, Zhongli Wu and the other elders' eyes immediately lit up. Zhongli Wu then slammed one hand together, making a palm out of the other and a fist in the other. That's right. Our Holy Spirit cult will also participate in this Soul Master competition. We want the whole continent to know that the Holy Spirit cult not only has two limit Douluos, but also that no other force can compare to its younger generation. It's a pity that Ma Xiaotao is already past the age limit for participating in the Soul Master competition. Otherwise, with the two holy maidens participating at the same time, winning the championship would be a piece of cake. Both Ma Xiaotao and Tang Ya, these two saintesses, have reached the level of Soul Saint, and are only one step away from becoming Soul Douluo. Zhongli Wu had great confidence in them. Even across the entire continent, there were very few people who met the age limit for participating in the Soul Master competition and could match their strength. Thinking of the strength of his two holy maidens, Zhongli Wu grinned. Let the Blue-Silver Saintess be the captain, leading our Holy Spirit cult's outstanding younger generation to participate in the Soul Master competition. If we encounter Shrek Academy in the competition, then let the Blue-Silver Saintess find a way to absorb all of their soul power and life force. Hasn't the Blue Sea Elver Saintess always wanted to turn Bei Bei and Shu Sanqi into nourishment? The Soul Master competition is clearly the best opportunity. Zhang Peng will be the team leader for this Soul Master competition. I will secretly follow him and learn from the Sun Moon Empire of yesteryear, so that those Shrek Academy guys won't cause any trouble. Inviting all eligible sects on the continent to participate in the Soul Master competition. Are those guys from the Sun Moon Empire finally about to expose their ambitions? Moon sat at the head of the Sea God Pavilion, his expression not looking so relaxed. Mu En had always wanted to try to win the championship in the Soul Master competition so that Shrek Academy could rise again. But now the Sun Moon Empire has suddenly changed the rules, allowing sects to participate as well. This means that Shrek Academy will face even stronger enemies. The young generation of the Sun Moon Empire, which can be called the strongest generation, is already difficult to deal with. And now all the sects on the continent are added to the mix. Moon felt that with Shrek Academy's current overall strength, it would be quite an achievement to reach the top 4. After all, the young people from the body sect alone are much stronger than Bei Bei and Shu Sanqi. During these 5 years of war, the body sect also allowed some outstanding juniors to participate in the training. Especially the one named Long Aocean, who has now become a soul saint. Why does Shrek's fate involve so many hardships? Moon sighed deeply and finally decided to keep things as usual. No longer hoping for the championship. As long as the loss wasn't too humiliating, Moon would be able to accept it calmly. Hopefully, those guys from the Sun Moon Empire won't cause too much FA stir in this Soul Master competition. Chapter 213 Haoshan sect participates in the competition, the continent is about to be unified. When the news spread that the Soul Master competition had revised its rules to allow sects to participate, sects across the continent reacted violently. The Soul Master competition, which was originally a grand event on the continent, was seen by most sect members as nothing more than children playing house. Even the renowned Shrek Academy, which is famous throughout the continent, is not taken seriously by a considerable number of sects. They believed that the academy was just an academy. And compared to the talents of the younger generation, their own sect could absolutely crush all the participating academies. However, not everyone supports this view. And many people ridicule these sects as being ignorant and narrow-minded. This left many sect members feeling resentful. Now that they have this opportunity to prove themselves in the Soul Master competition, they will naturally not let it slip by. All sects began selecting their own members who met the participation requirements and were strong enough to prepare for the competition. They are determined to prove in this Soul Master competition that a sect is a sect, and no academy can ever bully them. The body sect, which has become the state religion of the Heavenly Soul Empire, also began selecting personnel immediately. Long Aoshan, who was chosen as the team captain by Dubusi, also harbored a lot of resentment. He knew how much his sect leader valued Huo Yuhao of the Sun Moon Empire. Although Long Aoshan did not have any ill feelings towards Huo Yuhao, he still regarded defeating Huo Yuhao as the most important goal in participating in this Soul Master competition. Long Aoshan wanted to prove to the body sect that his position as the young sect leader was not a compromise because Dubusi couldn't get Huo Yuhao, but rather the one that everyone wanted. Upon learning the rules of the Soul Master competition, even the Clear Sky sect, which had always remained aloof from worldly affairs and whose assistance Shrek Academy had repeatedly requested, prepared to say ND representatives to participate in the competition at the request of Niu Tian and Titan. However, some elders questioned Niu Tian and Titan's decision. The fifth elder of Haoshan sect looked at the two of them and said in a deep voice, Sect Master, Second Sect Master, our Haoshan sect has been living in seclusion here for thousands of years. Why should we participate in this meaningless Soul Master competition? Even if we win the championship, it will not benefit our Haoshan sect at all. Furthermore, this could very likely lead to the Haoshan sect being targeted by others. If the Sun Moon Empire were to wage war against Xingluo, Tianyun, and dueling again, those guys would definitely come to our Haoshan sect to ask for help. It would be incredibly annoying. Their seclusion over thousands of years has long since made them indifferent to the life and death of others outside the Haoshan sect. No matter how chaotic things were outside, they remained carefree and at ease in this secluded, cloud-shrouded place. Even if Xingluo, Tianyun, and Shrek come to ask for help in the future, they still won't agree, but if it can reduce trouble, why not? Niu Tian and Titan had already anticipated their reaction and immediately reassured them. The Haoshan sect has been dormant for too long. Those guys on the continent have forgotten the Haoshan sect's former prestige. Otherwise, Hat teacher from Shrek Academy wouldn't have dared to expel Donger. This time, we're going to let the entire continent know how powerful our Haoshan sect is. Let everyone and every force think twice before provoking us. And see what the consequences will be. Although some elders still disagreed with Niu Tian's decision, what else could they say after things had already come to this point? Regardless of anything else, Niu Tian and Titan are the Grand Master and Second Grand Master of their Haoshan sect, so they should at least be given some face. In the end, the elders could only select the most powerful juniors from the Haoshan sect to form a team to participate in this year's Soul Master competition. Now that they have decided to participate, their Haoshan sect has only one goal: to win the final championship. Whether it's the Sun Moon Empire, Shrek Academy, the Holy Spirit Cult, or the Body Sect, they are all nothing but chickens and dogs in front of the Clear Sky sect. Just as Grand Master Niu Tian said, let's take this opportunity to let the whole continent know that the reason why their Haoshan sect chose to live in seclusion is not because of cowardice, but because once the Haoshan sect joins in, no one else will have a chance. While various sects and academies on the mainland were selecting their participants and heading towards Mingdu, Huo Yuhao's situation at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy was becoming increasingly difficult. 5 years have passed, and Huo Yuhao has transformed from a naive boy into a sunny and handsome young man. The girls who had been eyeing him for a long time now looked at Huo Yuhao with increasingly dangerous eyes. Huo Yuhao felt that if things continued like this, he would eventually experience the locked room again, and he would be the one trapped in it. Especially Ji Yuina and Shui Di, who have been vying for the position of Empress for the past 5 years, have not only not restrained themselves after so much time has passed, but have become even more intense. Huo Yuhao didn't take his opponents in this Soul Master competition too seriously because he knew that no one could be his match in this competition. Similarly, the reason why Huo Yuhao didn't suppress Ji Yuina and Shui Di was also because he couldn't defeat them. Neither Ji Yuina, a god-level powerhouse, nor Shui Di, the third ranked of the 10 great ferocious beasts who has transformed into the Ice and Snow Maiden, are people that Huo Yuhao in his current state cannot defeat head-on. In other words, the two of them had a tacit understanding. Ingen would not try to find an opportunity to take Huo Yuhao to the secret room like others would. Otherwise, Huo Yuhao would have no way to defend himself. However, it is precisely because of this that Huo Yuhao dares not stop for a moment and tries every means to become stronger. Besides writing 1,000 words in his diary every day to obtain the first-level soul power of a Soul King from the diary, he has also never given up on independent cultivation, all in order to one day be able to turn his life around completely. Although Huo Yuhao never showed it, there was always a knife hanging over his heart. And he was always worried that the knife called Tang Buddha would fall. Huo Yuhao didn't know how long the current situation of Douluo continent being cut off from the God realm could continue. However, he knew very well that once the God realm and Douluo continent re-established contact, and Tang San learned that this chosen one had completely broken free from his control, and even that Wang Donger had escaped the web he had woven, Tang San would immediately choose to use a mechanical deus ex machina to get everything back on track. He wanted to find a way to make himself, the chosen one, his lackey once again, and at the same time, turn Douluo continent into the Tang family's backyard. Most importantly, his mother's soul is still in Tang San's hands. If he cannot gain strength comparable to or even surpassing Tang San before the God realm and Douluo continent re-establish contact, then Tang San will definitely use his mother's soul to threaten him into submission. Don't say that Tang San, as a God King of the God realm, also has a sense of shame. In the face of his grand plan, whether it is Tang San's parents or his daughter, they can all become his pawns. What's so special about the soul of an ordinary person from Douluo continent? Thinking of this, Huo Yuhao looked up, took a deep breath, and began to reforge his battle armor. Not long after this Soul Master competition, the Sun Moon Empire will truly begin its unification process, and his time is not as ample as he imagined. Chapter 214 Tang Yuan Ma Xiao Tao. Finally, I can see my master again. Is my brother still in the lab? Quote. In the arena, Shui Di turned to look at Ji Yu Na and asked a question. Ji Yu Na nodded slightly, her face showing no trace of joy or sorrow. He is now preparing to try to upgrade his battle armor to the 3-word level. Although it is very difficult, it is not entirely hopeless. Shui Di was taken aback upon hearing this, looking somewhat surprised. If I remember correctly, a 3-word battle armor is equivalent to the strength of a title Douluo, right? Shui Di knew that with her brother's current strength, he had a good chance of defeating a weak title Douluo. But if he could really upgrade his battle armor to the 3-word level, then even a super Douluo would be a match for him. If word got out that someone with the body of a soul Douluo was fighting against a super Douluo, the whole continent would probably think he was crazy. However, Shui Di had great confidence in her brother. She believed that her brother could definitely change the continent's landscape. The fate of soul beasts, and even the situation where Douluo continent would always be drained of its lifeblood by the God realm, just as he had promised. Thinking of this, Shui Di looked at Ji Yuina with a smile on her face. Thank you for always helping my brother. Ji Yuina was not happy about Shui Di's thanks. Instead, she glanced at her disdainfully and said indifferently, on what grounds are you thanking me? Upon hearing this, Shui Di smiled sweetly, her expression playful. Of course, from my sister's perspective. Ji Yuina really wanted to ask her if she was a younger sister or a romantic sister, but reason prevented her from asking. However, the smile on Shui Di's face made Ji Yuina very uncomfortable. Even though she knew that Shui Di was not mocking her, Ji Yuina was still very unhappy. She was the one who met Huo Yuhao first, and she even helped Huo Yuhao develop battle armor. She also helped design a set of battle armor exclusively for each member of the girl group, including Shui Di. However, whether in Huo Yuhao's heart or in the eyes of the girls in the group, he still seemed to be no match for Shui Di. How could Ji Yuina accept this? Just then, Ji Yuina seemed to suddenly remember something and looked at Shui Di and asked, do you know what Huo Yuhao's battle armor is called? After a brief moment of stunned silence, Shui Di shook her head slightly. I don't know either. I've asked my brother several times, but he has never told me. Ji Yuina looked at Shui Di suspiciously, realizing that she wasn't lying. However, T.S. made Ji Yuina even more curious about what kind of name Huo Yuhao would give the battle armor. To be honest, no matter how fiercely she competed with Shui Di, and no matter who Meng Hongqian, Di Chou'er, and Wang Donger supported, the one who could truly decide was Huo Yuhao himself. If Huo Yuhao's battle armor were related to Shui Di, then Ji Yuina would feel that she had truly fallen into a disadvantageous position. However, if that's the case, she'll really go ballistic. Ji Yuina took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, want to have a friendly spar? Shui Di didn't expect Ji Yuina to make this request. But she only hesitated for a moment before agreeing immediately. No problem. When they saw Ji Yuina and Shui Di step onto the arena, all the other girls stopped and prepared to watch the battle. However, they also knew that although Ji Yuina and Shui Di's true strength was not just at the Soul Saint level, they would not use excessive power in this sparring. At most, the Y would fight with the power of human Soul Saint experts to vent their emotions. That's precisely why the battle is so unpredictable, making people wonder who will ultimately emerge victorious. Meng. Hongchen looked around and said with a smile. The betting has started. Who are you all betting on to win? This wasn't the first time they'd done a betting contest, but this was truly the first tee. A battle had occurred between Jiu Yuina and Shui Di. Di Choer was the first to express her opinion. I support Jiu Yuina. Although Shui Di is also very strong, she is definitely no match for my sister. Regardless of anything else, Jiu Yuina is the Silver Dragon King, the ruler of all soul beasts. Although she doesn't have much authority in front of the girl group members because they all like Yuhao. No one has ever questioned her strength. Even though the Douluo continent has lost contact with the god realm, Jiu Yuina, a god-level powerhouse, is still undoubtedly the strongest. Wang Donger followed suit and said, I support Shui Di. Both of them can only use Soul Saint level strength, but I think Shui Di will not lose to Jiu Yuina. Di Choer and Wang Donger exchanged a glance. ND sparks seemed to fly between their eyes. Although the members of the girl group have become incredibly close over the years, minor frictions still occasionally occur. There are often frictions between Di Choer and Wang Donger. After all, if things had continued along the original trajectory, the two of them would have been the real rivals vying for Yuhao's affections. Following Di Choer and Wang Donger, the other girls also expressed their opinions one after another. There were supporters for both Jiu Yuina and Shui Di, and the situation was evenly matched. It's worth mentioning that Bai Shoushou, Lan Fuzzy, and Ning Tian, the three transfer students, are also in the girl group. Bai Shoushou and Lan Fuzzy have been fighting for 5 years. Although they still say that the demon Soul Great White Shark and the Deep Sea Demon Whale are mortal enemies, everyone knows that the two of them have actually become friends with a rather special relationship. However, due to the irreconcilable conflicts between ethnic groups, they can only maintain the status quo for the time being. Under the watchful eyes of the girl group members, the battle between Jiu Yuina and Shui Di officially began. It's worth mentioning that the reason they didn't realize Yuhao already knew they could see the contents of his diary was that he deliberately wrote things in the diary to mislead them. Actually, it was because Yuhao had already explained things to them in his diary a long time ago, giving them a reasonable explanation, which prevented the truth about Yuhao being the mastermind behind everything from being exposed. Yuhao was certain that these girls had done so many potentially disastrous things to cover up the existence of the copy of the diary. If they found out the truth, his fate would be extremely tragic. It just goes to show that being a mastermind behind things isn't something anyone can do. As Zhongli Wu led the Holy Spirit cult participants to Mingdu, they happened to encounter Shrek Academy participants. Although no conflict would break out, a round of mockery was inevitable. The Death Messenger looked arrogantly at Bei Bei, Shu Sanshi, and the others, saying that it would be best if they didn't encounter the Holy Spirit cult during the Soul Master competition, otherwise he would definitely kill them with his own hands or turn them into his corpse slaves. Xuanzi, the teacher in charge, glared fiercely at the Grim Reaper, wishing he could kill him right now. Bai Bei's gaze never left Tang Ya, but thinking about Tang Ya's attitude towards her over the years, and realizing that she would have become Tang Ya's nourishment if it weren't for the protection of others, Bai Bei's eyes suddenly dimmed. What Bei Bei didn't know was that Tang Ya and Ma Xiaotao were filled with joy at that moment. After 5 years, they can finally see their beloved master, Yuhao, again. Chapter 215. A country bumpkin enters the city, a prosperous and flourishing era. 5 years. A full 5 years. During these 5 years, Ma Xiaotao and Tang Ya did their best to obey any of Yuhao's orders, hoping to see Yuhao again one day, or to destroy the Holy Spirit cult as soon as possible, so that they could stay by their master's side forever. Unfortunately, the Holy Spirit cult was too stubborn, and Shrek Academy, the Star Luo Empire, and the Heavenly Soul Empire were too useless. So their efforts did not achieve the expected results. Fortunately, the rules of this Soul Master competition have been changed, allowing sects to participate as well. This gave these two saintesses the opportunity to travel to Mingdu with the participants from the Holy Spirit cult and meet their master again. Just then, Tang Ya finally noticed the way Bei Bei was looking at her. She turned her head and glanced at her, her eyes filled with disgust and murderous intent. During these 5 years, Tang Ya had several opportunities to kill Bei Bei and use the dark blue silver grass to devour his life force and soul power. As a result, every time at a crucial moment, a powerful member of Shrek Academy would stand in front of Bei Bei, causing her actions to fail, which annoyed Tang Ya to no end. But this time, if they encounter Shrek Academy in the Soul Master competition, Tang Ya wants to see if anyone can save Bei Bei. She was going to use the arc blue silver grass to devour everything about Bei Bei right in front of Zan Zi and Yan Xiaojie. Tang Ya's gaze sent a chill down Bei Bei's spine, making her feel that something bad might happen during this Soul Master competition. Tang Ya is becoming increasingly unfamiliar to people. She shows no mercy when killing, especially when facing him. Every move she makes is aimed at taking his Li Fei and absorbing all his life force and soul power. Under the influence of the dragon pill, Bei Bei's martial soul not only underwent a transformation, evolving completely into a holy light dragon exactly like Yuan, but her soul power has also reached the Soul Emperor level. Even so, Bei Bei had absolutely no chance of winning against Tang Ya. At this moment, Tang Ya filled Bei Bei with genuine fear. Perhaps he would never be able to pull Tang Ya out of the ranks of evil soul masters. When the academies and sects participating in this soul master competition arrived in Mingdu, they were still amazed by the prosperity of the capital of the Sun Moon Empire. Everywhere they looked, there were many soul tools. Although they didn't know what many of these novel items did, everyone could guess how convenient life was for the people of the Sun Moon Empire thanks to these soul tools. Moreover, the smiles on the faces of the people here are genuine, which shows how satisfied they are with their lives and how high their sense of happiness is. Although many people believe that the number of strong individuals determines a country's strength, many also know that true strength lies in the well-being of ordinary people at the bottom of society. It is obvious that the Sun Moon Empire is now the most livable country in the entire Douluo continent, with the highest standard of living and the most inclusive. Even though this is Mingdu, the capital of the Sun Moon Empire, there are many people who speak with accents from the Star Luo Empire, the Heavenly Soul Empire, and even the Fighting Spirit Empire. But they do not experience any discrimination and everyone gets along very amicably. This was hard to believe for those who came from all over the mainland to participate in this year's Soul Master competition. Is the hatred between the Sun Moon Empire and the original Douluo Three Kingdoms really so easy to erase? Of course it's not that easy. However, after 5 years of unremitting efforts, Shu Tianren finally achieved this result, enabling ordinary people from various countries to coexist peacefully and even become friends with each other. Because he had asked Yuhao how to deal with these people who had defected from the original Douluo Three Kingdoms to the Sun Moon Empire. Based on Yuhao's answer, Shu Tianren devised various plans. Let everyone know that the hatred between the Sun Moon Empire and the original Douluo Three Kingdoms is ultimately a hatred between nobles and ordinary people from all countries or victims. Is it necessary for victims to hate each other? Of course not. On the contrary, they should unite and work together for a better life. It can only be said that after experiencing the lifestyle of the Sun and Moon Empire, these people could never return to their original countries to serve as slaves to those noble lords. The strategy that Yuhao helped Shu Tianren devise gave these people a sense of meaning in life and made them realize their own value. Of course, they would no longer choose to live a muddled life where they could not see any hope. Wow. Mingdu is even more prosperous than the legends say. And Chocho from Delongmen found everything she saw fascinating and kept looking at the various stalls and shops with amazement on her face. Seeing her daughter's ignorant behavior, Nan Shuishui was equally shocked. But she still tried to remain calm. Nan Chocho, can't you be a little more composed? To Nan Shuishui's surprise, right after she finished speaking, she discovered that the other contestants from the Earth Dragon Gate were following her daughter's example and all began to observe the prosperous Ming capital. As if she hadn't heard her mother's words, Nan Chocho picked up a small pink desk lamp and asked the stall owner, "Boss, what is this?" Seeing Nan Chocho's curious expression, the stall owner smiled and explained. This is a soul-guided lamp, made by Viscount Yuhao. A soul-guided lamp, Yuhao. Before Nan Chocho could ask what the purpose of this unfamiliar soul-guided lamp was, the shopkeeper took it and demonstrated it. After turning on the button, a soft light shone down. The core of this soul-guided lamp is made of a special rare metal, which allows it to provide light at night without the need for soul power. As long as it is placed in sunlight. For a certain period of time during the day, it can be used for lighting when traveling. A soul tool that can be used without soul power. Upon hearing the boss's words, everyone from the Earth Dragon sect was utterly astonished. Fortunately, this lamp can only be used for lighting and has no offensive function. Otherwise, it probably wouldn't be displayed and sold at the stall. But they had heard that the Sun Moon Empire had developed an offensive soul tool that could be used without any obstacles without the need for soul power 5 years ago. So why did Yuhao create such a useless thing? When Nan Chocho asked the question, the stall owners nearby and the people of Mingdu couldn't help but laugh. Although the laughter was not malicious, it still made the people of the Earth Dragon Gate feel somewhat ashamed. As if they were just country bumpkins coming to the city. However, the shop owner didn't keep him in suspense and instead offered a kind explanation. As Viscount Huo once said, whether a country is strong or not is indeed a crucial factor in whether it has strong leaders, but whether ordinary people at the bottom of society live happily is equally important. So, in addition to other soul tools, Viscount Huo has also developed and produced many items like the soul-guided desk lamp, which are non-aggressive but can bring convenience to us ordinary people. The Crown Prince and Viscount Huo are truly working hard to ensure that everyone in our Sun Moon Empire can live a better life. Chapter 216 The Transformation of the Sun and Moon Empire, Destined for Unification. Seeing the pride and smugness on the faces of these stall owners, the group from Delongmen were all stunned. They had heard of Huo Yuhao. To be precise, since the last Soul Master competition, Huo Yuhao's name has spread throughout the entire continent. Everyone knows that this peerless genius's background and experiences were very bumpy. If he hadn't made up his mind to cross the continent and come to the Sun Moon Empire, he would very likely have been killed by the White Tiger Duke's mansion. Even if they don't die, they're unlikely to rise to power. This unparalleled genius, despite carrying a deep-seated hatred, did not immerse himself in cultivation all day. Instead, he took the time to create many soul tools that were of no use to him but could benefit the ordinary people of the Sun Moon Empire. So, is it because of his background and experiences that he made this choice? Even Shrek Academy, which has always claimed to be the #1 academy on the continent, only resorted to helping ordinary people awaken for free after it had completely ruined its reputation. However, in the Sun Moon Empire, such things have long been common throughout the country. And there are geniuses like Huo Yuhao who care about ordinary people, and Crown Prince Shu Tianren who is willing to humbly accept opinions. Is such a country really something that the original Douluo Three Kingdoms could withstand? Nan Shuishui could tell that even ordinary people who had migrated from Xingluo, Tianyun, and dueling Three Kingdoms to Ryu had a deep sense of identity with Ryu. Nan Shuishui sighed inwardly as she recalled how Shu Tianren had sent someone to contact her, wanting the entire Earth Dragon Gate to relocate to the Sun Moon Empire, which she had resolutely refused. Originally, Nan Shuishui had no doubts about her choice, but now, seeing the prosperity of Mingdu, she couldn't help but wonder if her decision was right. Nan Shuishui can guarantee that there are quite a few sect leaders who share the same mindset as her. Even more likely, after seeing the current state of the Sun Moon Empire, many sects would actively contact Shu Tianren to express their desire to join them. The original Douluo Three Kingdoms' hope of stopping the Sun Moon Empire from unifying the continent will become even more remote. Lies don't hurt, but the truth is the sharpest knife. The gap between the original Douluo Three Kingdoms and the Sun Moon Empire cannot be bridged by simply consoling oneself. After sighing, Nan Shuishui led the contestants from the Earth Dragon Gate to stroll around Mingdu. Although she was a young woman, shopping was a woman's nature, and she was also very interested in the various novel soul tools in Mingdu. It must be said that Hostin G the Soul Master competition has indeed made the already prosperous Mingdu even more lively. Many people in Mingdu have chosen to set up stalls, displaying all sorts of everyday items that they are already accustomed to. And they sell them very quickly. This made them realize that compared to the Sun and Moon Empire, the rest of the continent were like country bumpkins living in a remote, impoverished area. Aside from having gold soul coins, they have no other advantages. Many sects have already contacted me, revealing their desire to relocate entirely to our Sun Moon Empire. However, THEY are currently arguing over this issue in order to obtain a higher price. Yuhao, it seems that our Sun Moon Empire will also reap considerable rewards after this Soul Master competition. Shu Tianren walked side by side with Huo Yuhao on the streets of Mingdu, his tone filled with satisfaction. Huo Yuhao chuckled softly. This is normal. After seeing the current state of the Sun Moon Empire, if they don't want to be eliminated or even abandoned by the times along with Xingluo, Tianyun, and Dueling who are dominated by the Holy Spirit cult, they will naturally make this choice. Moreover, the most crucial point is that the 9 treasure glazed tile school and those sects that were among the first to pledge allegiance to the Sun Moon Empire received the best treatment. Even if the bargaining chips they receive now are not as good as those they received, it is still better than choosing to pledge allegiance when the war begins later. This can be described as a major reshuffling of power across the entire continent. If the wrong choice is made, even a first-rate sect may decline or even disappear from the continent altogether. Shu Tianren nodded in agreement. He could only saw why that all the decisions Huo Yuhao made were exceptionally in line with his wishes. When faced with multiple choices, Huo Yuhao always helped him make the best decision. Huo Yuhao, who originally belonged to the Star Luo Empire, was forced to go to the Sun Moon Empire by the White Tiger Duke's mansion. When he met Dai Hao and Shu Jiawei later, Shu Tianren felt that he had to express his gratitude to them in a grand manner. Just as Shu Tianren was daydreaming about the future, Huo Yuhao suddenly saw someone causing trouble in the market, which made him frown and ask. Brother Tianren, you shoal. D have already made preparations regarding the security situation in Mingdu during this period, right? Shu Tianren also looked at the people from the Heavenly Soul sect who were causing trouble and smiled slightly. Don't worry. How could I not take what you reminded me of to heart? 5 level 9 soul masters, plus those from various sects who have pledged allegiance to our Sun Moon Empire, are irresponsible for maintaining order in Mingdu during the Soul Master competition. In situations like this, they will arrive at the scene as soon as possible to handle it. And as it turns out, what Shu Tianren said was true. Faced with this troublemaker, the stall owner showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he immediately had someone notify the nearest urban management team, who promptly dispatched personnel to the scene. When the urban management team found out the reason for the incident, they learned that the stall owner had kindly explained how to use the soul tool to the other party, but the other party took it as a mockery of him being a country bumpkin and immediately started causing trouble. The urban management team immediately arrested the man and took him back, instructing off RS to notify his superior to personally go to the urban management team to demand his return. They also stated that even if the people there were soul masters competing in the competition, and even the stall owner was just an ordinary person without soul power, as members of the city management team, they would absolutely not allow the other party to bully the weak. In the Sun Moon Empire, even if soul masters possess privileges, these privileges would never include allowing them to wantonly bully ordinary people and trample on their dignity. The city management team's words caused an uproar among the people from Mingdu present, and even the people from other sects present fell into deep thought. Huo Yuhao turned to Shu Tianren and asked with a smile, "Is this something you taught them?" Shu Tianren smiled and shook his head. "No, this is what you taught them." Seeing that Huo Yuhao was somewhat puzzled, Shu Tianren cheerfully explained that it was because of Huo Yuhao's sagas. Tian that the Sun Moon Empire began to hold awakening ceremonies for ordinary people for free from a very early time, and developed and manufactured various soul tools without any barriers, which IMPR of the living standards of the people of the Sun Moon Empire. When ordinary people who migrated from the original Douluo 3 kingdoms to the Sun Moon Empire experienced the starkly different treatment they received compared to their original homes, it attracted even more people. This siphon effect made Shu Tianren realize the value of this strategy, and from then on, he formulated more policies to treat ordinary people well. Several years have passed, and compared to before, the Sun and Moon Empire has undergone a fundamental transformation. Shu Tianren no longer focuses his attention on the original Douluo 3 kingdoms. Because if things continue like this, there may be no need for war at all, as the original Douluo 3 kingdoms will disintegrate on its own. The Sun and Moon Empire is destined to unify the continent. Chapter 217 Super Douluo Mirror Red Dust, Xuanzi Hongwen. The clever ones have already begun to try to contact Shu Tianren to discuss the treatment they will receive if they joined the Sun Moon Empire, while the stubborn ones are still observing, and the even more stubborn ones are determined to live and die with Xingluo and Tianyun. In the Douluo continent, there is actually no concept of protecting one's homeland. Or rather, only a portion of ordinary people have this idea. True disciples of sects and families only want to dedicate themselves to their sects and families. Not to live or die with their country. If a better place comes along than their original country, they will not hesitate to choose to go there. Unless they are so deeply tied to the royal family that they cannot sever ties. Otherwise, it would be very rare for a disciple of a sect to sacrifice everything for the interests of a particular country. Of course, there are always exceptions. Shrek Academy is the best proof of that. Although it is just an academy, its brainwashing and control over its students is even more powerful than that of a sect. Once you stay at Shrek Academy for a long time, or become an inner court student, you will not hesitate to sacrifice your life for the glory of Shrek. That is why, even though they witnessed the prosperity and inclusiveness of Mingdu at that time, their first thought was not to join the Sun and Moon Empire. Instead, he secretly pondered whether he could find a way to destroy this dazzling capital and bring the Sun and Moon Empire back to the same level as them. Finally, we will use our rich experience to defeat the Sun and Moon Empire. After walking around for a while, Xuanzi looked at Yan Xiaojie and whispered, "How's it going, Xiaojie. Did you find anything? Yan Xiaojie nodded slightly, his gaze subtly sweeping over a spot on the street, and slowly spoke. The Sun Moon Empire has really gone out to maintain the security of Mingdu. On the surface, there are more than a dozen soul Douluos, dozens of soul saints, and even at least 3 level 9 soul masters who are ready to deal with any emergencies. Xuanzi sneered upon hearing this. Mingdu does indeed appear very prosperous, but who knows if this prosperity is just a facade. Are they trying to scare us like this? Do they really think Shrek Academy is like those brainless sects, thinking of surrendering to their Sun Moon Empire just because of this situation? Although Yan Xiaojie did not quite agree with Xuanzi's words, he knew that once Xuanzi got stuck on a problem, no one could change his mind except for Muan himself. Even if Muan forced him to bow his head, Xuanzi would still be unwilling to admit defeat. He immediately nodded in agreement. That's right. But as far as I know, among the sects that have already arrived in Mingdu, a considerable number have already begun to discuss with the people of the Sun Moon Empire what kind of treatment they will receive after surrendering. If things continue like this, the situation for Xingluo and Tianyun will only become more and more difficult. Although Yan Xiaojie was talking about Xingluo and Tianyun, even with Xuanzi's intelligence, he could tell that Yan was worried about the future of Shrek Academy. After its disgraceful defeat in the last Soul Master competition, Shrek Academy's situation became extremely difficult. If it weren't for the war between Star Luo and Heavenly Soul and the Holy Spirit cult, which forced them to provide some high-quality students, Shrek would have long been without any fresh blood joining. But now, seeing the Sun Moon Empire becoming more and more prosperous and full of talented people, Xuanzi's heart was filled with anger and hostility. Seeing that Xuanzi really wanted to find an opportunity to cause trouble in Mingdu, and remembering that Kong Deming had become a super Douluo 5 years ago and even supered his teacher with the help of the Soul Tool, Yan Xiaojie quickly and earnestly advised him. Elder Zan, please don't forget Elder Mu's instructions. We are only here as the team leaders. Our responsibility is to protect the students' safety. We are not to do anything else. Upon hearing this, Xuanzi's breath hitched, and he nodded reluctantly. Don't worry, I won't do anything rash before the Soul Master competition ends. Yan Xiaojie felt a chill run down his spine. Xuanzi's words gave him an instant bad feeling. I have a feeling that after this Soul Master competition ends, I will do something that is very bad for Shrek Academy. Just as Yan Xiaojie was about to say something, a chubby figure walked over from a distance, causing Yan Xiaojie's expression to change drastically, and he put on a serious look. Xuanzi frowned and looked at the newcomer, speaking in a deep voice. Old Toad, what are you doing? Jing Hongchen looked at Xuanzi with a smile, completely ignoring Xuanzi's comment about an old toad. It's nothing special. My soul power recently broke through to the level of Super Douluo, level 95. After learning that you had arrived in Mingdu with the Shrek Academy people, I came here specifically to share this good news with you. I would also like to invite you, my old friend, to have a couple of drinks with me. As soon as Jing Hongchen finished speaking, Xuanzi and Yan Xiaojie's expressions changed drastically. Xuanzi, in particular, suddenly became extremely gloomy. Sharing good news. For hell with good news. Jing Hongchen must be deliberately telling me that he has broken through to the Super Douluo level, just like Kong Deming before, and can contend with the limit Douluo. He was trying to use this to threaten me into behaving myself and not doing anything out of line in Mingdu. Would Xuanzi, a level 98 Super Douluo and the renowned Teodi Douluo, be threatened by an old toad he looks down upon? Well, now even if he doesn't want to accept this threat, he has no choice but to. Xuanzi clenched his teeth so tightly that the muscles on both sides of his mouth trembled slightly, revealing the anger and resentment he was feeling. Damn it. Why is it that even that damned old toad has broken through to Super Douluo, but he still hasn't successfully broken through the limit Douluo threshold that has been blocking him for so many years? You old toad. You deserve to die. Warning. Warning. Xuanzi issued a red temperature warning. Seeing that Xuanzi's endurance had reached its limit, Yan Xiaojie knew that if he remained indifferent, Xuanzi might lose his mind and do something unimaginable. So he immediately stepped forward, forced out an extremely ugly smile, and offered Jing Hongchen insincere congratulations. Congratulations, Master Hongchen. It's a pity we're leading the Shrek Academy students in the Soul Master competition as instructors, and we didn't bring any gifts. Otherwise, Jing Hongchen waved his hand to interrupt Yan Xiaojie. His smile as bright as a blooming flower. Especially seeing Xuanzi's flushed face, he felt extremely happy and laughed nonchalantly. It's all right, gifts aren't important. Anyway, Shrek Academy has given our Sun Moon Empire quite a few gifts over the past 5 years. Yan Xiaojie fell silent. If it weren't for his lack of strength, Yan Xiaojie really wanted to beat Jing Hongshan up on the spot. However, he roughly guessed Jing Hongshan's thoughts. This old toad was specifically there to lure Xuanzi into fighting with him, because once they fought, even if He Sun Moon Empire arrested them on the spot, no one would help Shrek get justice. Realizing this, Yan Xiaojie mustered his strength, pulled Xuanzi up, bid farewell to Jing Hongshan, and fled in panic. Chapter 218 After killing Bebe. Offer everything to the master. Damn bastard. That old toad dares to humiliate me like this. Upon returning to his hotel room, Xuanzi immediately erupted in fury. Seemingly wanting to vent all the humiliation he had suffered at Jing Hongshan's hands in this way. But what kind of humiliation did Xuanzi suffer? Jing Hongshan was simply stating that he successfully advanced to the Super Douluo level. Yan Xiaojie shook his head slightly, feeling somewhat helpless at Xuanzi's overreaction. Upon seeing this, Qian Duoduo quickly came over to ask what had happened. In addition to Xuanzi and Yan Xiaojie, the teachers leading the Shrek Academy team this time also included Qian Duoduo, the vice dean of the Soul Guidance Department. As instructed by Muan, Zhanzi was forbidden from making any decisions, big or small, to ensure the safety of the participating students. The only one who truly makes the decision is Yan Xiaojie. After all, although Yan Xiaojie was indecisive and only had cleverness but no wisdom, he was still much better than Xuanzi, that brainless idiot. As the vice dean of the Soul Guidance Department, Qian Duoduo had one purpose for this trip. To see firsthand what level the Sun Moon Empire's Soul Guidance technology had reached, and to see how long it would take Shrek Academy to catch up with, or even surpass, it. Yan Xiaojie explained what had just happened to Qian Duoduo, which made Qian Duoduo's already bad mood plummet even further. How's it going on your end? Is there still hope for the Academy to pass the Sun Moon Empire's level of soul tools? Upon hearing this, Qian Duoduo's expression shifted repeatedly. Finally, she shook her head silently, let out a long sigh, and then slowly spoke. We can't compare. We really can't compare now. The Sun Moon Empire has even begun to widely distribute soul tools that ordinary people without soul power can use without any problems, while our academy hasn't even scratched the surface. I can't even imagine how powerful the Sun Moon Empire has become in terms of warfare technology. Yan Xiaojie and Qian Duoduo exchanged a glance and sighed simultaneously. Their hearts heavy with sorrow. What they didn't notice was that on the other side, Xuanzi's eyes gradually turned fierce, and his mind raced as he pondered how to deal a heavy blow to the Sun Moon Empire. So, Master Hongshan, what was the reaction of the Shrek Academy people after they found out you're now a Super Douluo? Shu Tianren watched Jing Hongshan with great interest, his face full of anticipation for a good show. Jing Hongshan didn't give him any hope, and said with a smile. Xuanzi is almost driven mad by me. If Yan Xiaojie hadn't suddenly pulled him away, I think it wouldn't have been long before Xuanzi couldn't help but attack me. After all, in the eyes of those guys at Shrek Academy, the strength of the people of our Sun Moon Empire is all obtained by consuming pills that squeeze out their potential. But I broke through before him, and he still hasn't been able to break through the shackles of Limit Douluo. How can the proud Shrek people tolerate this? Jing Hongshan's sarcastic remarks made Shu Tianren and Huo Yuhao burst out laughing. Based on Huo Yuhao's understanding of Xuanzi, if Yan Xiaojie hadn't been present, Xuanzi might have stubbornly insisted on confronting Jing Hongshan. He might even think that as a Super Douluo of Shrek Academy, he is definitely stronger than a level 9 Soul Master of the Sun Moon Empire. This is not meant to insult Xuanzi, but rather to demonstrate his wisdom through his actions over the years. Huo Yuhao reminded him, although they have endured it, after considering the gap between Shrek Academy and the Sun Moon Empire. Once the Soul Master competition is over and the safety of their students is guaranteed, they will definitely try every means to cause trouble in the Sun Moon Empire and attempt to create turmoil in the Sun Moon Empire as well. It's uncertain whether others will do the same, but given Xuanzi's personality and style, he absolutely won't swallow this insult. Shu Tianren nodded in agreement. We do need to be more vigilant against him. Master Hongshan, I'm leaving this matter to you. Jing Hongshan chuckled and said decisively. Don't worry, Your Highness. With me here, no matter what trouble Xuanzi tries to cause, I won't let him get away with it. This time, if he really dares to act recklessly in the Sun Moon Empire, I will personally kill that gluttonous divine bull. In any case, after this Soul Master competition ends, the Sun Moon Empire will no longer hide its ambition to unify the entire continent, so Jing Hongshan will certainly not show any mercy. If Xuanzi really wants to pull any tricks, he's just asking for trouble. The current Sun Moon Empire is completely different from the Sun Moon Empire of the past. Master, we've finally seen you again. Inside a tavern, Ma Xiaotao and Tang Ya, their tall and shapely figures shrouded in black robes, looked at Huo Yuhao with eyes full of fervor. After waiting for 5 long years, they finally saw their master again. Huo Yuhao felt that the way they were looking at him was a bit inappropriate, so he immediately waved his hand and said something. After arriving in Mingdu, did Zhongli Wu say anything? Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaotao nodded emphatically and was the first to answer. He said that the Sun Moon Empire is developing too well, and after this Soul Master competition ends, we shall find a way to cause big trouble for the Sun Moon Empire and not let Shu Tianren live too comfortably. Furthermore, we should also take this opportunity to test just how much power the Sun Moon Empire currently possesses. Tang Ya nodded in agreement. Zhongliwu has already sent someone back to Dueling to inform the elders of the Holy Spirit cult, and to have some of them come to the Sun Mo On Empire to prepare for rampant destruction. Huo Yuhao listened to the two women's descriptions and nodded slowly. Seeing their expectant eyes, he immediately praised them. Well done. Try to find out where the elders are hiding so we can prepare in advance. Yes, Master. After receiving the praise, Ma Xiaotao and Tang Ya were as excited as children who had eaten candy, and they readily agreed to Huo Yuhao's instructions. All I can say is that after Huo Yuhao modified the two women's soul perceptions and made them sign a master-servant contract, their loyalty to Huo Yuhao was unimaginably high. Even if Huo Yuhao made the two of them slit their throats and commit suicide in front of him, they would not have any intention of disobeying him, except for their reluctance to part with him. Huo Yuhao pondered for a moment. Then looked at Tang Ya and said, I will arrange for the Holy Spirit Cult and Shrek Academy to meet in this Soul Master competition. Then it will be up to you. Shu Tianren and Huo Yuhao had already discussed having the Holy Spirit Cult and Shrek Academy meet in the Soul Master competition. Its purpose was naturally to exacerbate the conflict between them and cause the war that had gradually become peaceful to break out again. Upon hearing Huo Yuhao's words, a hint of surprise flashed in Tang Ya's eyes, and she nodded repeatedly in agreement. Thank you, Master. This time, I absolutely will not let Bei Bei and those guys Shu Sanchi escape. I must absorb all their life force and soul power, making them nourishment for me to become stronger, so that I can do more for Master. Chapter 219 Yuhao. Yuhao, the whole audience roared. What is a peerless genius? Bei Bei, who was in the hotel, suddenly shivered, feeling as if she were being watched by someone. 5 years of war experience made Bei Bei very vigilant. She immediately checked the situation in the room, leaving Shu Sanchi, who was standing next to her, completely bewildered. What's wrong, Bei Bei? After searching around and finding nothing unusual, Bei Bei shook her head slightly. It's nothing, it's just that ever since I came to the Sun Moon Empire, I've had a vague feeling of unease. To Bei Bei's surprise, his words resonated with Shu Sanchi, who nodded solemnly. It turns out I'm not the only one who feels this way. I also think that something bad might happen during this Soul Master competition. But if you think about it carefully, it's probably because the shadow Huo Yuhao cast on us back then was just too strong. Even after 5 years, we still find it hard to get over it when we recall it. Thinking back to the time when the two brothers, under the influence of the illusion of a dream, punctured each other's kidneys, Bei Bei and Shu Sanchi's eyes simultaneously dimmed. The last major competition turned them into cripples. What will they lose in this competition? Although it is unknown what level Huo Yuhao's soul power is now, according to Shrek Academy's records. The cultivation speed of an ultimate martial soul will become slower and slower as strength increases. Perhaps, after 5 years, they will have caught up with Huo Yuhao. After all, having experienced the war of blood and fire, Bei Bei and Shu Sanchi, the two most shining twin stars of Shrek Academy's outer court, have become Soul Emperor level powerhouses. However, when the Soul Master competition officially began, Crown Prince Shu Tianren announced that the first match would be between the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy and the Dragon Slaying Sect, and Huo Yuhao entered the arena as a contestant. Sensing the aura emanating from Huo Yuhao, Bei Bei and Shu Sanchi's moods sank to the bottom. Compared to 5 years ago, Huo Yuhao now looks even stronger. Yes, even if they have been working hard to improve their strength for the past 5 years, who can guarantee that Huo Yuhao will become arrogant and complacent after winning the Soul Master competition and become lax from then on? As soon as Huo Yuhao appeared, the entire Soul Master competition venue erupted in cheers and shouts. All the Mingdu spectators spontaneously stood up and frantically shouted the name Huo Yuhao. Its popularity far surpasses that of previous Shrek Academy academies. Faced with this situation, even the Emperor of the Sun Moon Empire, who was sitting high up watching the Soul Master competition, and Crown Prince Shu Tianren, were not displeased at all. In fact, they hoped for this situation to happen more than anyone else. It's not just because Huo Yuhao deserves it, but als. Oh, because Huo Yuhao's original identity as a member of the Star Luo Empire has earned him the heartfelt admiration and love of the people of the Sun Moon Empire. This further demonstrates the Sun Moon Empire's inclusiveness, allowing more and more talents to continuously flow from the original Douluo Three Kingdoms into the Sun Moon Empire. Facing the cheers from the crowd, Huo Yuhao was not intimidated. He smiled and waved to the surrounding audience, which made their cheers even louder. It is no exaggeration to say that although Huo Yuhao is only a viscount, his prestige in the Sun Moon Empire is second only to the Emperor and the Crown Prince. No one else can compare to him. The convenient soul tools that Huo Yuhao has developed and produced over the past few years haven't been made for nothing. As ordinary people, they may not think much or have a broad perspective, but at least they know who is good to them and who has brought them a new way of life. Amidst deafening cheers, the members of the Dragon Slayer sect also stepped onto the competition field. Originally, the Dragon Slaying sect, as a sect, looked down on the academy, but they had all heard of Huo Yuhao's name, and knew that he was already a Soul King when he participated in the previous Soul Master competition 5 years ago. That is why the Dragon Slaying sect sent out its strongest warriors right from the start, hoping to win in one battle. When the referee announced the official start of the match, the captain instantly used his martial spirit. 6 spirit rings rose from his feet, which was recognized as the best spirit ring configuration on the continent. Watching this scene, Shu Tianren above revealed a hint of amusement in his eyes. He was very curious to see how the people present would react when Huo Yuhao released his spirit ring. Huo Yuhao did not disappoint him. The reason for sending Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy to the first match and making him the first to go on stage was to give him the best opportunity to perform, and Huo Yuhao naturally would not waste it. A faint golden light flashed in Huo Yuhao's eyes as he activated his Spirit Eye Martial Soul, and a full 8 soul rings suddenly appeared. The combination of white, purple, black, and red rings not only showcased Huo Yuhao's current strength as a Soul Douluo, but also broke the traditional definition of the best soul ring configuration, instantly silencing the originally noisy Soul Master competition venue. This strange silence lasted for a long time, then the sounds of swallowing saliva rose and fell, and shouts even more enthusiastic than before resounded through the sky once again. They truly hadn't expected that Viscount Huo Yuhao had actually become a Soul Douluo level powerhouse. If they remember correctly, Viscount Huo is only 17 or 18 years old now, right? What defines a peerless genius? Viscount Huo is the true peerless genius. Compared to the fervor of the people from the Sun Moon Empire, the hearts of all the sects and academies who came to Mingdu to participate in the Soul Master competition sank to the bottom, and they were all in a terrible state. In particular, the captain of the Dragon Slaying sect's team, upon seeing the 8 spirit rings on Huo Yuhao's body, couldn't help but feel his legs trembling slightly. What the hell is going on? Huo Yuhao is clearly younger than him. Yet this genius of the Dragon Slaying sect is only at the Soul Emperor level, and he's already so smug about it that he can't help himself. But Huo Yuhao on the other side has actually become a Soul Douluo. And he's a Soul Douluo with 2 100,000-year soul rings. He had foolishly believed the elder in charge of the Dragon Slaying sect, who said that after defeating Huo Yuhao, he would surely make his name known throughout the entire continent. That team leader really thinks too highly of him. For a moment, the captain of the Dragon Slaying sect began to consider whether it would be more humiliating to admit defeat and surrender directly, or to be instantly killed by Huo Yuhao right away. Huo Yuhao did not give his opponent a chance to make a decision. In order to give the best opening show for this Soul Master competition, he did not choose to use the Mirror Flower Water Moon to make his opponent lose himself in the illusion. On the contrary, Huo Yuhao stomped his foot hard, and his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next second, Huo Yuhao appeared in front of the other party and swung his fist, smashing it down on the head of the Dragon Slaying sect captain. Even though the other party realized something was wrong at the last moment, Huo Yuhao's speed was too fast for him to react, and he was forced to use his head to withstand the attack. Thump. With a dull thud, the lucky winner was instantly blasted out of the arena by Huo Yuhao's immense power. Seeing this, the 9th level Soul Master, who was acting as the referee, wasted no time and shouted into the amplified soul guidance device. The winner is Huo Yuhao. Chapter 220 The genius's Dao hearts were shattered by Huo Yuhao's blow. The strongest of the dragon-slaying sect was easily defeated by Huo Yuhao, without even needing to use his soul skills, so it goes without saying that the others were no match for him. Especially since even the leader of the dragon-slaying sect was only a soul Douluo, they had no desire to continue fighting against Huo Yuhao. Rather than going up there and getting smashed to pieces, it's better to save face and decisively admit defeat. The opening ceremony of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy was a complete success, demonstrating to everyone that Huo Yuhao truly deserved the title of a peerless genius. Even after Huo Yuhao stepped off the field and the host announced the two academies for the next match, the eyes of the academy and sect members present never left Huo Yuhao. Those from Shrek Academy, whose reputation was ruined by Huo Yuhao's scheme in the previous Soul Master competition, were filled with fear and shock. Isn't it said that the cultivation speed of an ultimate martial soul will slow down over time? But why has the gap between them and Huo Yuhao widened so much over the past 5 years? Bei Bei and Shu Sanqi couldn't understand it. They even began to suspect that there was a problem with Shrek Academy's records, and that there was no such thing as a difficulty in cultivating ultimate martial souls. Otherwise, how could Huo Yuhao be younger than them, yet his strength surpasses theirs by 2 whole levels? This guy is a 17 or 18-year-old soul Douluo, and he has 2 100,000-year soul rings. What makes them think they can compete with such monsters? Even Bei Bei and Shu Sanqi reacted this way, let alone Dai Waban, who had an irreconcilable hatred for Huo Yuhao and wished he could skin Huo Yuhao alive. Dai Waban stared intently at Huo Yuhao, clenching his teeth. His cheekbones were prominent, his eyes were bloodshot, and his face was extremely ferocious, as if he wanted to rush up and tear Huo Yuhao to pieces right now. With Huo Yuhao's mental strength, he could certainly sense the peculiarity of this gaze. However, when Huo Yuhao turned his head to look, Dai Waban quickly shifted his gaze, afraid that Huo Yuhao would discover his hatred for him. After all, with Huo Yuhao's current status in the Sun Moon Empire and his terrifying strength, it would be incredibly easy for him to make a disgraced Shrek Academy student die silently. Seeing this, Huo Yuhao smiled silently, not taking Dai Waban, who was destined to die, to heart at all, and turned back to chatting and laughing with Shui Di and Jiu Yuina. His reaction infuriated Dai Waban even more, especially after discovering that Zhu Lu, who had become a participant in the Star Luo Royal Academy competition, was also watching Huo Yuhao. This made Dai Waban feel at the scene he had experienced in the Mirror Flower Water Moon had become reality. Zhu Lu was once his fiancé, but now they are like strangers. Instead, it is Huo Yuhao, this yellow-haired guy, who has attracted Zhu Lu's attention. So, is he going to change his hair color to liven things up for you guys? Dai Waban clenched his fist so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, but he ignored the pain. If they can't deal with Huo Yuhao, surely they can deal with Zhu Lu, who was once just a vassal. Dai Waban had made up his mind that when Shrek Academy met Star Luo Royal Academy on the field, he would kill Zhu Lu with his own hands. He would not allow her to fall into Huo Yuhao's arms like she did in the illusion. Even though the engagement has been dissolved, in Dai Waban's heart, Zhu Lu is still his exclusive possession, and he will absolutely not allow anyone else to touch her. Looking at Huo Yuhao, who was still surrounded by a group of beautiful girls just like 5 years ago, a hint of killing intent flashed in Xuanzi's eyes. 5 years ago, he felt that Huo Yuhao would be a menace sooner or later, and if he couldn't recruit him to Shrek Academy, he would have to find a way to kill him. However, because Kong Deming and Jing Hongchen were with him, his plan failed, and he was unable to kill Huo Yuhao. In retrospect, it is clear that his initial conjecture has been validated. If Huo Yuhao continues to grow, the entire continent will face disaster. Such a peerless genius is in a completely different situation in the Sun Moon Empire compared to Shrek Academy. However, given his strength, killing Huo Yuhao under the protection of numerous level 9 soul masters would be an extremely difficult task. So how could he possibly kill Huo Yuhao, this peerless genius who had not yet fully reached his peak? Just as Xuanzi was pondering this question, he suddenly noticed that besides himself, there was another person whose gaze toward Huo Yuhao also contained murderous intent. And this person was none other than Zhongli Wu, the leader of the Holy Spirit cult. This discovery sparked a brilliant idea in Xuanzi's mind. If we can cooperate with Zhongli Wu, then with the strange methods of that evil soul master, we should be able to find a way to kill Huo Yuhao, right? No, how can Shrek Academy's actions be called cooperating with evil spirit masters? This is clearly exploiting evil spirit masters. Thinking of this, Xuanzi felt that after today's competition ended, he should find an opportunity to meet with Zhongli Wu and have a proper discussion with him about the details. It's a pity that Huo Yuhao has a physical martial soul, otherwise, that guy Dubusi might have also considered getting rid of him. In order to prevent the plan from being exposed in advance, it's better not to gamble on whether Dubusi will be willing to cooperate with him. Xuanzi glanced at Dubusi in the body sect's ranks, and seeing the excited expression on his face, he instantly abandoned the idea of involving him as well. It can only be said that Xuanzi's decision not to tell Dubusi the plan was the right one. After seeing that Huo Yuhao had become a sole Douluo, Dubusi was filled with excitement and felt even more that giving Huo Yuhao the body martial soul cultivation method was the right choice to establish a good relationship between the body sect and Huo Yuhao. Even if Huo Yuhao joins the Sun Moon Empire, which is destined to be an opposing camp to the body sect, with this goodwill, even if the Sun Moon Empire really unifies the entire continent in the future, there will definitely be a place for the body sect to survive. Based on Dubusi's understanding of Huo Yuhao, this grateful young man would never want to exterminate the body sect. It's a pity that it wasn't the body sect that discovered Huo Yuhao's talent. Otherwise, why would Dubusi have to worry about the future of the body sect? Long Aoshan, who had already been designated as the next sect leader of the body sect, felt his breath catch in his throat after seeing the power Huo Yuhao displayed. In particular, when he noticed that his beloved Vina was staring intently at Huo Yuhao. Long Aoshan almost couldn't catch his breath. Long Aoshan pursed his lips, his fists on his lap already unconsciously clenched. He had originally planned to prove himself in front of everyone. To prove that Dubusi's decision to make him the sect leader's successor was correct, and to invite Huo Yuhao to join the body sect after defeating him. But now, looking at Huo Yuhao, Long Aoshan realized that his strength, which he had always been proud of, seemed so insignificant in front of Huo Yuhao. Long Aoshan's Dao heart shattered. To be precise, Huo Yuhao's performance shattered not only Long Aoshan's pride and even his Dao heart. All the arrogant geniuses present deeply realized what it means to be outmatched by others and to have a higher level of understanding. Chapter 221 Xuanzi's ingenious plan, joining forces with evil soul masters to kill Huo Yuhao. After the first day of the Soul Master competition, although Shrek Academy successfully advanced, the participants, including Bei Bei, Shu Sanshi, and Dai Waban, became very frustrated and silent. Because they discovered that the powerful force wasn't limited to the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy. Many of the participating sects are stronger than Shrek Academy overall. Whether it's the Body Sect, the Clear Sky Sect, or even their old rival, the Holy Spirit Sect, none of them are comparable to the current Shrek Academy. At this rate, let alone winning the final championship, even making it into the top 4 is not something that can be achieved easily. Even the strongest students at Shrek Academy, Bei Bei and Shu Sanshi, are only soul emperors. Among the many participating academies and sects, there are a great many soul emperors, and even soul saints frequently appear. This did the Shrek Academy group very worried about how far their academy could go in this Soul Master competition. After returning to the hotel, seeing everyone's dejected appearance, Xuanzi said in a deep voice. Don't worry. Elder Mu already said before we came that there's no need to force results in this Soul Master competition. Just give full play to your individual strengths, and that will be enough. A thing like what happened in the last Soul Master competition must never happen again. Upon hearing this, not only Bei Bei and Shu Sanshi, but even Yan Xiaojie and Qian Duoduo were very surprised. They began to wonder what had happened to Xuanzi that would cause him to say something so completely out of character. 5 years ago, during the Soul Master competition, if Xuanzi hadn't insisted that Shrek Academy win the championship at all costs, things would never have turned out that way. Ma Xiaotao wouldn't have willingly accepted the evil flame, and Shrek Academy would never have been so disgraced. Could it be that Xuanzi has finally seen the light? So now I know that Shrek Academy isn't invincible. Actually, that's not the case. Xuanzi only wants Shrek Academy to be eliminated as soon as possible, so that Yan Xiaojie and Qian Duoduo can take the students away from the Sun Moon Empire as soon as possible, so that he can cause a ruckus in the Sun Moon Empire and kill Huo Yuhao. Faced with the strange looks from these guys, Xuanzi didn't bother to explain, but simply said, Alright, everyone go back and get some rest, and prepare for the upcoming matches. After speaking, Xuanzi turned and left without waiting for anyone's response. Watching his retreating figure, Yan Xiaojie and Qian Duoduo couldn't help but fall into deep thought. They felt that Xuanzi had thought of something dangerous. As it turns out, Yan Xiaojie and Qian Duoduo's guesses were indeed correct. After nightfall, Xuanzi quietly left the hotel and went to the location of the Holy Spirit sect. After finding Zhongli Wu, he immediately sent a telepathic message to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Zhongli Wu, I am Xuanzi. I have come out to meet you because I have important matters to discuss. Zhongli Wu, who was originally preparing to rest in the hotel, suddenly became alert after hearing Xuanzi's telepathic message, but immediately relaxed again. Both are level 98 Super Douluo. But although Xuanzi is 100 years older than him, his strength is by no means stronger. Let's go see what this guy wants by suddenly showing up at our door. When Zhongli Wu, dressed in a black robe, arrived in front of Xuanzi, he discovered that there was another person present besides Xuanzi. After thinking for a moment, Zhongli Wu finally remembered seeing him in the preparation area of Hoshan sect. Zhongli Wu raised an eyebrow and looked at Xuanzi with a playful expression, asking, Xuanzi, what do you want with me? It wasn't just Zhongli Wu who was curious about this question. Titan, whom he had also called out, also wanted to know what Xuanzi was up to. Although Titan was once a soul beast and now leads the Clear Sky sect in seclusion, he still has no good feelings towards evil soul masters like Zhongli Wu. In other words, Zhongli Wu and the Holy Spirit cult had never provoked their Hoshan sect. Otherwise, Niu Tian and Tai Titan would have killed them long ago. How could they still be jumping around on the continent? Sensing the questioning looks from the two, Xuanzi didn't keep them in suspense and spoke directly. Titan, Zhongli Wu, you've both witnessed today just how terrifying Yuhao of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy's talent is. In just 5 years, he's gone from a soul king to a soul Douluo. If we let him continue to grow like this, it won't be long before he becomes one of the strongest on the continent. By then, will the Sun Moon Empire still remain silent? The Sun Moon Empire will definitely launch a war and try to sweep across the entire continent. As you all know, during the last Soul Master competition, Elder Mu was suppressed by Kong Deming, who had advanced to the Super Douluo level, thanks to his Soul Tool. The level of Soul Tools of the Sun Moon Empire is much stronger than we imagined. Once war breaks out, no one and no force can avoid it. Therefore, I suggest that Yuhao be killed in advance, so that this peerless genius will never have a chance to live. What do you think? After Xuanzi finished speaking, he kept a close eye on Titan and Zhongli Wu's reactions. To his relief, both Titan and Zhongli Wu frowned, as if they had been persuaded by him and felt the threat that would come from letting Yuhao continue to grow. Just as Xuanzi, seeing a glimmer of hope, was about to increase his efforts, Titan, with his arms crossed over his chest, casually remarked, I have no interest in Yuhao and will not get involved in this matter. However, if you want to target him, I wouldn't mind taking this opportunity to take Wang Donger away. Xuanzi, don't forget, this is what Shrek Academy owes me. Xuanzi's face stiffened. He wanted to refute, but feeling Titan's gaze, he didn't bring himself to say anything to shirk responsibility. Even without Titan, the limit Douluo, participating, he and Zhongli Wu alone don't have much confidence that they can kill Yuhao under the protection of so many level 9 soul masters. However, after realizing that if Titan tried to forcibly take Wang Donger away, it would also help them draw fire, Xuanzi immediately nodded repeatedly. Okay. Then let's split up. Zhongli Wu and I will take care of Yuhao to buy you enough time so you can take Wang Donger away smoothly. Seeing that Xuanzi had agreed, Titan gave him a deep look, then stood up and left, saying slowly as he went, That's good, Xuanzi. If you disappoint me again this time, I might spare your life from you and Sake, but I'll definitely cripple you. Tit. And only wants to take Wang Donger away and doesn't want to cause any trouble by attacking Yuhao. It wasn't because he didn't know how terrifying Yuhao's talent was, but because, by Yuhao's side was Jiu Yuina, the Silver Dragon King, the ruler of all soul beasts. Just by looking at Jiu Yuina's performance in front of Yuhao today, Titan is certain that if Xuanzi and Zhongli Wu, those reckless guys, really try to attack Yuhao, they will die a very miserable death. Compared to Wang Donger, Yuhao was clearly more important to Jiu Yuina. Then let Xuanzi and Zhongli Wu help him distract Jiu Yuina. And after taking Wang Donger away, he should never appear in front of Jiu Yuina again. Chapter 222. Everything was planned out clearly, Shrek versus the Holy Spirit cult. Xuanzi, is that guy very strong? After Titan left, Zhongli Wu immediately asked the question that had been buried in his heart. Although Zhongli Wu was an evil soul master, he was not as brainless as some people. After vaguely sensing that Titan was not easy to mess with, he never uttered any words of provocation, but simply watched quietly. Upon hearing this, Xuanzi recalled the scene of being brutally beaten. And his eyes suddenly turned gloomy. He nodded slightly and said in a deep voice. Very strong. Limit Douluo. Zhongli Wu's pupils contracted slightly, and he immediately thought of the rumors he had heard before. That the two limit Douluos of the Haoshan sect had caused a ruckus at Shrek Academy and had given Xuanzi a good beating. It seems that the guy from earlier was one of them. No wonder Xuanzi didn't dare to say anything even when threatened by him. It turns out he had already been beaten up by the other party. Realizing this, Zhongli Wu's gaze toward Xuanzi suddenly became very strange. Xuanzi knew what that bastard Zhongli Wu was thinking, but he couldn't explain it. What was there to say about being weaker than others? Once he himself became a limit Douluo, he'd definitely make them pay back all the humiliations he had suffered. Of course, it's also possible that Titan won't have to wait until that day. He might die prematurely at the hands of those L9 Soul Masters from the Sun Moon Empire. Just like Titan thought that if Xuanzi and Zhongliwu attacked Huo Yuhao, they would be killed by Ji Yuina. Xuanzi also felt that if Titan tried to forcibly take Wang Donger away, he would be besieged and killed by the 9th level Soul Masters of the Sun Moon Empire. The final outcome depends on how things ultimately develop. However, one thing is certain. Neither Xuanzi, Zhongliwu, nor Titan ever imagined that they would all die in the Sun Moon Empire. Zhongli Wu looked at Xuanzi with great interest and asked with a smile. By the way, Xuanzi, if Muan knew that you would actually take the initiative to seek out us evil soul masters to join forces, what do you think his reaction would be? Zhongli Wu's words caused Xuanzi's expression to change. And he denied it without hesitation. This isn't a joint effort, it's just that we happened to attack Huo Yuhao together because we share the same goal. Zhongli Wu, watch your words. Even if Xuanzi wasn't the brightest, he knew that if others found out he had taken the initiative to join forces with Zhongli Wu, it would be a fatal blow to Shrek Academy's reputation, which had finally begun to recover. Not to mention that after experiencing so many setbacks, Xuanzi has finally become more mature than at the beginning. Hearing Xuanzi's hasty attempt to absolve himself of responsibility, Zhongli Wu couldn't help but sneer, standing up and looking at him mockingly. Whatever, as long as you're happy. Watching Zhongli Wu's departing figure, Xuanzi breathed a slight sigh of relief. I just hope everything goes smoothly from now on, that Shrek Academy will be eliminated soon, and that when I and Zhongli Wu work together to deal with Huo Yuhao, it won't involve Bei Bei and Shu Sanqi. However, what Xuanzi never expected was that Huo Yuhao had overheard his conversation with Zhongli Wu and Titan through his mental detection. From the very beginning, they were exposed to the world, and Huo Yuhao, whom they treated as prey, became the hunter. Most importantly, Huo Yuhao also used a special soul tool he had developed over the past 5 years to record and preserve their conversation. Even the Star Luo Empire's auction house has light guide screens that synchronize sound and images, let alone the Sun Moon Empire, whose technology has made a qualitative leap. Yuhao wanted to spread this video throughout the entire continent, so that everyone would know that Shrek Academy, which was outwardly fighting fiercely with the evil soul masters of the Holy Spirit cult, had secretly reached some kind of agreement with the Holy Spirit cult. Huo Yuhao felt no psychological pressure at all when using malicious editing tactics against Shrek Academy. Even if Xuanzi, Titan, and Zhongli Wu all die in the Sun Moon Empire after the Soul Master competition ends, after seeing the video of them discussing how to kill Huo Yuhao, this peerless genius, no one else will think it's the Sun Moon Empire's fault. On the contrary, they would applaud the deaths of the 3 of them. All I can say is that Huo Yuhao had already made clear plans for the fates of the 3 of them. Moreover, Huo Yuhao wanted to see what Xuanzi would do when Shrek Academy encountered the Holy Spirit cult in this Soul Master competition, and when Bei Bei and Shu Sanqi, members who were extremely important to Shrek, died at Tang Ya's hands. This show is getting more and more exciting. With the introduction of sects, this year's Soul Master competition was the largest in history, with He first round of elimination taking a full 3 days to complete. Under Shu Tianren's and others' arrangements, the subsequent matches proceeded in an orderly manner, with a level 9 Soul Master as the referee. Although injuries and deaths still occurred occasionally, the number of injuries and deaths was much less than that of the Soul Master competition in Xingluo. Overall, this number of casualties is acceptable to everyone. However, everyone is well aware that the reason there haven't been any serious casualties is ultimately because the strong teams haven't faced each other yet. If teams at the Soul Saint level meet, and neither side controls their strength, or if they only go all out to defeat their opponent, it's only natural that casualties will occur. If it's normal for their people to get injured or killed during the game, When they encountered the Holy Spirit cult's forces, they were deliberately slaughtered without any mercy. Tang Ya, as the team captain, did not make a move. To be precise, the Holy Spirit cult's opponents did not require Tang Ya, the Blue-Silver Saintess, to participate. The Death Messenger and the others alone were enough to easily defeat them. Tang Ya's debut performance was prepared for Shrek Academy. Even so, the Holy Spirit cult has now become infamous. Everyone knows just how wicked these evil spirit masters are. They are not here to compete, but to kill. When faced with an opponent of the Holy Spirit cult, unless one is blindly confident in oneself, one will choose to admit defeat immediately. When the competition reached the round of 16 and the top 8 were about to be decided, Shrek Academy, which had been having a smooth run from the beginning, finally encountered the Holy Spirit cult under Shu Tianren's behind-the-scenes manipulation. Upon hearing this news, Xuanzi was not as nervous as Yan Xiaojie and Qian Duoduo, because only Xuanzi knew that he had secretly reached an agreement with Zhongli Wu to kill Huo Yuhao, this peerless genius, soon. Under such circumstances, Zhang Liwu would surely restrain the Holy Spirit cult members and make them show leniency towards the Shrek Academy participants, right? This is a perfect opportunity to eliminate Shrek Academy, and then let Yan Xiaojie and Qian Duoduo take away Bei Bei, Shu Sanshi, and the others, so that my next plan can be implemented smoothly. Zan Zi felt that after being unlucky for so long, it was time for things to go smoothly for him. However, what Xuanzi didn't know was that when the host announced that the contestants from Shrek Academy and Holy Spirit cult were to enter the arena, the bloodthirsty glint in Tang Ya's eyes was almost impossible to conceal. Chapter 223 Xuanzi. It's alright, nothing will happen. Tang Ya uses a feint attack. Tang Ya couldn't wait to devour Bei Bei and Shu Sanshi, and then kill all the Shrek Academy contestants. Especially Bei Bei. Tang Ya was very unhappy with the way Bei Bei looked at her. Everything she had now belonged to her master. Whether it was her soul or her body, and she absolutely would not allow any other man to look at her with different eyes. During these 5 years, it was because other members of Shrek Academy stood in front of Bei Bei that he was unable to use the dark blue-silver grass to devour Bei Bei's soul power and life force. But now, in the Soul Master competition, no one can save Bei Bei from her anymore. Tang Ya knew very well that Bei Bei's martial soul had been upgraded from Blue Dot Overlord to Light Holy Dragon, and Shu Sanshi's martial soul had been upgraded from Xuanming Turtle to Xuanwu. If I can devour the martial souls of these two guys, then my dark blue-silver grass should also be able to undergo a transformation, right? By then, when I become stronger, I will be able to do even more things to help my master. Seeing that both sides were ready, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. In the Shrek Academy's preparation seats below, Yan Xiao's. He hesitated for a moment before turning to look at Xuanzi and Qian Duoduo and said in a deep voice. Bei Bei and Shu Sanshi are no match for these guys from the Holy Spirit cult. For their safety, I think it's best to admit defeat. Elder Zan, Qian Duoduo, what do you think? Although Yuan had said before coming to the Sun Moon Empire that Yan Xiaojie would make all the decisions in this Soul Master competition. And neither Xuanzi nor Qian Duoduo should interfere. However, Yan Xiaojie remained indecisive as always. Although he had already considered having Shrek Academy admit defeat to Avoy D casualties among Shrek Academy's most important geniuses, he still hesitated and wanted to ask Xuanzi and Qian Duoduo for their opinions. Just as Qian Duoduo was about to say something, Xuanzi picked up his wine gourd and gulped down a large mouthful. After letting out a long breath, he calmly remarked. Don't worry, Bei Bei and Shu Sanshi will be fine. You just need to know that the Holy Spirit cult will not do anything to harm our Shrek students. Upon hearing this, Yan Xiaojie and Qian Duoduo exchanged a glance. They were almost certain that their previous guesses were correct. Xuanzi Ha D indeed chosen to secretly collude with Zhongli Wu in order to eliminate Huo Yuhao, this peerless genius who posed a great threat. Otherwise, given the deep-seated hatred between Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult, how could Xuanzi be so confident that the other side would not harm Shrek's students? Although Yan Xiaojie and Qian Duoduo strongly advised Xuanzi to abandon the dangerous idea of cooperating with the evil soul masters, they also felt that if they wanted to get rid of Huo Yuhao, there was probably no other way but to use the Holy Spirit cult. Realizing this, Yan Xiaojie and Qian Duoduo fell silent. But their bodies relaxed, no longer worried about the safety of Bei Bei, Shu Sanshi, and the others. Instead, he was thinking that once his students were eliminated by the Holy Spirit cult, he must take them away from the Sun Moon Empire as soon as possible, so as not to cause hatred to the Sun Moon Empire when Xuanzi and Zhongliwu dealt with Huo Yuhao, and then they would probably not be able to leave. I just hope that Xuanzi can live up to his word this time and really do what he said, and nip Huo Yuhao, this peerless genius who has not yet fully grown to his peak, in the bud. Don't let things fall apart at crucial moments like before. Just as Yan Xiaojie and Qian Duoduo were secretly complaining, the competition officially began with the host announcing the start of the competition. And the participants from both Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult made their moves at the same time. Dai Waban looked at the Grim Reaper across from him, who had a strange smile on his face. Enemies meeting are especially hateful. For the past 5 years, he had wanted to kill the other party with his own hands every moment. If it weren't for this damned messenger of death, how could he have ended up in this state? After Dai Waban roared, 6 spirit rings appeared simultaneously. Under the effect of the White Tiger martial soul, his body rapidly expanded, and both his speed and strength experienced a huge increase. Without the slightest hesitation, Dai Waban stomped his foot hard and charged directly towards the Grim Reaper on the other side. According to the original trajectory, Dai Waban should only be at the level of a Soul King at this time, but it is because his desire to become stronger is too strong that he is eager to prove himself in this Soul Master competition. During these 5 years, in addition to fighting against the evil Soul Masters of the Holy Spirit cult on behalf of Shrek Academy, Dai Waban also had his mother obtain a lot of pills from the Dai family that could squeeze out potential, thus prematurely exhausting his talent. Finally, shortly before the start of the Soul Master competition, he successfully advanced to the Soul Emperor level. Although the Death Messenger has become a 7th ring Soul Saint, he is not currently in that cave full of corpses. Without a corpse, how much power can the Grim Reaper, who say strongest technique is only corpse explosion, actually unleash? As long as he is not disturbed by others, Dai Waban has absolute confidence that he will be able to kill the Grim Reaper and avenge the kidneys he lost. Since Dai Waban has already taken action, Bei Bei, Shu Sanshi, Xie Wanyu, Cao Jingxuan, Zhou Sichen, and Mai Xingyan will naturally not stand idly by. Bei Bei and Shu Sanshi, both Soul Emperor level experts, did not hesitate to join Dai Waban in charging against the evil Soul Masters of the Holy Spirit cult. 5 years of war instilled in them a habit. When facing ruthless evil spirit masters, you can only increase your chances of victory by being even more ruthless than them. It is worth mentioning that Xie Wanyu, Cao Jingxuan, Zhou Sichen, and Mai Xingyan have also become Soul Kings at this time. After Shrek Academy's disgrace, in order to retain the few remaining students, Shrek Academy finally changed its long-standing stinginess and spent a lot of money on them, using all kinds of precious and rare pills to motivate them to stay at Shrek. The results were naturally very encouraging. If it weren't for the reform of the Soul Master competition, Shrek AC Academy with this lineup would have had a real chance to win a good ranking. Unfortunately, the Holy Spirit cult's participants were far more powerful than them. Tang Ya ignored everyone else and focused on dealing with Bei Bei. Facing Tang Ya, Bei Bei dared not be careless in the slightest. She immediately used her radiant holy dragon martial soul to fight against Tang Ya's endless dark blue silver grass with all her might, constantly guarding against the dark blue silver grass emerging from the corners and piercing into her body. Over the past 5 years, Bei Bei has witnessed too many Peo Pli having their soul power and life force drained by Tang Ya using this technique. Although he has not given up on his feelings for Tang Ya, he would never agree to become nourishment for Tang Ya to become stronger. Xiaoya, turn back. As long as you're willing to turn back, I promise I'll protect you with my life and never let you get hurt again. I won't lie to you. Trust me, Xiaoya. Rieger. Jealous of whether Tang Ya will see the error of her ways, Bei Bei just wants to distract her in this way. However, at that moment, Bei Bei suddenly noticed a strange light flashing in Tang Ya's eyes. The next second, a dark blue silver grass quietly broke through the soil and pierced into Shu Sanshi's body on the other side with lightning speed. PFFT. As a sharp sound of an object piercing flesh rang out, Shu Sanshi's soul power and life force were being rapidly absorbed and drawn out by the dark blue silver grass. Chapter 224 Shu Sanshi's Tragedy, Tang Ya devours Bei Bei. Shu Sanshi's original opponent was Yan Feng, who was also a 7-ring Soul Saint level evil Soul Master. Yan Feng's attack methods were extremely fierce. Shu Sanshi was certain that, apart from himself and Bei Bei, no one else in Shrek Academy could withstand this guy's offensive. It was precisely because of this that Shu Sanshi was extremely focused during the battle. However, what he did not expect was that while he was concentrating on fighting Yan Feng, a sudden, intense pain came from behind him. The next second, his abundant soul power and life force began to drain away rapidly. Before Shu Sanshi could figure out what had happened, He heard Bei Bei's anxious shout. Sanshi, run. It's Xiaoya's dark blue silver grass. Shu Sanshi was startled and immediately wanted to activate his fourth soul skill, Xuanwu Exchange. To switch places with others and get rid of the dark blue silver grass that had pierced his body. However, just as his fourth spirit ring began to shine, it immediately dimmed again. Before he could even use his spirit skill, it was interrupted by the characteristics of the dark blue silver grass. Now that she had already pierced the dark blue silver grass into Shu Sanshi's body, and finally had a chance to devour his soul power and life force, how could Tang Ya possibly let it go? They immediately began to increase their efforts and work even harder to extract power from Shu Sanshi's body. Furthermore, to ensure that no accidents would occur, Tang Ya shouted, Yan Feng, you deal with Bei Bei. Upon hearing this, Yan Feng did not hesitate at all and immediately launched an attack on Bei Bei, who wanted to help Shu Sanshi break free from the dark blue silver grass. In the Shrek Academy's preparation area below, Xuanzi, Yan Xiaojie, and Qian Duoduo suddenly stood up, their faces filled with fury. Stop. You bastard. Xuanzi was stunned. He really thought that Zhongliwu would have made arrangements with Tang Ya and the other members of the Holy Spirit cult beforehand, so that the match would just be a formality, and that Shrek Academy would just have a way out. To his surprise, the competition had barely begun when Tang Ya started trying to absorb Shu Sanshi soul power and spiritual power as much as possible. It is no exaggeration to say that Shu Sanshi, whose martial soul has been upgraded from Xuanming Turtle to Xuanwu, is one of the strongest geniuses of the new generation in the now completely declining Shrek Academy. Even compared to Bei Bei, who possesses the Holy Dragon martial soul, it is absolutely not inferior in the slightest. Most importantly, Shu Sanshi's family has been wiped out, and only his mother remains. Such a genius is destined to become the mainstay of Shrek Academy in the future. How could Xuanzi tolerate Shu Sanshi Dian? Ji at Tang Ya's hands and becoming nourishment for Tang Ya, this evil soul master, to become stronger. At this moment, Xuanzi, Yan Xiaojie, and Qian Duoduo were all stunned by this sudden scene, teaching once again that they had the option of surrendering directly. The three of them actually chose to rush to the arena at the same time, wanting to save Shu Sanshi from Tang Ya's hands. However, E3 had barely made a move when Jing Hongchen, Yi Yulin, and two other level 9 soul masters blocked their way. To prevent these three from taking any extreme actions that could affect other spectators, they used soul tools to envelop the three in their own powerful members, ensuring that even if a battle broke out, the aftershocks would not spread. Jing Hongchen looked at Xuanzi with a smile and said casually, Xuanzi, compared to 5 years ago, you haven't changed at all. You still lose your mind so easily. Our Sun Moon Empire will not allow anyone to cause trouble at the Soul Master competition. I'm making this clear. If any of the audience members are injured or killed because of your Shrek Academy members, then our Sun Moon Empire will spare no effort to make the culprit pay with their life. The audience, who had been panicked by the unusual behavior of Xuanzi, Yan Xiaojie, and Qian Duoduo, breathed a sigh of relief and calmed down after hearing Jing Hongchen's words. Xuanzi watched helplessly as Shu Sanshi's body visibly withered on the field, his soul power and life force rapidly draining away. He was extremely anxious and angry, ignoring Jing Hongchen's warning, and charged towards the field like a madman. Even Yan Xiaojie and Qian Duoduo followed suit, trying to defeat these level 9 soul masters in front of them and save Shu Sanshi, a genius who was extremely important to Shrek Academy. Seeing this scene, Zhongli Wu, who was in the Holy Spirit Church's preparation seat, was also somewhat taken aback. In fact, Xuanzi was wrong from the beginning. Zhongli Wu didn't care about the lives of the Shrek Academy participants at all, so naturally he wouldn't ask them to hold back. Not to mention that Zhongli Wu knew very well that Tang Ya's dark Yue silver grass could absorb other people's soul power and life force, causing her own martial soul to undergo a transformation. If Tang Ya could absorb Shu Sanshi, who possesses the Xuanwu martial soul, and Bei Bei, whose martial soul is the Holy Light Dragon, it would be an incredible opportunity for her. If Jing Hongchen and Yi Yulin hadn't stepped forward to stop Xuanzi and the other two from interfering in the match, even Zhongli Wu would have tried to stop them from disturbing Tang Ya's actions. Zhongli Wu wasn't afraid of Xuanzi turning against him at all. He had figured it out. These guys from Shrek Academy were even more afraid of the Sun Moon Empire unifying the continent than their Holy Spirit cult was. Because if that were the case, Shrek Academy would be destined to be ruthlessly destroyed by the Sun Moon Empire. Just like the Holy Spirit cult. How could Shrek Academy, with its glorious past, possibly allow such a thing to happen? It must be said that after becoming a soul saint, Tang Ya's speed in extracting life force from others using the dark blue-silver grass became even faster. Shu Sanqi was unable to break free from the various properties of the dark blue-silver grass. And the other Shrek Academy contestants had no chance to help him. They could only watch helplessly as all the power in Shu Sanqi's body was drained, and he completely lost all signs of life. After losing all sense of Shu Sanqi's presence, Xuanzi's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. With a furious roar, he launched a reckless attack on Jing Hongchen in front of him. Unlike Xuanzi, Shu Sanqi's death suddenly brought Yan Xiaojie to his senses. He suddenly realized that they could have saved the students' lives by admitting defeat. Damn it! If Xuanzi hadn't suddenly attacked, how could he not have thought of this? What happened to the Holy Spirit cult's promise that they wouldn't kill Shrek students? How are you going to explain Shu Sanqi's death to Elder Mu? Xuanzi, you fucking deserve to die. Seeing that Tang Ya was about to attack Bei Bei after completely killing Shu Sanqi, Yan Xiaojie was shocked and dared not hesitate any longer, and shouted loudly. We surrender. Shrek Academy surrenders. Upon hearing this, a smile flashed in Jing Hongchen's eyes, and he immediately waved his hand, preparing to end the match. The Shrek Academy participants on the field also breathed a deep sigh of relief. Their hearts filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. After Yan Feng stopped, Bei Bei rushed to Shu Sanqi's withered body and began to cry bitterly for her good brother's death. However, the next second, alarm bells rang in Bei Bei's mind. The dark blue-silver grass that Tang Ya had just taken back suddenly emerged from under Shu Sanqi and pierced directly into his chest. Chapter 225 Xuanzi. You fucking deserve to die. Tang Ya's provocation. Bei Bei. Seeing the dark blue-silver grass pierce through Bei Bei's chest, with black light flashing on the exposed tip, Bei Bei, just like Shu Sanqi before him, was experiencing a rapid loss of soul power and life force. Yan Xiaojie and Qian Duoduo were filled with fear and rushed towards the competition field immediately. This time, the 9th-level Soul Masters of the Sun Moon Empire did not try to stop them, but instead accompanied them to prevent such a thing from happening. Regardless, Shrek Academy has already conceded defeat. And as the organizer of this Soul Master competition, they naturally have an obligation to stop Tang Ya from continuing to attack Bei Bei. However, someone was faster than them. After discovering that Tang Ya had no intention of stopping, Zhang Liwu was already poised to strike. Seeing that Tang Ya's dark blue-silver grass pierced through Bei Bei's chest and rapidly drained Bei Bei's power, Zhang Liwu hesitated no longer. He vanished from his spot in a flash, and the next second, he appeared on the field, standing in front of the blue-silver saintess whom he valued highly. Zhang Liwu had made up his mind to protect Tang Ya at all costs until she had completely absorbed Bei Bei's soul power and life force. Tang Ya did not disappoint Zhang Liwu's expectations. She turned a blind eye to what was happening outside and focused intently on increasing the extraction of energy from Bei Bei's body. As for Yan Xiaojie, Qian Duoduo, and the few level 9 soul masters from the Sun Moon Empire, after being blocked by Zhang Liwu and 2 elders of the Holy Spirit sect, they watched as Bei Bei's condition became more and more deteriorating. If this continued, it would probably not be long before he became a dried corpse like Shu Sanqi. Yan Xiaojie couldn't even imagine how heartbroken his teacher would be if he found out about this, and how he would deal with these useless people. What angered Yan Xiaojie the most was that Xuanzi, that useless old bastard, was still entangled with Jing Hongchen. Elder Zan, what the hell are you doing? Quickly save Bei Bei. Yan Xiaojie couldn't hold back any longer and started cursing at Xuanzi. Xuanzi, who had been blinded by Shu Sanqi's death, suddenly woke up and turned around to see Bei Bei, who was about to follow in Shu Sanqi's footsteps. With Yan Xiaojie and Qian Duoduo's bloodshot eyes, Xuanzi finally realized that he had once again made the worst, most foolish, and most hopeless choice. Xuanzi is going crazy. He had no more intention of getting entangled with Jing Hongchen. After roaring, he rushed straight to the arena, wanting to fight Zhang Liwu to the death and pull Bei Bei back from the brink of death. It must be said that although Xuanzi's strength is at the bottom among the experts of the same level, his martial soul is at least a top-level beast martial soul like the Teodi Divine Ox. Once he starts to fight to the death, even Zhang Liwu would not dare to fight him to the death. Or rather, it's not that I'm afraid, but that it's pointless. Just as the battle reached its climax and was about to affect the surrounding spectators, Kong Deming and Jing Hongchen suddenly appeared and joined forces. With the help of their soul tools, Kong Deming, a super Douluo, unleashed the power of a limit Douluo and forcefully separated everyone. Even the dark blue-silver grass that had pierced into Bei Bei's body was shattered. Unfortunately, at this point, Bei Bei was barely breathing and was clearly on the verge of death. Furthermore, Bebe could clearly feel that not only were her soul power and life force almost completely drained, but her martial soul, which had evolved NTO the Holy Light Dragon with the help of the Dragon Pill, had also completely disappeared and was absorbed by Tang Ya after being completely shattered. Upon seeing Bei's current state, Xuanzi immediately wanted to kill Tang Ya, the culprit, and was prepared to continue to fight Zhongli Wu in a desperate one-for-one exchange, regardless of the cost. Xuanzi knew very well that Shu Sanxi's Th and Bei's life being in danger were all his responsibility. Even if he returned to Shrek Academy, Muen would never let him go. Rather than have his martial soul destroyed by Muen, or even die at Muen's hands. It's better to sacrifice his life and make some final contributions to Shrek Academy. However, before he could make a move, Jing Hongchen directly bound him to the spot, and Kong Deming, who was standing in midair, looked around and said in a deep voice, "Have someone treat the Shrek Academy participants. I'm warning you one last time. This is the Soul Master competition, no battlefield for you Academy or sect powerhouses to fight. If anyone dares to cause trouble at the Soul Master competition again, our Sun Moon Empire will arrest them, or even execute them. Don't say we didn't warn you." Kong Deming did not give Xuanzi and Zhongliwu any face, but directly stated that the Sun Moon Empire would not hold back because of their status and strength. Zhongli Wu either agreed nor disagreed with Kong Deming's words, but instead smiled and agreed. In any case, their Holy Spirit cult has already gained the greatest benefit, allowing Tang Ya, the Blue-Silver Saintess, to successfully devour the soul power and life force of Bei and Shu Sanxi, whom she had long coveted. No matter what these Shrek Academy guys plan to do next, the Holy Spirit cult is already invincible. Moreover, Zhongli Wu really didn't believe that with the threat from Kong Deming and Jing Hongchen, these three guys from Shrek Academy would dare to be so reckless as to cause him trouble. To Zhongli Wu's surprise, Xuanzi was actually prepared to disregard Kong Deming's warning and continue to attack Tang Ya and Zhongli Wu recklessly. Fortunately, Yan Xiaojie and Qian Duoduo saw that Kong Deming and Jing Hongchen's eyes were becoming increasingly dangerous, and they stopped him immediately. In order to calm Xuanzi down, Yan Xiaojie glared at him hatefully and said word by word, "Are you prepared to have all the students here die with you? Bei can still be saved, and everyone else is still alive. If you continue to be so brainless, then everyone will be doomed." Even Qian Duoduo no longer showed Xuanzi any respect, hurling insults at him to vent her anger and frustration. "You killed Shu Sanxi. Bei ended up like this entirely because of you. Are you only sat isfeed if others also suffer the same fate?" Xuanzi's body began to shake violently, and once again, tears streamed down his face in front of thousands of people. However, this time, not only the audience present, but also other academies and sects, even Yan Xiaojie, Qian Duoduo, Dai Waban, Xie Wanyu and others, all looked at Xuanzi with disdain and disgust. They finally understood that neither the Sun Moon Empire nor the Holy Spirit cult could cause as much damage and harm to Shrek Academy as Xuanzi. With that incredibly stupid old bastard Xuanzi around, even if Shrek Academy were twice as glorious and powerful, it would still end up being ruined by Xuanzi, just like it is now. Thanks to the all-out efforts of the healing-type soul masters of the Sun Moon Empire, Bei was at last kept alive and did not die immediately. Looking at Bei like this, a strange light flashed in Tang Ya's eyes. She suddenly felt that it might not be so bad to just let Bei live like this. She can stand openly beside her master in the future, and let Bei witness her intimacy with her master. Even the master will probably find it very exciting, right? Chapter 226 Xuanzi's death would be best for Shrek Academy. Muen was panicked. It can only be said that ever since Yuhao altered Tang Ya and Ma Xiaodao's soul perceptions and made them sign a master-servant contract, the Seitu Holy Maidens of the Holy Spirit cult have become increasingly strange. At this moment, Yuhao had no idea what Tang Ya was thinking, and he didn't care about Bei's life or death at all. On the contrary, it could be felt that after absorbing the soul power and life force of Shu Sanxi and Bei, Tang Ya's aura began to change gradually, and her dark blue-silver grass was also slowly undergoing a transformation. Shu Sanxi's Xuanwu martial soul and Bei's bright sacred dragon martial soul are both top-tier martial souls in the Douluo continent. After they became nourishment for Tang Ya, it's only natural that something like this would happen. To be honest, although Yuhao already knew that Tang Ya wanted to devour Bei and Shu Sanxi, and even arranged for Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult to be together, but even he didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Xuanzi is still the same Xuanzi. No matter what he has experienced, nothing can change him. Xuanzi is practically the #1 contributor to the Shrek Academy's sudden collapse and disgrace after its glorious 10,000 years of existence. After stopping Xuanzi's idea of continuing to fight Zhongliwu to the death, the host announced, at Shu Tianren's instruction, that the winner of this match was the Holy Spirit cult, who successfully defeated Shrek Academy and advanced to the quarterfinals. After hearing the results announced, the audience members discussed among themselves, with many saying that this was the true level of Shrek Academy. The reason why Shrek Academy has been able to win the final championship every time for the past 10,000 years is not only because they have been using all sorts of shameless methods to plunder geniuses, but more importantly, because the sects have not participated. Now things are really messed up. After the restriction that sects could not participate in the Soul Master competition was lifted, Shrek Academy couldn't even make it into the top 8. Let alone win the championship. Faced with such blatant denigration of Shrek Academy, Yan Xiaojie and Qian Duoduo had no time to bother arguing with them. After the healing type Su El Master of the Sun Moon Empire successfully extended Bei Bei's life for a period of time, Yan Xiaojie and Qian Duoduo hurriedly thanked him. Then, without any hesitation, they immediately took Bei Bei and Shu Sanxi's bodies, along with the other students, and left Mingdu at full speed. In Yan Xiaojie and Qian Duoduo's view, if Bei Bei could still be saved, then the only hope was the Golden Ancient Tree. Since the Golden Tree can restore Yuan's physical condition to its peak, as long as the other party is willing to treat Bei Bei, even if Bei Bei's shattered martial soul cannot be restored, it can definitely allow him to live. In this way, at least the lineage of Yuan will not be cut off, and Bei Bei can continue the bloodline. As for what Xuanzi plans to do, it doesn't matter anymore. Yan Xiaojie and Qian Duoduo no longer intend to care about Xuanzi's life or death. Even if he wants to stay in the Sun Moon Empire to find an opportunity to take action against Huo Yuhao, they will not pay attention. Whether he lives or dies depends on Xuanzi's own fate. If Xuanzi can really kill Huo Yuhao, then he will have made a final contribution to Shrek Academy. Conversely, if they fail to kill Huo Yuhao and are instead surrounded and killed by the 9th-level Soul Masters of the Sun Moon Empire, losing Xuanzi, a super strong expert, might actually be a good thing for Shrek Academy. Xuanzi knew that he was now universally disliked. Even when Yan Xiaojie and Qian Duoduo left, they didn't say a word to him, clearly not treating him as one of their own. Xuanzi, who had originally planned to escort them and ensure they wouldn't encounter any accidents on their way back to Shrek Academy, abandoned that idea and instead went to a tavern on the streets of Mingdu and got thoroughly drunk. Xuanzi has now completely given up on himself and is just waiting to find a suitable opportunity to kill Huo Yuhao, this peerless genius, and then prove his innocence by dying, showing that he is worthy of Shrek Academy's training. Before that, enjoy yourself to the fullest and try all the delicious food and wine in Mingdu, so you won't have any regrets. Although Xuanzi did not show any aggression for the time being, and instead kept getting drunk in the tavern, Jing Hongchen still chose to follow him secretly in order to prevent him from doing anything rash after being severely stimulated, so as to prevent him from going crazy and going on a killing spree in Mingdu. If it were anyone else, Jing Hongchen wouldn't have to worry like this, but since it's Xuanzi, anything he does is possible. The match between Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult was an unexpected and sudden event. Even Titan did not expect these evil soul masters to act so recklessly. It was clear that Xuanzi and Zhongliwu had already secretly colluded to find an opportunity to kill Huo Yuhao together, but Zhongliwu's men actually did this. To Titan's relief, however, Xuanzi did not abandon his original plan. Instead, he stayed in Mingdu and was still preparing to take action against Huo Yuhao. Titan didn't care whether Xuanzi lived or died, he only cared whether Xuanzi could buy him a chance to forcibly take Wang Donger away before he died. However, before that, in Titan's opinion, when the Clear Sky Sect and the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy meet, the Clear Sky Sect guys can test Huo Yuhao's level. As the second sect master of the Clear Sky Sect, Titan is quite familiar with their strength. The Clear Sky Hammer, known as the strongest weapon spirit on the continent, combined with the Chaotic Cloak Hammer technique and the Exploding Ring technique, should have a good chance of defeating Huo Yuhao, a Soul Douluo, who is of a higher level. Overall, although Shrek Academy's elimination caused some commotion, it quickly subsided. After all, Shrek Academy is no longer the renowned top academy it once was, so naturally, it has few followers now. The Body Sect easily defeated its opponent and successfully entered the top 8, as did the Star Luo Royal Academy. After another day of competition, Shu Juju and Vina successfully met up through secret communication. The two women gathered together to discuss what the future of the Star Luo Empire and the Heavenly Soul Empire should be. They have now come to terms with reality. Once the thriving Sun-Moon Empire begins its march toward unifying the continent. Even if the Star Luo Empire and the Heavenly Soul Empire were to exert all their national strength to resist, they would have no chance of achieving final victory. Not to mention the current situation in the Star Luo and Heavenly Soul kingdoms, where countless ordinary people choose to migrate to the Sun-Moon Empire with their families every day. Even some nobles from both countries are secretly contacting the Sun-Moon Empire, hoping to obtain a high enough bargaining chip before decisively betraying their country. Faced with this situation, the two princesses gradually fell silent, unsure of what to do. As the Soul Master competition continued in an orderly manner, Yuan, who was in the Sea God Pavilion of Shrek Academy, felt a sudden tremor in his heart. And an ominous premonition emerged in his mind. Yuan frowned, feeling that something bad was about to happen, but after thinking it over, only the Soul Master competition fit his guess. However, he had already arranged everything perfectly. As long as Xuanzi, Yan Xiaojie, and Qian Duoduo performed their assigned duties, even if Shrek Academy failed to break into the top ranks, there should be no other unexpected events. So, where exactly did the problem lie? Chapter 227 Shrek's Ancestors, please. 3 days after that ominous premonition, Moon finally understood why he had felt something was amiss. He had seen an image of Xuanzi, and by the time he learned of it, the image had already spread throughout Shrek City. When Yuan obtained the image from an elder of the Sea God Pavilion and examined its contents, he saw Zanzi, Titan, and Zhongli Wu sitting together discussing how to kill Yuhao. Yuan felt his blood surge and anger surge into his heart. Boom. Yuan's terrifying aura, befitting a limit Douluo, surged from his body, instantly overturning everything inside the Sea God Pavilion. Sensing this violent aura, all the elders of the Sea God Pavilion present could clearly feel just how furious Yuan was at this moment. This time, however, they felt no pity or sympathy for Xuanzi. Instead, they thought that if Xuanzi returned to the academy successfully, it might be a good thing if Yuan could destroy his martial spirit. At least this way, Xuanzi will no longer have any way to cause trouble for Shrek Academy. That's right, it's about causing destruction. After 5 years of war, Shrek Academy suffered extremely heavy casualties before finally regaining some of its reputation, so that no one on the continent would believe that Shrek Academy would secretly cultivate evil spirit masters. However, the appearance of this video is destined to make Shrek Academy's sacrifices over the past 5 years the biggest laughingstock. They say hair mortal enemies with evil spirit masters, but it turns out even Xuanzi, the number 2 figure at Shrek Academy, is secretly colluding with Zhongli Wu, the leader of the Holy Spirit cult, in an attempt to kill Yuhao and disrupt the peace of the Sun-Moon Empire. Not to mention Yuan, even the elders of the Sea God Pavilion are certain that this video is not only circulating in Shrek City, but has probably already spread throughout the Star Luo Empire and the Heavenly Soul Empire before they even saw it. As for the Sun and Moon Empire, even without this footage, those people from the Sun-Moon Empire probably wouldn't have the slightest goodwill towards Shrek Academy. An enraged Yuan had no intention of letting Xuanzi remain in the Sun-Moon Empire any longer. With this footage, regardless of whether Xuanzi could kill Yuhao, the Sun-Moon Empire would definitely cause trouble for Shrek Academy. Rather than letting Xuanzi cause things to spiral out of control, leading to complete destruction of the glorious Shrek Academy by the Sun-Moon Empire, it's better to bring Xuanzi back, destroy his martial soul, and let him obediently become a seed-planting machine, trying to see if he can inherit the Teoti Divine Ox martial soul. After making this decision, Moon immediately prepared to set off for the Sun and Moon Empire to stop the conflict. However, before he could even leave Shrek Academy, Yan Xiaojie and Qian Duoduo returned to the academy with Bei Bei, who was barely alive, Shu Sanqi's corpse, and the students who participated in the Soul Master competition. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone, from Yuan and the elders of the Sea God Pavilion to the students of the inner court, was completely dumbfounded. Looking at Bei Bei, who was being lifted into the air by Yan Xiaojie's soul power and was barely breathing, Yuan reached out his hand to catch her, but found that his hands were starting to tremble slightly involuntarily. At this moment, Yuan's eyes had also turned red. The elders didn't dare to breathe, only the impetuous Xian Linner subconsciously asked, "What exactly is going on?" Yan Xiaojie and Qian Duoduo looked at Xian Linner gratefully, thanking her for giving them a chance to explain, so that they wouldn't be beaten up by Yuan before they could explain the situation. The two dared not delay at all, and tried their best to restore the true situation at that time, without daring to embellish it in any way, for fear of being held accountable by Moon afterward. Although Moon seems to treat everyone equally, regarding all the students in the academy as equally important as Bei Bei, they all know very well that when it comes to truly important matters, the most important person in Moon's heart is still Bei Bei, his great-grandson. After listening to Yan Xiaojie and Qian Duoduo's story, Muan remained silent, then took off with Bei Bei in his arms and flew directly to the golden ancient tree. Looking up at the an ancient tree that radiated a dazzling halo, Muan spoke slowly. I don't know if your will is inspired by the sacrifices of the predecessors of Shrek Academy, but I know you can hear what I'm saying. I beg you to treat Bei Bei. As long as Bei Bei can be healed, I will do whatever you need me to do without hesitation. I swear by the holy dragon martial soul. Please. After saying this, Moon bent down once again. His back no longer hunched, and bowed to the golden ancient tree in front of him. Seeing this, the other elders were still waiting to see if the golden tree would grant Elder Emu's request. Wanting to know if this golden tree, which had existed for thousands of years and had long been an important symbol of Shrek Academy, truly possessed a will. Yan Xiaojie reacted quickly by tugging at Qian Duoduo's sleeve. Then bowed down and said sincerely. Please, seniors, save Bei Bei. Qian Duoduo, who was unaware of what had happened, immediately realized what was going on after. Hearing Yan Xiaojie's words and followed suit by bowing down. Shrek's ancestors, I beg you. Although Shu Sanshi died and Bei Bei was seriously injured, the culprit was Zhan Zi. However, as fellow teachers leading the team, Yan Xiaojie and Qian Duoduo also bear inescapable responsibility. If they don't want to be purged by Muan, have their martial souls destroyed, or even be killed outright, then they must be honest and pray that the golden ancient tree can truly hear their prayers and heal Bei Bei, who is on the verge of death. Seeing that Yan Xiaojie and Qian Duoduo had set an example, the other elders naturally couldn't stand idly by and all followed suit, offering sincere prayers to the golden tree. Regardless of their sincerity, they certainly appear to be quite sincere on the surface. As Moon led the prayer, the branches of the golden tree swayed slightly, as if responding to Moon, but Moon seemed oblivious, maintaining his bowed posture. Faced with this, the golden tree stopped shaking, as if it were confronting Moon. This state lasted for a long time until Bei Bei's condition worsened. Just as Elder Zhuang was about to use the Tree of Life martial soul to give Bei Bei another breath, the golden ancient tree suddenly showed unusual activity. The golden light that had healed Moon fell from the ancient golden tree once more. However, this time, the golden HT did not envelop the entire Shrek Academy. Instead, it only fell on Bei Bei, who was being held in the air by Moon's soul power. A miracle occurred again. Bei Bei's withered body quickly recovered, and her breathing, which was initially on the verge of stopping, gradually became stable. Upon seeing this, all the elders present breathed a deep sigh of relief. Yan Xiaojie and Qian Duoduo, in particular, seemed to have just escaped death, only managing to survive with the help of the golden ancient tree. Thank you, golden tree, for allowing them to continue living. Bei Bei's recovery should have been a great thing. But at this moment, Moon couldn't feel happy at all. He finally realized that the existence of the golden tree was not a good thing for Shrek Academy. Chapter 228 Conspiracy. Semi-finals. Sun and Moon vs. Holy Spirit Cult. Moon is now certain that the golden tree has its own consciousness, and this consciousness did not evolve from the ancestors of Shrek Academy over the past tens of thousands of years. Otherwise, the golden ancient tree would not have turned a blind eye to the invasion of the Holy Spirit Cult, and only after Niu Tian said that there were gods in He Sun and Moon Empire did it heal its body to its peak condition. Moreover, when he and the members of the Sea God Pavilion pleaded with the other party, they initially refused, but only when they saw how firm his attitude was did they treat Bei Bei, who was barely clinging to life. The golden tree is definitely a huge conspiracy for Shrek. If it weren't for this series of events, Moon would have died naturally a few years ago. And he would have been like those Shrek ancestors, his soul merging with the golden tree after death. However, this is not integration at all. Rather, it was his soul that was devoured by the ancient golden tree. But even if you knew, what could you do? The golden tree could easily heal his broken body to its peak condition, and it could also easily take everything away from him. Faced with the golden tree, which was so powerful, Muan could do nothing more than pretend to be unaware. Upon realizing this, the gloom in Moon's eyes vanished instantly, and he quickly checked on Bei Bei's physical condition. Upon realizing that although Bei Bei's body had been healed, her shattered martial soul had not recovered and she would never become a soul master again. Muan suddenly turned to look at the golden ancient tree. Before Moon could even ask a question, a wave emanated from around the golden tree, clearly conveying its message to Moon's mind. Although, the golden tree said that Bei Bei's martial soul was taken away by someone else and there was no possibility of it being restored, Mu En scoffed at this statement and refused to believe it at all. Mu En knew very well that it wasn't that Bei Bei's martial soul couldn't be restored, it was just that the golden ancient tree didn't see it as worthwhile. Yes, what value does a guy whose martial soul can be extracted and used as nourishment to become stronger have that makes the golden ancient tree expend its own energy to heal him? Mu En concealed his inner rage. It was already a stroke of luck that Bei Bei was still alive. At least this way, his lineage would not be cut off, and the holy dragon martial soul of light could still be passed down. Thinking of this, Mu En took a deep breath and looked at the golden ancient tree. Speaking slowly, I will never refuse to do anything that needs my help in the future. But before that, I need to go to the Sun Moon Empire to eliminate any potential repercussions of this matter. After hearing Moon's words, the golden tree returned to calm. If it weren't for Beeb's recovery, everything would have been as if it had never happened. Mu En stopped thinking about the purpose of the golden tree's existence. What he needed to do most right now was to completely sever ties between Shrek Academy and that good-for-nothing Xuanzi who should have died long ago. Under no circumstances should Xuanzi's actions be allowed to have a further negative impact on Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy can no longer withstand the impact of public opinion. Un felt that the way things had turned out was largely due to his own actions. If he had been able to harden his heart and cripple Xuanzi after the Stardo Great Forest incident, even if Shrek Academy was still targeted by other forces, it would never have declined to its current state so quickly. After warning the members of the Sea God Pavilion not to leave Shrek Academy before his return to avoid causing any more trouble, Moon set off for the Sun Moon Empire without hesitation. Mu En was terrified. The dragon god Douluo, who was famous throughout the continent, was not defeated by the enemy, but instead fell at the hands of his own people. How tragic was this? While Mu En was heading to the Sun Moon Empire, Zanzi was still spending his days in a drunken stupor on the streets of Mingdu. Completely unconcerned about the Soul Master tournament, which had entered its most intense phase and was currently holding its semifinals. However, before that, Zhongli Wu deliberately avoided Jing Hongshan and met with Xuanzi in private. He also stated that Tang Ya's accidental killing of Shu Sanqi and leaving Bei Bei barely alive was just an accident. This accident did not affect his cooperation with Xuanzi. They would still work together to kill Huo Yuhao after the Soul Master competition ended. Xuanzi scoffed at Zhongli Wu's explanation that it was an accident. If he believed it was an accident, he must be truly brainless. However, Xuanzi did not choose to immediately break ties with Zhongli Wu. Instead, he seemed to have let go of everything and agreed to continue working with Zhongli Wu. However, Xuanzi's target was not just Huo Yuhao. He had already decided that after killing Huo Yuhao, he would risk his life to kill Tang Ya, and finally, he would self-destruct to end his life in the most glorious way. No matter how many evil spirit masters and people from the Sun Moon Empire we can kill, it will all be worth it. As for the innocent ordinary people who were affected, they can only blame their bad luck in having to be in Mingdu. The ongoing semifinals of the Soul Master competition have indeed attracted the attention of everyone in Mingdu. The opponent of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy is the Holy Spirit Cult, the Clear Sky Sect, a sect that has been in seclusion for thousands, even nearly 10,000 years, and is now facing off against the Body Sect, which has become the state religion of the Star Luo Empire. Originally, Dubusi believed that with the strength of the members of the Body Sect participating in the competition, they would definitely be able to compete with the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy for the final championship. Neither the Holy Spirit Sect nor the Haoshan Sect can possibly be a match for the Body Sect. However, to his surprise, after so many matches, the Haoshan Sect still hadn't used its true trump card. Among the participants from the Haoshan Sect, there were a total of 5 Soul Saints, and each of them had mastered the Chaotic Cloak Hammer technique and the Exploding Ring technique. Even though Long Aoshan, Vina, and the rest of the Body Sect used their full strength, they could only suffer a crushing defeat against the Haoshan Sect's terrifying lineup. The victory of the Haoshan Sect shocked all the academies and sects present. They then realized that the Haoshan Sect's seclusion was not because they were out of touch with the times or worried about tarnishing their reputation. It's because they are simply too powerful. If they keep appearing in public, it will only arouse the fear and targeting of many forces. Titan was very satisfied with the performance of these Haoshan Sect members. His gaze swept over the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy's preparation area, his eyes filled with amusement. He wanted to see if Jiu Yuina could truly defeat the Haoshan Sect without using her full strength and sabotaging them from behind. However, neither Jiu Yuina, Huo Yuhao, nor Even Wang Donger paid any attention to Titan. Instead, they went up on stage to prepare for the match and to deal with the infamous Holy Spirit cult. Before the Holy Spirit cult's participants took the stage, Zhongliwu gave them special instructions. Try to take out a few opponents. If you have the chance, it's best to kill them outright. Don't worry, with me here, even if you kill them, you don't need to worry about your own safety. Hearing this, Tang Ya sneered inwardly. To kill. When facing her master, she wanted to stick close to him directly. How could she possibly kill him? Cha. P-Ter 229. No need to argue with a dying man, Xuanzi's expectations. Tang Ya didn't care how far the Holy Spirit cult could go in the Soul Master competition. To be precise, looking at the entire continent now, the only person Tang Ya truly cared about was her master, Huo Yuhao. If Huo Yuhao needed her, even if Tang Ya had to abandon everything in the Holy Spirit cult right now and let everyone know that she was just Huo Yuhao's maid, Tang Ya would not hesitate for a moment. Instead, she would throw herself into Huo Yuhao's arms immediately. Unfortunately, Huo Yuhao did not intend to do so. Ang Ya and Ma Xiaotao still have important uses, so Huo Yuhao naturally wouldn't let them be exposed like this. However, the other participants from the Holy Spirit cult were not entitled to the same treatment as Tang Ya and Ma Xiaotao. After these years of war, the Holy Spirit cult's participants have gained a great fearsome reputation throughout the Douluo continent. If they can be wiped out in this Soul Master competition, it will naturally highlight Shrek Academy's incompetence even more. However, since Huo Yuhao regarded the other party as prey, the other contestants besides Tang Ya Turli did not intend to let Huo Yuhao go either. Even though Huo Yuhao has been developing quietly and steadily over the past few years, others on the continent have not forgotten how much of a show he brought to people in the last Soul Master competition. It is no exaggeration to say that if any of the participants from the Holy Spirit cult were to kill Huo Yuhao, they would certainly receive a reward from Zhongli Wu. And might even become a holy son of the Holy Spirit cult. In that case, they would rise to power completely. It was precisely because of this that, after the contestants from both the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy and the Holy Spirit cult stepped onto the competition field, the Death Messenger and the others looked at Huo Yuhao with intense killing intent in their eyes. This was only because it was on the home turf of the Sun Moon Empire. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't have needed the referee to announce the start of the match before Huo Yuhao launched his attack. Even though they knew that Huo Yuhao had become an 8-ring soul Douluo, the Death Messenger and the others were not afraid at all. So what if you have a dual martial soul, one that is your own martial soul and the ultimate ice? As evil spirit masters, isn't fighting against opponents of higher levels a common occurrence? They wanted to kill Huo Yuhao, the universally recognized genius, in front of all the high-ranking officials of the Sun Moon Empire. I'll deal with Huo Yuhao. I'll make him my corpse slave. He'll become the stepping stone for this Death Messenger become famous throughout the continent. Thinking of the benefits that killing Huo Yuhao would bring, the Grim Reaper's body trembled slightly, and his face was filled with a crazed expression. Hai's words caused Tang Ya's high chest to heave violently, her heart instantly filled with murderous intent, wishing she could kill the Death Messenger, this bastard who dared to speak disrespectfully to her master, right now. Fortunately, Huo Yuhao calmed Tang Ya down through the master-servant contract, thus preventing the dignified blue-silver saintess from betraying him. The others in the Holy Spirit cult did not notice Tang Ya's unusual behavior, but they were very dissatisfied with the words of the Death Messenger. Which ambitious member of the Holy Spirit cult wouldn't want Huo Yuhao as a stepping stone? Why would they hand him over to the Grim Reaper? However, after seeing the Death Messenger's almost insane state, the Holy Spirit cult members chose to follow their hearts and did not argue with this guy who was crazy every day. Yan Feng shook his head slightly as he looked at the Grim Reaper, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. So what if this guy really killed Huo Yuhao? If he really does that, then the Grim Reaper will definitely only have one way out: death. Does this guy really not feel how much the Sun Moon Empire values Huo Yuhao? Since the Grim Reaper wants to trade his life for Huo Yuhao's, they will not only not stop him, but will also be very happy to see it happen. Then Huo Yuhao is in your hands. I hope you will not let us down. Upon hearing this, the Grim Reaper smirked and replied without hesitation. You guys should think about how to deal with your own opponents. Don't wait until I've killed Huo Yuhao, and then you guys have to ask me to save you. Snort. Apart from Tang Ya, everyone else gave the Grim Reaper a cold shoulder. Even within the Holy Spirit cult, composed of evil soul masters, the Death Messenger, who frequently unleashes corpse explosions, Is someone people are reluctant to approach. The ninth-level Soul Master, acting as the referee, coldly observed the Holy Spirit cult members. You say you want to kill your opponent right in front of me. Do you think I, the referee, don't exist? The ninth-level Soul Master from the Hall of Offerings was extremely displeased. He already disliked these evil Soul Masters. But these brainless guys dared to openly plot how to kill the strongest genius of the Sun Moon Empire right in front of him. Did they really think he, a ninth-level Soul Master, was someone to be trifled with? Just as the referee was about to warn them a few more times, Yuhao on the other side said with a smile. Senior, there's no need to get angry with a bunch of dying people. Just see. Onsider them as incompetent barking before they die. The referee glanced at Yuhao and thought about it. It made sense. Only when they truly become enemies with Yuhao will these guys from the Holy Spirit cult know what true despair is. Since they are determined to seek death, then let Yuhao grant their wish. Thinking of this, the referee nodded slightly to Yuhao, glanced coldly at the Grim Reaper, and then gestured to the tournament host. The next second, a frenzied voice, amplified by the Soul Tool, instantly resounded throughout the entire arena. The semifinal of this year's Soul Master competition. Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Equipment Academy vs. Holy Spirit Cult, the match officially begins. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene erupted in cheers. Ryan cheered for the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy, hoping that Yuhao could lead the others to defeat, or even destroy, the Holy Spirit Cult. Zhang Liwu, sitting in the audience, was very EMN and prepared to surrender on behalf of the Holy Spirit Church at any time. Unlike Xuanzi, who was stubborn and knew that his side was no match and that continuing to fight would only lead to death. He still stubbornly refused to admit defeat and ultimately met a tragic end. Although Zhang Liwu didn't care about the lives of anyone except the two saintesses, if possible, he wouldn't mind letting the Death Messenger and Yan Feng live a little longer, as this would be of great benefit to the Holy Spirit cult. However, what Zhang Liwu didn't know was that his two most valued holy maidens Ha-D transformed into Yuhao's form long ago. A strange light flashed in Ma Xiaodao's eyes as she watched the imminent battle unfold on the field. I really envy Tang Ya, being able to serve her Mas Tear and help him shine in the Soul Master competition. Those damned guys, daring to disrespect their master, they deserve to die. As Ma Xiaotao sighed, everyone on the field simultaneously released their martial spirits. Spirit rings of various colors rose from beneath each person's feet, illuminating the scene with dazzling brilliance. Buzz. A faint golden light flowed around Yuhao's eyes. He activated Mirror Flower Water Moon. And in an instant, he pulled all the participating members of the Holy Spirit cult into the illusion he had created. Meanwhile, outside the Soul Master competition arena, Xuanzi listened to the cheers around him, raised his wine gourd and chugged down his wine, completely disregarding whether the wine would spill on him. Zhang Liwu, you are about to experience the feeling I had when I watched my juniors die in front of me, and I was powerless to do anything about it. Chapter 230 Zhang Liwu's choice. Yuhao is too naive. The moment the host announced the official start of the competition, Zhang Liwu felt a strong sense of foreboding. As it turns out, the Holy Spirit cult leader's intuition was indeed very sharp. As an observer, Zhang Liwu could clearly sense that in just a moment, Tang Ya, the Death Messenger, Yan Feng, and the others on the stage had all fallen into the illusion woven by Yuhao. What he found most unacceptable as that the Grim Reaper was launching a frenzied attack on Yan Feng and the others nearby while laughing wildly. Yan Feng and his teammates were equally assertive, treating their teammates as if they were the contestants from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy. They unleashed their strongest killing move right from the start, aiming directly to take their lives. Zhang Liwu's vision went black, and his mood became extremely heavy. Seeing the crowd fighting each other, Zhang Liwu suddenly stood up and was about to announce his surrender. There's no need to continue this match. To be precise, from the moment Tang Ya and the Grim Reaper fell into the illusion, the outcome of this match was already predetermined. The younger generation of the Holy Spirit cult, on whom he had placed high hopes, was simply no match for Yuhao. If they continue fighting, there will only be one outcome awaiting them. That would be like Shrek Academy 5 years ago, staging a scene of infighting in front of tens of thousands of spectators. In the Holy Spirit cult's preparation area, Scorpion Tiger Douluo Zhongpeng looked at Zhang Liwu beside him and asked in a deep voice. What should we do, leader? Should we admit defeat? Everyone else turned their attention to Zhang Liwu, wanting to know what decision their leader would make in this situation. Zhang Li Wu glared at Huo Yuhao with murderous intent, wishing he could rush up and kill him right now. However, Zhang Li Wu was not a brainless guy like Xuanzi. He knew what the consequences would be if he did this, so he ultimately endured it. Under the watchful eyes of the Holy Spirit cult members, Zhang Li Wu shook his head slightly. There's no point in continuing. Let's just give up. As he spoke, Zhang Li Wu sat down, gave Zhang Peng an encouraging look, and handed over the task of admitting defeat to him. As the leader of the Holy Spirit cult, it is naturally impossible for him to utter the words, admit defeat, in front of so many people. Zhang Peng felt helpless, yet he had no reason to refuse. However, just as he stood up to concede defeat on behalf of the Holy Spirit Church, an unexpected turn of events on the field prompted Zhang Liwu to stop him immediately. Wait a moment. Zhang Liwu stared intently at the arena, watching the blue-silver Saintess Tang Ya dominate the field. His brows furrowed, and he fell into deep thought. Good news. Tang Ya has demonstrated formidable power and is dominating the Soul Master competition. The bad news is that the people killed by Tang Ya were members of their Holy Spirit cult. He watched helplessly as the dark blue-silver grass released by Tang Ya pierced into Yan Feng's body, rapidly absorbing his life force and soul power. Zhang Liwu could clearly sense at his blue-silver Saintess's strength had increased once again. To be honest, among the blue-silver girl and the fire phoenix girl, the one Zhang Liwu valued the most was not Ma Xiaodu, the genius, who possessed the ultimate fire martial soul. On the contrary, Tang Ya, whose talent was not particularly outstanding before becoming an evil soul master, but who possessed the dark blue-silver grass martial soul that could absorb the life force and soul power of others, was valued more by Zhang Liwu. Tang Ya's martial soul has the characteristic that allows her to achieve the greatest improvement in the shortest amount of time, without any side effects. As long as she doesn't absorb everything frantically, but instead thoroughly digests the life force and soul power she absorbed last time before hunting again, Tang Ya's mind and foundation will not be affected in any way. Just like Bei Bei and Shu Sanqi, after absorbing the life force and soul power of these two geniuses, Tang Ya's Artial soul and talent underwent another transformation. If Tang Ya can also use the contestants from the Holy Spirit cult as nourishment this time, it will naturally be of great benefit to the blue-silver Saintess. Zhang Liwu stopped Zhang Peng from admitting defeat because he was hesitant about whether to take this opportunity to make the Grim Reaper and Yanfeng and others nourish Tang Ya to become stronger. Zhang Peng and the others also sensed Zhang Liwu's thoughts. After hesitating for a moment, they couldn't help but whisper their thoughts. Master, these young people participating in the Soul Master competition are already the strongest among the younger generation of our Holy Spirit sect. If they all die in this match, although it will make the Holy Maiden stronger, it may ought be a good thing for our Holy Spirit cult. Before Zhang Li Wu could speak, Wanyun Douluo spoke first. Zhang Peng, what you're saying doesn't make any sense. The influence that a super strong person can bring far exceeds the assistance of several ordinary strong people. These guys should feel honored to be able to become nourishment for the Holy Maiden to become stronger. Zhang Peng's expression changed. He ignored the other party and looked at Zhang Li Wu with a serious expression, wanting to know what his leader was planning. Zhang Peng finally understood that internal strife is inevitable in any power structure. All high-level power positions are filled by a specific person. For every person who rises, someone else inevitably falls. This atmosphere is even more intense in the Holy Spirit cult, which is permeated with the law of the jungle. The reason why Wan Hun Douluo was happy to see the Death Messenger and Yanfeng become nourishment for Tang Ya was because he didn't want to see these juniors rise to power. If the Grim Reaper and others also become title Douluos, it will inevitably impact these existing high-ranking members and affect their status. Since that's the case, let's just find a plausible reason and have them die at the hands of the Blue-Silver Saintess. Anyway, the Blue-Silver Saintess and the Fire Phoenix Saintess are different from the others. The stronger they are, the greater the benefit to the Holy Spirit cult. Zhang Li Wu knew what Wan Hun Douluo was thinking, but he didn't care at all. No matter how much his subordinates fight for power, it won't affect his position as leader. Letting things slide is the best option. However, just as Wan Hun Douluo said, as long as Tang Ya can become a super strong person, it doesn't matter if all his peers die. Sacrifices are inevitable for the rise of the Holy Spirit cult. Well then, you little rascals are all better off now. Don't worry, I will remember your contributions to the Holy Spirit cult. In just a moment, Zhang Li Wu's heart hardened like iron. Looking at Huo Yuhao on the field, Zhang Li Wu's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. Our Holy Spirit cult is not Shrek Academy. Trying to provoke me like this. How naive. Chapter 231 The Ambition and Fangs of the Sun and Moon Empire. The body sect submits to the Sun and Moon. So, he really doesn't care about these people's lives. And is even happy to see them become nourishment for Tangya to become stronger. Huo Yuhao glanced at Zhongli Wu on the Holy Spirit cult's preparation stand out of the corner of his eye. ND immediately realized what the guy was thinking. Or rather, Huo Yuhao had already guessed that this situation might occur from the very beginning. The Holy Spirit cult was originally a group of evil spirit masters. Expecting them to have any cohesion was simply wishful thinking. In other words, the Holy Spirit cult has not yet grown to the point of expansion. Otherwise, given the way these members of the Holy Spirit cult operate, they would probably have already started internal strife. It's perfectly normal for Tangya to watch helplessly as the Holy Spirit cult's contestants are killed one by one, absorbing their life force and vitality with the properties of the dark blue silver grass without doing anything. However, Tangya had already taken on Huo Yuhao's form without Zhongli Wu's knowledge. Since Zhongli Wu did not intend to make the Holy Spirit cult admit defeat, Huo Yuhao certainly could not show any mercy and began to communicate with Tangya based on the master-servant contract. Let's do it. Absorb all the life force and soul power of these guys. Hearing the voice echoing in her mind, a faint golden light flashed deep in Tangya's eyes, and she responded immediately. Yes, Master. With Tangya echoing her words, a bizarre scene unfolded in the semi-finals of this year's Soul Master competition. The participants from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy all stood motionless, watching with great interest as the 7 members of the Holy Spirit cult began to kill each other. Besides Zhongli Wu and Zhang Peng, Wanhun Douluo and others were also present in the audience. Whether it was the audience at the scene or the sects and academies that had not yet left the Sun Moon Empire, everyone involuntarily clenched their fists, hoping to see these damned evil soul masters of the Holy Spirit cult wiped out by killing each other. Great. Those damned evil spirit masters have finally been punished. As expected, neither Shrek Academy nor anyone else can be trusted. The arrogant evil soul master, after encountering Huo Yuhao, only has one way out: death. What defines a peerless genius? This is a true peerless genius. What you said is not entirely correct. Who among those qualified to enter the top 4 is not a genius? Only by becoming a genius can one truly be qualified to face Huo Yuhao. Even so, Huo Yuhao will make everyone understand that the gap between people is not so easy to bridge. Quote. No one could understand why Huo Yuhao possessed such terrifying talent. But everyone recognized one reality. In the entire history of Douluo continent, even among the Shrek 7 devils who became gods 10,000 years ago, absolutely no one's talent could compare with Huo Yuhao's. From this moment on, Huo Yuhao and the Sun Moon Empire have become unstoppable. It seems it's time for me to consider what to do next. The vast majority of high-ranking members of the sects and academies present had the same thought in mind. Huo Yuhao's terrifying talent, coupled with the current overall strength of the Sun Moon Empire, made them fully realize the reality. The real question is whether or not to continue to advance a ND retreat together with the original Douluo 3 kingdoms. After all, in such a choice that concerns the future, if a wrong choice is made, the price may be that a long-standing power becomes history. This is a consequence that no one wants to face. Even if the poison cannot kill the sect leader of the body sect, it is still the same. After a long silence, Dubuc finally couldn't hold back and turned to look at Vina, the princess of the Heavenly Soul Empire, and Vina's protector, and said in a low voice. The situation of the Heavenly Soul Empire is becoming increasingly difficult. Perhaps after this Soul Master competition ends, the Sun Moon Empire, which has been lying low for 5 years, will finally unleash its fangs. Is your Heavenly Soul Empire ready? Upon hearing this, Vina and the Protector's spirits plummeted, filled with sorrow for the future fate of the Heavenly Soul Empire. Vina's Protector's eyes flickered as he looked at Poison Undying and asked. Sect leader of the Poison Undying sect. As the state religion of the Heavenly Soul Empire, your body sect shouldn't abandon our Heavenly Soul Empire and turn to the Sun Moon Empire, right? Upon hearing this, the surrounding members of the body sect were immediately enraged and wanted to cause trouble for this guy. However, before they could attack the Protector, Dubuc raised his hand to stop them. Poison Immortal glanced at her indifferently and said in a flat voice devoid of any emotion. From the very beginning, our body sect and your Heavenly Soul Empire have been in a cooperative relationship. In this cooperation, our body sect helped you deal with the Holy Spirit cult. In return, what did your Heavenly Soul Empire bring to the body sect? Even if I were to lead the body sect to join the Sun Moon Empire, What right or qualification would your heavenly soul empire have to criticize our body sect? Let me remind you, don't think that everyone owes you anything. The last Shrek Academy that thought that way has already been disgraced and is on the verge of destruction. The protector's expression changed drastically upon hearing the merciless words, poison won't kill. All to the Heavenly Soul Empire did not bring any benefits to the body sect, it also caused considerable casualties to the body sect in the war with the Holy Spirit cult. However, in the eyes of the vast majority of the Heavenly Soul Empire's high-ranking officials, the body sect truly owed them something. It can only be said that Shrek Academy has done a lot of harm, and others will inevitably learn Shrek Academy's way of doing things. Fortunately, Vina was clear-headed. Before her protector could say anything, she quickly looked at Poison Undying with an apologetic expression and said, I apologize, Sect Master. Because the survival of the Heavenly Soul Empire is at stake, Granny Snake has become somewhat agitated. Please do not take her words to heart. Poison Undying gave Vina a deep look and shook his head slightly. Don't worry, I wouldn't stoop to her level for something like that. However, don't take what I said before lightly. You'd better be prepared for the Sun Moon Empire to launch an attack on the Heavenly Soul Empire. Now that its overall strength has reached this level, the Sun Moon Empire will absolutely not be content to remain quiet. Vina nodded solemnly, indicating that she understood. Even without Poison Undying's reminder, Vina knew that the Sun Moon Empire would never give up the opportunity to unify the continent. Although Vina really didn't want the Heavenly Soul Empire to go to war with the Sun Moon Empire, she also knew that this was not a decision that a princess like her could make. Thinking of this, Vina looked towards the spot where Shu Juju had been. It seems it's time to talk to Shu Juju again and figure out what the Star Luo Empire is planning to do. Chapter 232 Let the Clear Sky Sect shatter Huo Yuhao's pride. Titan's confidence. Even the proud body sect had considered whether to submit to the Sun Moon Empire, but there were always exceptions among the various sects and academies present. Clearly, the Haoshan sect is the biggest exception among them. Titan frowned as he watched the arena, completely unconcerned about whether the Holy Spirit cult was killing each other, and his gaze wasn't even on Wang Donger. Titan's true focus was on Huo Yuhao, a peerless genius who had already made a name for himself on the continent 5 years ago. However, 5 years ago, neither Titan nor Niu Tian took this so-called peerless genius seriously. With the God King as their backer, and even their own abilities capable of unleashing the power of a divine official, would they care about a mere genius on the Douluo continent? Every era has its own geniuses who stand out from the crowd, but 10,000 years have passed, and who has become a true god like the Shrek 7 devils back then? Let alone a so-called peerless genius. Even limit Douluo like Muan, Yi Qishui, and Long Xiaoyao are completely disregarded by Titan. In other words, the God Realm and Douluo continent have inexplicably lost contact. Otherwise, even Jiu Yuina, the Silver Dragon King, the ruler of all soul beasts, would never dare to appear in public. After all, given Titan's understanding of Tang San, even if the God Realm has a rule against interfering in Douluo continent, Tang San, as a God King, would definitely break that rule and bring everything back on track in Douluo continent. Only, could this kid be the chosen one Tang San mentioned? Based on the talent he's shown, he's the only one who fits the title of chosen one, right? If that's really the case, then Donger leaving Shrek Academy for the Sun Moon Empire as actually a coincidence in fulfilling Tang San's plan. Was this also part of Tang San's plan? The thought of this possibility sent a chill down Titan's spine, and his mood became even heavier. He felt that Tang San was truly terrifying. And everything was within his expectations and control. Even if the chosen one of destiny does not join the Tang sect and Shrek Academy as he originally planned, he still cannot escape his grasp. Realizing this, Titan smacked his lips and looked at Huo Yuhao with a playful expression. If this little guy knew that his fate was already predetermined, he would probably be utterly desperate. Wouldn't he? With such a high status in the Sun Moon Empire, being revered by all, and being called a peerless genius, this kid must be very proud. In that case, let those guys from the Haoshan sect shatter his pride during the finals and make him face reality and accept his fate. After making the decision, Titan relaxed completely, glanced at Zhongli Wu, and wondered whether this guy and Xuanzi's plan would succeed. If they really had a chance to kill Huo Yuhao, then he might have to stand up and protect Huo Yuhao instead. In any case, he couldn't let the chosen one of destiny that Tang San had planned die at their hands. However, in Titan's view, not to mention the 9th-level soul masters of the Sun Moon Empire, just with Jiu Yuina, the Silver Dragon King, around. The fate of Zhongli and Xuanzi was already sealed. While the sects and academy members below the stage had their own thoughts, the so-called battle on the field had entered a white-hot stage. The members of the Holy Spirit cult, who were fighting amongst themselves, all suffered injuries of varying degrees. In order to prevent Tang Ya's undercover identity from being exposed, even she was no exception. 3 others have already passed away, and all their life force and soul power were absorbed by Tang Ya using the dark blue-silver grass, becoming nourishment for blue-silver saintess to become stronger. The other 3 are also in a precarious situation, seemingly on the verge of death. The most terrifying thing is that they knew they were in Yuhao's illusion. And they tried their best to escape the illusion, but after breaking through one layer of the environment, they did not come to reality, but instead entered the next illusion. An illusion from which they could never escape bound their souls and bodies. Under these circumstances, one Holy Spirit cult member after another died at Tang Ya's hands. Apart from a few people who know the Holy Spirit cult's modus operandi and understand why Zhongli didn't stand up to stop the match. Most viewers were very curious, having watched the younger generation of the Holy Spirit cult die tragically. Did Zhongli and the others not intend to admit defeat? Are they going to learn from Shrek Academy? Learn their stubbornness. As it turns out, Zhongli wasn't that stubborn. When everyone else was dead, Yuhao prepared to attack Tang Ya, the only remaining survivor. At Zhang Liwu's instruction, Zhang Peng immediately stood up and shouted. We, the Holy Spirit Church, concede defeat. As soon as Zhang Peng finished speaking, the scene erupted in an uproar. At this moment, everyone realized that in the hearts of these people in the Holy Spirit cult, the life and death of others were completely unimportant. And only the 2 holy maidens, Tang Ya and Ma Xiaotao, were truly cared about. Zhang Peng's surrender gave Yuhao a reason to stop. He could just put on a show, of course. He couldn't possibly kill Tang Ya at this point. However, in order to appear more normal, Yuhao's face still couldn't help but show regret. Tang Ya seemed to have just broken free from the illusion and realized the truth. After learning that she had killed all her teammates, she appeared to have a mental breakdown. Her eyes were bloodshot as she stared at Yuhao across from her. Her curvaceous body trembled slightly. And she looked as if she wanted to rush up and fight Yuhao to the death. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, Zhongli stepped forward and said in a deep voice. Tang Ya, come back. This match is over. Tang Ya hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed Zhongli's instructions and walked off the field. Before leaving, Tang Ya turned her head and gave Yuhao a deep look. On the surface, he seemed eager to fight Yuhao to the death, but in reality, he knew that the Holy Spirit cult's competition was over. He had finally seen his master again after a long separation. But now he was about to part ways again. Both Tang Ya and Ma Xiaotao were filled with reluctance to part with their master, Yuhao. However, in order to cooperate Yuhao's plan and not expose their undercover identities in a short period of time, they certainly could not show any abnormality. Since the Holy Spirit cult had voluntarily conceded defeat, he tournament host announced that the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy had won the match. The final match between the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy and the Clear Sky sect will take place in 3 days. Everyone was full of anticipation for this final. They wanted to know whether Yuhao, the unparalleled genius of Yangming continent, was stronger. The Haoshan sect, a superpower numerous strong individuals dating back 10,000 years, still has a much richer foundation. And we'll have the answer to this question in 3 days. Chapter 233 Xuanzi decides to endure humiliation and burn his life away. Although the Holy Spirit cult lost in this semifinal, and everyone except Tang Ya died, Zhongliu did not take this defeat to heart at all. He was only looking forward to the agreement he made with Xuanzi, as the time to take action against Yuhao was drawing ever closer. If given the chance, Zhongliu would like to have Tang Ya devour all of Yuhao's life force and vitality. In this way, the benefits that Tang Ya can gain will far exceed those of devouring Bei Bei and Shu Sanxi. However, Zhongliu also knew what kind of impact it would have to take action against Yuhao. A peerless genius, in Mingdu, the capital of the Sun Moon Empire. Regardless of success or failure, they will face the Sun and Moon Empire's furious retaliation. Zhongliu himself wasn't very confident about this operation, so of course he couldn't let Tang Ya take any risks. After careful consideration, Zhongliu still instructed Zhang Peng to take Tang Ya and Ma Xiaotao, the 2 holy maidens, away from the Sun Moon Empire ahead of schedule. He and the others stayed behind for the time being, and after this Soul Master competition was completely over. They would join Xuanzi in launching an attack on Huo Yuhao. Zhang Peng did not refuse. Tang Ya and Ma Xiaotao, who had received Huo Yuhao's instructions, also followed Zhang Liwu's instructions and left with Zhang Peng. Tang Ya and Ma Xiaotao knew very well that this time, neither Zhang Liwu nor Zhan Zi could escape their doom and were destined to die in Mingdu. As for whether Huo Yuhao will be in danger, are you kidding me? How could their owner possibly stop here? To prevent any accidents, Zhang Liwu still sought out Xuanzi and decided to have another in-depth conversation with him. Seeing Xuanzi drowning his sorrows in a tavern, looking even more Tui-fei is a difficult word to translate directly, but it implies a state of listlessness, apathy than before, radiating an aura of despair. Zhang Liwu's face flashed with a hint of mockery, filled with contempt for this gluttonous Douluo. Xuanzi, have you fallen so low? Xuanzi looked up at Zhang Liwu with dazed eyes. The moment he saw him, the scene of Beibei and Shu Sanchi being devoured by Tang Ya in the previous match flashed through his mind. In an instant, Xuanzi's body, surging with killing intent, erupted with a terrifying aura. Fortunately, Zhang Liwu had taken precautions and immediately enveloped the two of them with the aura that Xuanzi had unleashed, preventing it from affecting the other customers in the tavern. Otherwise, the Sun Moon Empire's security force would probably send out level 9 Soul Masters to arrest the two of them immediately. Zhang Liwu smiled slightly at Xuanzi and said nonchalantly, "Still so impulsive. No matter how many setbacks you suffer, you're not going to change at all. Do you still think that the students who died were killed because of our Holy Spirit cult? Let me tell you again. They died because you were so useless." Zhang Liwu's words were harsh, but they instantly calmed Xuanzi down. Xuanzi suppressed his aura, ignoring Zhang Liwu's sarcastic remarks, and picked up the wine gourd in front of him to gulp down the wine. Although Xuanzi desperately wanted to kill Zhang Liwu, he also knew that without Zhang Liwu's help, he would never have been able to successfully kill Huo Yuhao in the Sun Moon Empire. For the sake of Shrek Academy's future, Xuanzi felt he should endure humiliation and bear the burden. However, Xuanzi's behavior also revealed his inner thoughts to Zhang Liwu, which made Zhang Liwu breathe a deep sigh of relief. Fortunately, Xuanzi hasn't completely gone mad yet, otherwise even he would have a headache about what to do. Since Xuanzi still retains a sliver of rationality, he will become the best tool to deal with Huo Yuhao. Thinking of this, Zhang Liwu looked at Xuanzi with a smile and said, "Xuanzi, does the agreement we made before still stand?" After drinking his fill, Xuanzi put down his wine gourd and looked at Zhang Liwu in front of him, speaking slowly and deliberately. "Of course it counts. Just like we said before. We'll kill Huo Yuhao together after the Soul Master competition ends. But let me warn you beforehand, after I kill Huo Yuhao, I will definitely kill you, even if it costs me my life." Upon hearing this, Zhang Liwu's eyes suddenly turned extremely cold, but he quickly recovered, twitched the corners of his mouth, and chuckled. "Then bring it on. If you want to kill me, let's see if you have the ability. I will settle our score with you personally after the Soul Master competition ends and I successfully kill Huo Yuhao. But before that, I hope you won't disappoint me again. You should also know very well that if we can kill Huo Yuhao, this peerless genius, it would be a good thing for Shrek Academy. On the contrary, if Huo Yuhao were still alive, with his terrifying talent and the current overall strength of the Sun Moon Empire would definitely declare war on us. By then, do you think the feud between your Sun Moon Empire and Shrek Academy, and the fact that Shrek Academy has been glorious for tens of thousands of years, will still be able to continue to exist? This is not an exaggeration by Zhang Liwu. Everyone knows very well that if the mainland is truly unified, regardless of who ultimately achieves unification, it is absolutely impossible to allow Shrek Academy, such a formidable threat, to continue to exist. Given the chance, we will definitely destroy Shrek Academy completely. Even Xuanzi was well aware of this. You don't need to tell me this. Even if it costs me my life, I will completely eliminate Huo Yuhao. Zhang Liwu nodded in satisfaction after receiving the response, and without wasting any more time with Xuanzi, he turned around and left the tavern. Zhang Liwu knew that after experiencing all sorts of setbacks, Xuanzi had completely given up on life and death. Regardless of whether or not Huo Yuhao can be killed this time, Xuanzi will not be able to continue living. Whether Xuanzi, that old good-for-nothing, lives or dies is not important, but Zhang Liwu's ambition is not yet fulfilled, and he does not want to die in this Mingdu with Xuanzi. Xuanzi stared at Zhang Liwu's back, his eyes burning with murderous intent. In these final moments of his life, let him burn brightly and make a final contribution to Shrek Academy. At the same time that Zhang Liwu and Xuanzi parted ways, Vina and Princess Shujuju had already met up. Neither of them brought their respective protectors, because both of them were very clear that the conversation that was about to take place was not suitable for outsiders to be present. And absolutely could not be overheard by anyone else. Vina recounted what Dubuc had said earlier that day, and after finishing, she looked at Shujuju with a grave expression and slowly spoke. Sister Juju, the truth is just as Dubuc said. The ambitions of the Sun Moon Empire can no longer be concealed. After this Soul Master competition ends, the Y will definitely launch a war against us. Faced with such a Sun and Moon Empire, what choice will your Star Luo Empire make? Chapter 234 Who on the continent is unaware of the Sun and Moon? The choice between Xingluo and Tianyun. Upon hearing Vina's words, Shujuju's expression also became very serious. The entire continent knows just how proud the body sect is. Even at the peak of Shrek Academy's history, the body sect never bowed its head to them. But now even the Poison Undying sect master has considered abandoning his status as the state religion of the Heavenly Soul Empire and instead siding with the Sun Moon Empire. One can only imagine just how terrifying the Sun and Moon Empire was at that time. If we only consider the strength of the nation itself, the Star Luo Empire far surpasses the Heavenly Soul Empire. However, if the body sect is included, the Star Luo Empire is actually inferior to the Heavenly Soul Empire. For a long time, he dared not imagine what would happen if the body sect sided with the Sun Moon Empire. So what will become of the Star Luo Empire and the Heavenly Soul Empire when they face the Sun Moon Empire? As for the Dueling Empire, which has already been occupied by the Holy Spirit cult, there is absolutely no hope for it. After realizing this, Shujuju remained silent for a long time with a blank expression before finally shaking his head slightly. I don't know what to do either. In these 5 years, both of us have been held back by the Holy Spirit Church, which has given the Sun Moon Empire the best time to develop, all owing their strength to grow to such a terrifying level. You must have heard the news that even Jing Hongshan has become a super Douluo. With the help of his soul tool, he can face a limit Douluo without being at a disadvantage. Just like Kong Deming back then. I even think that Jing Hongshan is not the only one who has reached this level. The Sun Moon Empire may have other top experts as well. After a long silence, she and Vina were both rendered speechless. The two women looked at each other, silent, their hearts filled with despair. Without their knowledge, things have developed to this point. The Star Luo Empire and the Heavenly Soul Empire had long since run out of options. They either surrender to the Sun and Moon Empire or fight with all their might to resist its unification efforts. But no matter which one it was, they saw no hope. Vina's eyes dimmed, and her beautiful face was filled with sorrow. Huo Yuhao, this chosen one, has brought tremendous blessings to the Sun Moon Empire. Without Huo Yuhao, the Sun Moon Empire would never have been able to develop to its current state. She remained silent for a long time, knowing that Vina was right. Without Huo Yuhao's blessing as the chosen one, even if the Sun Moon Empire's national strength far surpassed that of Star Luo and Heavenly Soul, the gap would never have widened to such an invisible level. What Shujuju found most unacceptable was that Huo Yuhao was originally a member of their Star Luo Empire. Even though Dai Hao led everyone to join Shrek Academy 5 years ago, Shujuju still has say that those idiots in the Dai family deserve to die. After letting out a long sigh, he looked at Vina in front of him and said in a low voice. Send the message back. Faced with the Sun Moon Empire's ambition to unify the continent, it is not up to the two of us to decide what choice Xingluo and Tianyun should make. Whether to put up a stubborn resistance or decisively choose to surrender to the Sun Moon Empire. Let them decide. Although what Shujuju said was hurtful, Vina knew he was telling the truth. After a long sigh, Vina could only accept this reality. In order to get the news back to Xingluo and Tianyun as quickly as possible, Shujuju and Vina each sent their protectors back. When Shu Jiawei and the Emperor of the Heavenly Soul Empire learned about the current situation of the Sun Moon Empire from them, their mood became even heavier than that of Shujuju and Vina. They were all well aware that the unification of the Sun and Moon Empire was an unstoppable trend. Shrek Academy, now disgraced, can no longer help them resist the invasion of the Sun Moon Empire as it once did. Through the various actions of the Sun and Moon Empire over these 5 years, Eve and the common people of their own country have come to favor the Sun and Moon Empire. They felt that if the Sun Moon Empire unified the continent, it would actually be a good thing for ordinary people like them. Even those nobles in high positions had already begun to secretly contact the Sun and Moon Empire. They hoped that by siding with the Sun Moon Empire, they could obtain considerable leverage to maintain their superior status. One can only say, who on the mainland is ignorant of the sun and moon? Faced with this situation, even Shu Jiawei and the Emperor of the Heavenly Soul Empire were at a loss for what to do. They knew very well that if they stubbornly chose to resist the Sun and Moon Empire, it would be a mistake. There is likely to be discord even within their own country's military. Before long, people will voluntarily offer the heads of their royal family members as a pledge of allegiance to the Sun Moon Empire in exchange for better treatment. Is surrendering to the Sun Moon Empire the only best option? The same thought appeared in the minds of Shu Jiawei and the Emperor of the Heavenly Soul Empire. Fortunately, the Soul Master competition was not yet over. Before the Sun Moon Empire officially declared war on Star Luo and Heavenly Soul, they still had some time to think. However, both Shu Jiawei and the Emperor of the Tianyun Empire were mentally prepared to surrender to the Sun Moon Empire. Their only concern was whether surrendering to the Sun and Moon Empire would preserve the lineage of their two royal families. If a conclusion could be reached on this point, neither Shu Jiawei nor the Emperor of the Heavenly Soul Empire would be so conflicted anymore. Just as the two were having a huge headache over this, 3 days passed and the final of this year's Soul Master competition officially began. The highly anticipated match between the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy and the Clear Sky Sect is finally about to begin. Looking at the crowded audience below the arena, the Emperor of the Sun Moon Empire in the stands turned to the Crown Prince beside him and asked, "Did you ask Huo Yuhao if he had any chance of winning this match?" Upon hearing this, Shu Tianren replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, looking across the entire Douluo continent, there will no longer be any force that can rival our Sun Moon Empire. Whether it's Shrek Academy, which has been glorious for 10,000 years, or the Holy Spirit Cult, which is composed of evil soul masters, or the Star Luo Empire and the Heavenly Soul Empire, or the Clear Sky Sect, they are all the same." The Emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire looked at Shu Tianren with a smile and said softly, "Don't be too careless. The Haoshan sect is different from other forces. It has been dormant for thousands of years. No one can guarantee what kind of foundation the Haoshan sect has. Underestimating such an opponent can easily lead to a heavy price." Having finally seen a glimmer of hope for the Sun Moon Empire to unify the continent, he certainly didn't want to see failure repeat itself. Faced with the Emperor's reminder, Shu Tianren calmly replied, "Please rest assured, Father. Yuhao will never let us down. The Haoshan sect, which has been living in seclusion for thousands of years, has suddenly appeared and wants to get involved in this mess. Then our Sun Moon Empire will show them what despair is." Chapter 235 Titan Cheating. Bringing despair to the Clear Sky Sect. Shu Tianren's confidence inspired the Emperor of the Sun Moon Empire. He didn't say anything more, but wanted to see the final match that captivated the attention of the entire continent. Shrek Academy, which had been glorious for thousands of years, has been utterly disgraced. If even the long-established top-tier power, the Haoshan sect, was defeated by the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy, surely the other people on the mainland should also be able to fully recognize reality by now. Both he and Shu Tianren will become the greatest emperors in the history of the Sun Moon Empire, fulfilling a long-cherished wish that so many predecessors of the Sun Moon Empire had failed to achieve. Thinking about that scene, the two couldn't help but look forward to their actions after the final match. At Shu Tianren's instruction, the competition host wasted no more time and shouted enthusiastically, "The final of this Soul Master competition has officially begun. Let us welcome the contestants from Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy and Clear Sky Sect to the arena." Encouraged by the host, the audience below cheered and shouted enthusiastically. Huo Yuhao, Ji Yu Yuina, Shui Di, Meng Hongshan, Wang Donger, Di Choer, and Shu Tianjun slowly walked onto the competition field. Seeing Huo Yuhao join the girl group, the cheers from the audience below grew even louder. Xiao Hongshan, sitting in the audience, watched this scene with a resentful expression. He had been looking forward to this final for a long time, but in the end, he couldn't participate. Unfortunately, he had no solution to this problem. Because no matter what, he and Meng Hongshan are both members of the Hongshan family. And Shu Tianjun, as a princess of the royal family, absolutely cannot be absent from this final. Xiao Hongshan couldn't beat any of the other girls. Ultimately, all that could be done was to make him suffer. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the 7 contestants from the Haoshan sect stepped onto the competition field. Looking at these guys, Ji Yu Yuina frowned idly and glanced unhappily at Titan on the Haoshan sect's preparation stand. Ji Yu Yuina could clearly sense that there was a power fluctuation emanating from these 7 members of the Haoshan sect that did not belong to them. It's obvious that Titan did something behind the scenes to win this final. Realizing this, Ji Yuina used her powerful mental strength to communicate with Huo Yuhao beside her. Something's not right with these guys. Titan has tampered with them. Although Huo Yuhao's feelings were not as clear as Ji Yuina's, he was still able to detect the abnormality. However, Huo Yuhao was not flustered at all, and instead smiled and said, "It's all right. Doing some underhanded things is just the usual practice of the Hoshin sect. It's no big deal. Once the competition officially begins, they'll realize that any tricks and schemes are ineffective in the face of absolute strength." Since Huo Yuhao has said so, Ji Yuina naturally won't take it to heart. With her, the Silver Dragon King, around, whatever Titan wants to do is destined to be in vain. Even Huo Yuhao couldn't understand what gave Titan the confidence to play such games in front of Ji Yuina. Could it be that Ji Yuina let Titan and Niu Tian go last time, making them mistakenly believe that with Tang San as their backer, Ji Yuina wouldn't dare to attack them? If that's the case, then Titan is destined to be greatly disappointed. Titan had no idea what Huo Yuhao was thinking. He simply felt that with his own contingency plans and the strength of the young people in the Hoshin sect, he could definitely make Huo Yuhao, the chosen one, face reality. Let him know that Tang San is much stronger than Ji Yuina, even if he has powerful backers. After both teams entered the competition area, the host wasted no time and immediately announced the start of the final. As the host finished speaking, all 7 participants from the Clear Sky sect simultaneously released their martial souls. Even legendary and strongest weapon spirits, the Clear Sky Hammer, appeared in their hands. Tang Zhen, now the captain of the Hoshin sect, held the Hoshin hammer in his hand, staring intently at Huo Yuhao opposite him, and spoke slowly and deliberately. "Your so-called title of unparalleled genius will come to an end from today onwards. I will show you that your fame is not due to your exceptional talent. It's because our Hoshin sect has never bothered to engage in any interaction with you from the very beginning." These extremely arrogant words immediately caused an uproar at the scene. Are all these guys from the Hoshin sect this confident? How dare they so brazenly humiliate Huo Yuhao, whom they deeply respect, in Mingdu? Are they courting death? You bastard, what are you talking about? The mere Hoshin sect, which has secluded itself for thousands of years and dares not show its face, dares to utter such arrogant words. Huo Yuhao will defeat them. Let these ignorant fools know what the gap in reality is. Quote. Before they could even respond, the audience below had already started shouting and yelling. They all clamored for Huo Yuhao to personally defeat these arrogant guys. Even if all these guys from the Hoshin sect are 7-ring soul saints, so what? Compared to their unparalleled genius Huo Yuhao, they are nothing but chickens and dogs. Hearing the cheers around him, Huo Yuhao smiled slightly as he looked at the Hoshin sect members opposite him. As you all heard, we couldn't refuse your kind offer, so we'll have to trouble you to play the loser for now. Tang Zhen snorted coldly upon hearing this and retorted sharply. You think you can take it? I'll show you the true terror of the Clear Sky sect. Huo Yuhao shook his head slightly, completely losing interest in wasting time talking to these guys. They were just a few unsuspecting pawns used as tools by the Titans. They are not qualified for Huo Yuhao to waste his breath on them. Huo Yuhao focused his mind slightly and activated his self-created mirror flower water moon technique, attempting to pull the 7 people opposite him into the illusion he had woven. However, to Huo Yuhao's slight surprise, the mirror flower water moon technique, which had always worked before, did not work this time. When the mirror flower water moon wave reached the 7 people on the other side, it was as if they had touched a shield, and they were directly bounced away and blocked. This situation made Huo Yuhao raise an eyebrow slightly, and he subconsciously looked at Titan. Is this some kind of underhanded trick by Titan? The priest's spiritual power was attached to these 7 contestants, allowing them to resist the interference of illusions and fleeting illusions. He really is Tang San's dog. He has truly inherited Tang San's skills in this area. Feeling Huo Yuhao's gaze, Titan crossed his arms and looked amused. He wanted to see what kind of moves this kid could use without the mirror flower water moon technique. Looking at Titan's expression and Tang Zhen's aloofness, Huo Yuhao chuckled. Do these guys think they can't fight without the purifying moon? Since they're going to do this, Huo Yuhao really doesn't mind using his other powers to let them experience what true despair is. Chapter 236 Times have changed. The Clear Sky Hammer is long gone. Do you now realize the gap between us? Your so-called illusion magic, which you are so proud of, is completely ineffective against us. Tang Zhen looked at Huo Yuhao with a mocking expression, his heart filled with disdain. In Tang Zhen's view, Huo Yuhao only gained a huge advantage in battles by relying on his outstanding mental strength and his original martial soul. Once the illusion of beauty and illusion fails to work, Huo Yuhao will be at the mercy of others. Next, he will personally use the Haoshan hammer to smash this guy's delusions. Huo Yuhao looked at Tang Zhen with an expression as if he were an idiot, completely ignoring his sarcastic remarks. However, Di Choer, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but turn to look at Wang Donger beside her and asked with a smile. Donger, are all these guys from the Haoshan sect such brainless idiots? Wang Donger felt a little embarrassed upon hearing this and shook her head slightly. As far as the Haoshan sect is concerned, no force on the continent is taken seriously. The Haoshan sect has always believed that they are the strongest force, even more so than the former Shrek Academy. Wang Donger used to be like that too. As the young sect leader of the Haoshan sect, she didn't take anyone seriously. However, after leaving the Haoshan sect and learning the truth, Wang Donger realized just how outrageous this mentality was. Wang Donger had already undergone a transformation, but the others in the Haoshan sect remained as arrogant and foolish as ever. After hearing Wang Donger's words, Shu Tianjun chuckled. Then let these idiots know exactly who they're comparing themselves to. As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Tianjun's eyes sharpened, and he immediately released his sun martial soul. As his 7 spirit rings rose, the area around his body instantly became scorching hot. Meng Hongqian, Wang Donger, Wang Choer, Shui Di, and Ji Yuina also released their respective martial souls. Staring intently at the Haoshan sect contestants opposite them. Seeing this, Huo Yuhao said with a smile. In that case, let's each have one. How about we have a contest to see who can take down the opponent faster? Upon hearing this, the 6 girls immediately became interested. Even Ji Yuina and Shui Di were no exception. They weren't worried about the outcome of the match at all. To be precise, in their view, the outcome of this match was predetermined from the very beginning. The only difference is how they deal with the Haoshan sect, the loser. Huo Yuhao and the GIRL group's attitude of not taking them seriously instantly enraged Tang Zhen and the contestants from the Haoshan sect. Tang Zhen glanced at Wang Donger subtly, then stared at Huo Yuhao and said coldly. Don't look down on people. Huo Yuhao didn't even glance at him, but instead watched with great interest as Ji Yuina, Shui Di, Meng Hongqian, and the others selected their respective opponents. Once everything is ready, Huo Yuhao's lips curled up slightly, and a smile appeared on his face. Then, let's officially begin the match. After speaking, Huo Yuhao wasted no more time. He stomped his foot hard, and his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. He took the lead in launching an attack on Tang Zhen. Seeing this, Ji Yuina, Shui Di, Meng Hongqian, Wang Donger, Di Choer, Shu Tianjun, and others also rushed towards their chosen opponents. They wanted to see if these arrogant guys from the Haoshan sect actually had the strength to back it up. Tang Zhen glanced at the Khan sect master titan in the preparation area, picked up the clear sky hammer in his hand, and charged towards Huo Yuhao while shouting. Don't hold back at all. You must defeat your opponent in the shortest possible time. Yes. In an instant, the battle began. The spectators below were all watching the match intently, not wanting to miss a single exciting moment. What Tang Zhen didn't EXP was that just as his clear sky hammer was about to fall on Huo Yuhao's head, something unexpected happened. Huo Yuhao suddenly took out a long spear that exuded a terrifyingly cold aura from his storage soul tool. The spear collided violently with the clear sky hammer in Tang Zhen's hand. Boom! With a deafening roar, a terrifying wave of energy emanated from the location of the two individuals and rapidly spread in all directions. Even though the arena was made of rare metals, it still dented under the intense impact, demonstrating the terrifying power of Huo Yuhao and Tang Zhen. What Tang Zhen found unacceptable was that the Haoshan hammer almost slipped from his hand. The power Huo Yuhao possessed far exceeded his imagination. Tang Zhen's face involuntarily became somewhat distorted and ferocious. He simply couldn't understand it. Even if Huo Yuhao has twin martial souls, with the dual blessing of his original martial soul and the ultimate ice martial soul, how could he possibly be stronger than me? A genius who possesses the strongest weapon martial soul on the continent. What exactly is going on? Also, what the heck is that spear in Huo Yuhao's hand? Why does this spear seem even more terrifyingly powerful than the Haoshan hammer? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The clear sky hammer is the strongest weapon spirit on the continent. There is absolutely no way any weapon spirit can surpass the clear sky hammer. This must be because Huo Yuhao used some kind of trick. It's just that Huo Yuhao didn't know what Tang Zhen was thinking at that moment. Otherwise he probably would have burst out laughing. Comparing the Haoshan hammer to the spear forged from pure ice in his hand, it's hard to know where Tang Zhen got the courage. After using half of the true ice obtained from the diary to make an ice soul sword for the Snow Emperor, there was no rush to forge the Frostmourne as planned with the remaining materials. Instead, after realizing that he himself did not yet have a suitable weapon, he first made himself a long spear that could be upgraded. Apart from a select few, no one else knew that Huo Yuhao possessed such a weapon. At this moment, the spear made its first appearance and immediately demonstrated its strength, which far surpassed that of the Haoshan hammer. Tang Zhen stared intently at the spear in Huo Yuhao's hand and asked, word by word. Aren't your two martial souls the body martial soul and the ultimate ice martial soul respectively? What is this spear? Could it be that you have another martial soul? Faced with Tang Zhen's question, Huo Yuhao not only didn't keep him in suspense, but also mercifully answered it for him. This gun isn't some kind of weapon spirit, it's just a soul tool that I made myself. Tang Zhen's pupils contracted slightly, his face filled with a look of utter disbelief, and he exclaimed in shock. Impossible. Huo Yuhao chuckled softly upon hearing this and spoke slowly and deliberately. Nothing is impossible. Times have changed. Those of you who still view soul tools with outdated ideas are destined to be eliminated by this era. Chapter 237 The Great Sumeru Hammer. Ring Explosion. The Haoshan sect's strongest ultimate technique. Huo Yuhao's words made Tang Zhen blush instantly. He knew that Huo Yuhao was deliberately humiliating him, humiliating the Haoshan sect, and even more so. Humiliating the Haoshan hammer, which possessed the title of the strongest weapon spirit on the continent. The people of the Clear Sky sect have always had an indelible and special affection for the Clear Sky hammer. After all, the powers on the mainland have changed one after another, but their Haoshan sect has always stood at the top of the mainland. Furthermore, with Tang San as their ancestor, they don't need to hunt for spirit rings to continue leveling up like others when they reach a bottleneck. The gods will bestow upon them the most suitable spirit rings based on their physical attributes. It is no exaggeration to say that every member of the Haoshan sect looks down on other people on the mainland. Now, suddenly hearing Huo Yuhao say that the Lo-ing spear soul tool in his hand is more powerful than his Clear Sky hammer, how could Tang Zhen accept this? Tang Zhen, his face contorted with rage, gritted his teeth, his chest heaving rapidly, and stared at Huo Yuhao as he spoke each word clearly. I'll show you that in the face of the Clear Sky hammer, any soul tool is utterly useless. After saying that, Tang Zhen didn't hesitate for a moment. He picked up the Haoshan hammer and smashed it hard at Huo Yuhao in front of him. Thump. The hammer blow had no effect whatsoever. Instead, Tang Zhen himself was thrown back by the impact. However, Tang Zhen was not discouraged at all. Instead, with the help of Huo Yuhao, he began to use the Haoshan sect's ultimate technique, the chaotic cloak hammer technique. With each strike, the force of the blows increased. As a unique skill of the Haoshan sect, the chaotic cloak hammer technique can be stacked up to 81 hammer blows. If Tang Zhen could unleash the full power of his 81st hammer strike, he would surely be able to unleash power comparable to that of a contra player. It can be said that the chaotic cloak hammer technique is an essential move for members of the Haoshan sect to fight against opponents of higher levels. However, Huo Yuhao had no interest in playing along with Tang Zhen forever. These guys have already resorted to such underhanded tactics as cheating. So Huo Yuhao certainly wasn't going to show them any mercy. After piercing the Clear Sky hammer with another spear thrust, the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion martial soul was activated, and the extreme ice spread rapidly along the spearhead toward the Clear Sky hammer in Tang Zhen's hand. In just a few breaths, Tang Zhen's arm was covered with a terrifying layer of solid ice. Feeling the numbness in his arm, Tang Zhen was startled and hurriedly retreated, no longer caring about anything else, and continued to use the chaotic cloak hammer technique. Just as Tang Zhen was trying to find a way to shatter the ice on his arm, he suddenly noticed a strange smile appear on Huo Yuhao's face opposite him. This startled Tang Zhen, but before he could react, the extreme ice on his arm suddenly shattered. Bang! Ah! A terrifying explosion occurred on the field, with ice crystals mixed with flesh and blood splattering everywhere. The intense pain caused Tang Zhen to involuntarily clutch his shoulder, where he had lost his arm, and roll around on the ground. A piercing wail, filled with boundless pain, emanated from its throat. Rub. Titan, who was in the Haoshan sect's preparation area, suddenly stood up, staring at the scene with bloodshot eyes. To prevent Titan from making any moves, Jing Hongchen and Yi Yulin on the other side were also prepared to stop Titan from interfering in the match at any time. However, To their surprise, Titan simply took a few deep breaths, glared fiercely at Huo Yuhao, and then sat down. Unlike Xuanzi before, he didn't rush onto the field without thinking. Jing Hongchen exchanged a glance with Yi Yulin and breathed a slight sigh of relief. It seems that in Titan's mind, the lives of these young people from the Clear Sky sect are not that important at all. Titan didn't care about the lives of Tang Zhen and the others, he just hadn't expected Huo Yuhao to cause Tang Zhen to lose an arm so quickly. Can one say that he truly deserves to be the chosen one of destiny, chosen by Tang San? If things continue like this, it seems unlikely that the Haoshan sect will be able to win this match. Now we'll see if Haoshan sect's ultimate technique, the ring explosion, will be effective. Titan gave Huo Yuhao a deep look, no longer dwelling on the outcome of the final. Instead, they looked forward to Xuanzi and Zhongliwu's actions after the competition ended. Once they cause chaos in Mingdu, Titan will seize the opportunity to take Wang Donger away. The only thing that worried him was whether Jiu Yuina would stop him from doing what she did 5 years ago. While Titan was pondering this question, the 6 members of the Haoshan sect on the field looked at Tang Zhen, who was rolling on the ground, and shouted anxiously. Tang Zhen, how are you? That damned bastard, how dare he do such a thing? Anyone who dares to harm a member of our Haoshan sect, be prepared to die here. These Haoshan sect contestants immediately unleashed their strongest killing moves and engaged in fierce combat with their respective opponents. At the same time, Tang Zhen watched as Huo Yuhao, holding a long spear, strode towards him, and his heart was filled with fear. He thought he would shine in this Soul Master competition, but he lost an arm right from the start. Tang Zhen was certain that without a special encounter that allowed his arm to recover, he, a genius from the Haoshan sect, was destined to never become a top-tier expert. He was clearly a promising young genius, but his future was ruined because he obeyed the orders of the second sect Master Titan and participated in a Soul Master competition. This filled Tang Zhen with despair and filled his heart with murderous intent towards Huo Yuhao. At this moment, he completely forgot Titan's earlier warning that he could teach Huo Yuhao a lesson, but not take his life. For Tang Zhen now, no matter what the cost, he must kill that damned Huo Yuhao. After making this decision, Tang Zhen ignored the pain of losing his arm and struggled to get up. He gripped the Haoshan hammer tightly with his only remaining hand, staring intently at Huo Yuhao opposite him with murderous intent. Great Sumeru Hammer. In an instant, the size of the Haoshan hammer in Tang Zhen's hand began to expand rapidly. The 7 spirit rings surrounding the clear sky hammer began to shatter. Starting with the first one. If the chaotic cloak hammer technique is one of the Haoshan sect's unique skills, then the exploding ring technique is an even more powerful move. After the spirit ring explodes, its power will be fully unleashed, instantly transforming into one's own power and merging into the attack, generating a power far exceeding one's original strength. Furthermore, the higher the quality of the spirit ring during the exploding process, the more powerful the effect. Moreover, the cost of exploding the spirit rings is enormous. After using the Great Sumeru Hammer once, all the mixed spirit rings will disappear within 3 days, leaving only the spirit power. It will take 3 days for the spirit rings to gradually recover. Tang Zhen didn't want to give Huo Yuhao a chance to live. He only wanted to use his strongest power to kill him in one fell swoop. Chapter 238 Take Action. Your life ends here. Huo Yuhao could clearly sense that as Tang Zhen's spirit rings began to shatter, his aura experienced a tremendous increase. It is obvious that this explosive ring technique greatly enhanced Tang Zhen's strength. However, Huo Yuhao still couldn't understand who gave Tang Zhen the courage to think that he would remain indifferent when Tang Zhen chose to detonate the ring. In Huo Yuhao's eyes, Tang Zhen was no different from a dead man at this moment. He wanted to test whether Tang Zhen's body could withstand the impact of the soul exploding power when it erupted within the opponent's own body. Tang Zhen is such a good experimental subject, of course we can't miss him. Poor Tang Zhen had no idea what Huo Yuhao was thinking. After using the exploding ring technique, he felt the powerful force within his body. Tang Zhen picked up the now enormous Haoshan hammer and launched another fierce attack on Huo Yuhao. Go to hell, you bastard. Huo Yuhao raised his eyebrows slightly, flicked his wrist to create a flourish with his spear, and then thrust it into the very center of the Haoshan hammer. Boom. The spear and the Haoshan hammer collided, unleashing another deafening roar that echoed through the sky. To Tang's surprise and delight, with the power of the exploding ring, he was not knocked away by Huo Yuhao this time, but was just a little bit away from being able to fight him. This gave Tang Zhen hope of defeating, or even killing, Huo Yuhao. To avoid any unforeseen complications, Tang Zhen dared not hesitate for a moment. Enduring the pain of the exploding spirit rings, he gritted his teeth and shattered the spirit rings surrounding the clear sky hammer once again. However, this time, things didn't go as smoothly as before. Yuhao did not let this opportunity pass. He seized the moment, raised his spear, and thrust it fiercely at Tang Zhen's head. Upon seeing this, Tang Zhen's pupils contracted slightly. In a panic, he instinctively picked up the clear sky hammer, attempting to block Yuhao's attack. A flash of cold light appeared first, followed by the spear thrusting out like a dragon. Yuhao's terrifying power was beyond Tang Zhen's imagination. He suddenly felt that the confrontation with Yuhao that he had just experienced was probably just his illusion. Just as Tang Zhen was questioning his life, he suddenly realized that under Yuhao's fierce offensive, the power within his body was becoming unstable. While the exploding rings can indeed greatly amplify his power, they can also disrupt the soul power within his body. Furthermore, Yuhao is not giving him any chance to adapt and stabilize, which makes Tang Zhen's power run wildly in his body as if it were out of control. Crimson blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and Tang Zhen felt a sweet, metallic taste in his mouth. The next second, the meridians in his body began to expand violently, causing Tang Zhen's face to turn red and his aura to become extremely unstable. Tang Zhen could see early sense that his current situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. If this continues, Yuhao might not even need to lift a finger before he becomes a complete cripple, or even self-destruct on the spot. Titan, who was in the Haoshan sect's preparation area, frowned as he watched this scene, and his mood immediately became very heavy. Yuhao, this chosen one, still exceeded his expectations. They found the fatal weakness of the exploding ring technique so quickly. It's over. Titan sighed softly, no longer harboring any illusions about the clear sky sect defeating Yuhao. The strength of the chosen one is indeed not to be underestimated. Titan even felt that even Tang San back then would definitely not be able to compare with Yuhao at the same age. If Yuhao and Tang San were in the same era, Tang San probably wouldn't have been the one to inherit the God King title. Unfortunately, in this era, even if Yuhao's talent is unparalleled, he is destined to never become a god unless he submits to Tang San. Before those lofty gods, no matter how much trouble Yuhao caused on the Douluo continent, it was nothing more than a minor disturbance. Just then, Titan seemed to suddenly realize something and turned to look in another direction. And in that spot, Xuanzi and Zhongliwu, two people with deep-seated hatred for each other, were sitting together. Watching the scene unfold on the field, the two were filled with dread, becoming even more convinced of their determination to eliminate Yuhao, this peerless genius, at all costs. Xuanzi already regretted not being able to bring Yuhao to Shrek Academy and have him serve Shrek during that competition or tournament 5 years ago. Now that Xuanzi has seen Yuhao grow to this level, he knows it is no longer possible for him to join Shrek Academy. If you can't have it, then you must destroy it. Xuanzi and Zhongliwu exchanged a glance, both looking ready to pounce. Just then, a deafening explosion suddenly rang out from the stadium. The two looked up and were shocked to find that Tang Zhen had been unable to withstand the explosive power raging within his body, causing a violent explosion from the inside out. Blood splattered across the sky, and the scene fell into an extremely eerie silence. Within a few breaths, the crowd of Mingdu people watching below cheered and shouted. It was clear that the outcome of the match was already decided, and the ultimate victor was none other than Yuhao, whom they admired, and the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy. Watching Tang Zhen die a gruesome death, the remaining 6 members of the Haoshan sect were all filled with lingering fear and dread. As the captain, Tang Zhen was already the strongest among the 7 of them. Moreover, when they fought against the girl group, they were completely suppressed from beginning to end, and had no chance to fight back at all. If things continue like this, and if this match doesn't end, they might end up like Tang Zhen, dying in the capital. Thinking of this, the 6 members of the Haoshan sect turned to look at Titan. Feeling their terrified gazes, Titan shook his head slightly. It is undeniable that after choosing to live in seclusion, the Haoshan sect did not need to participate in the power struggles like other forces. Even spirit rings don't need to be obtained by hunting spirit beasts. You can get a divinely bestowed spirit ring whenever you need one. That is precisely why, lacking practical experience, they chose to retreat so quickly when faced with this situation. The so-called Haoshan sect has come to this point. Titan did not force them to continue fighting the girl group, but instead stood up decisively and shouted loudly. Haoshan sect concedes defeat. As Titan finished speaking, this year's Soul Master competition came to a complete end. After a brief silence, the host of the competition will announce the results. However, to everyone's surprise, Xuanzi and Zhongliwu stood up abruptly, looked at Huo Yuhao on the field, and said, word by word, Huo Yuhao, your life ends here. Chapter 239 Trapping a Turtle in a Jar. We've been waiting for you to jump out on your own. This sudden turn of events abruptly silenced the previously enthusiastic atmosphere at the scene. Everyone involuntarily looked up at Xuanzi and Zhongliwu standing in the sky. They knew these two people. One was the number 2 figure at Shrek Academy, and the other was the leader of the Holy Spirit cult. Combined with what Xuanzi had just said, He instantly realized that these two were planning to stir up trouble right after the Soul Master competition had ended. Do you really want to kill Huo Yuhao, this peerless genius, at such a crucial moment? The Emperor and Crown Prince Shu Tianren of the Sun Moon Empire, watching from the stands, instantly turned cold. Court death. The Emperor of the Sun Moon Empire gave a wink to Jing Hongshan and Yi Yulin below. Without hesitation, the two appeared on the arena and stood in front of Huo Yuhao. Jing Hongshan looked at Xuanzi above her head, her killing intent burning fiercely, but she still pretended to speak. Xuanzi, are you drunk? At such a crucial moment, I don't want to see any chaos in Mingdu. If there's nothing else, come down. Yi Yulin looked at Zhongliwu and said, word by word. Zhongliwu, are you declaring war on our Sun Moon Empire on behalf of the Holy Spirit sect? Upon hearing this, Zhongliwu's eyes flickered slightly, and he chuckled softly. What? Are you threatening me? Don't you know that our Holy Spirit Church never accepts any threats from anyone? Zhongliwu was filled with disdain. It was always the evil spirit masters of their Holy Spirit cult who threatened others. When did it become someone else's turn to threaten them? Furthermore, from the moment he and Xuanzi stood up, Zhongliwu had already made up his mind that no matter what the cost, he had to nip Huo Yuhao. This peerless genius with a bright future, in the bud. Given their attitude towards the Holy Spirit cult, once the Sun and Moon Empire becomes truly powerful enough to unify the continent, it is absolutely impossible for them to give the Holy Spirit cult any space to survive. Rather than waiting to die, Zhongliwu clearly hoped to carve out his own path through sheer strength. Yi Yulin was furious upon hearing this, staring intently at Zhongliwu, wishing she could kill this damned evil spirit master. However, he also knew that if he were to start a battle with his opponent at the Soul Master competition venue, there was a very high chance of resulting in extremely heavy casualties. The audience watching the final below, apart from the academies and sects participating in the competition, were all citizens of the Sun Moon Empire. If possible, neither the Emperor of the Sun Moon Empire, nor Jing Hongshan and Yi Yulin would want the battlefield to be here. Unfortunately, the reason Xuanzi and Zhongliwu chose to step forward at this time was because they knew the other party would hesitate to act rashly, and of course they wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. In Xuanzi's heart, there was a list of people he hated, and Jing Hongshan was clearly at the top of the list. Looking down at Jing Hongshan, Xuanzi could no longer conceal his killing intent. The terrifying aura of a level 98 Super Douluo suddenly erupted from his body, enveloping the entire arena. Accompanying this was Xuanzi's roar, filled with boundless rage and hatred. Old toad, be prepared to die by my hand. As Xuanzi finished speaking, the Holy Spirit cult elders, who had been lying in ambush, began to move. These titled Douluo belonging to the Holy Spirit cult were not targeting Huo Yuhao, but rather the Emperor and Crown Prince Shu Tianren of the Sun Moon Empire, who were sitting in the audience. This was clearly a plan that Zhongliwu had already made long ago. Zhongliwu knew very well that if he could kill the Sun Moon Empire's Emperor and Shu Tianren here, it would definitely cause turmoil in the Sun Moon Empire. Even if they fail, they can still DDY the waters and give them a higher chance of killing Huo Yuhao, this peerless genius. To avoid any accidents, and to prevent the Sun Moon Empire from having time to gather its powerful warriors. As soon as these titled Douluo of the Holy Spirit cult appeared, they rushed directly towards the Emperor of the Sun Moon Empire and Shu Tianren. However, to Zhongliwu's surprise, neither the Emperor nor Shu Tianren panicked in the face of the Holy Spirit cult elders' offensive. The Emperor of the Sun Moon Empire suddenly stood up, staring coldly at these evil soul masters, and shouted, "Kill Sa wicked spirit masters and rid the continent of this menace." Upon hearing the Emperor's words, the level 9 soul masters who had been lying in ambush rose up and blocked these guys. Meanwhile, in order to prevent the battle between these powerful figures from affecting the civilians below, several level 9 soul masters used their soul tools to separate the battlefield from the audience. Seeing this, Zhongliwu's face darkened, and his mood became very heavy. he suddenly realized that the Sun and Moon Empire might have already made preparations. Otherwise, how could these guys not be flustered at all when faced with their sudden attack? And that has indeed proven to be true. After learning about Xuanzi and Zhongliwu's plan, Huo Yuhao told Shu Tianren about it. Although Xuanzi's madness was somewhat unexpected by Shu Tianren, he calmed down after a brief moment of astonishment. Shu Tianren knew very well that with the Sun-Moon Empire's current overall strength, once it began its march to unify the continent, the three kingdoms of Yuan Douluo would be absolutely unable to resist it. If the goal is to prevent the Sun-Moon Empire from starting a war, then instigating UNRWA Saint in Mingdu during the Soul Master competition would be the best opportunity. Without making a sound, Shu Tianren and the Emperor of the Sun-Moon Empire had already made all the preparations. We're just waiting for these two guys to jump out right after the Soul Master competition ends. Xuanzi is now representing Shrek Academy in a collaboration with the Holy Spirit cult. This revealed their determination to cause chaos in Mingdu. Even if they were killed in full view of everyone, no one would feel sorry for Xuanzi. This might even lead people to suspect that Shrek Academy has long been colluding with the Holy Spirit Church. The trend of unification of the Sun and Moon Empire is unstoppable. This situation caught both Xuanzi and Zhongliwu somewhat off guard. The two exchanged a glance, and Xuanzi gritted his teeth and roared angrily. Didn't you say it was foolproof? Why did this happen? Zhongliwu was even more furious than Xuanzi. He even felt that Xuanzi had betrayed him. Otherwise, how could things have turned out this way? But now the arrow is on the bowstring, and there's no turning back. From the moment he and Xuanzi stood up and said they would kill Huo Yuhao, there was no turning back for them. Thinking of this, Zhongliwu took a deep breath and said firmly, "Stop talking nonsense. Let's do it now. Even if it costs us everything, we must kill Huo Yuhao." Chapter 240 Titan threatens Gu Yuina. Strike or die. Zhongliwu's words annoyed Xuanzi. Xuanzi thought there would be no surprises in this operation, and he was mentally prepared to exchange his life for Huo Yuhao. A peerless genius who had not yet fully matured. But what's happening now makes Xuanzi somewhat less confident. He always felt that Zhongliwu and the Holy Spirit cult were somewhat unreliable. And coupled with the behavior of the Sun-Moon Empire, it was clear that they had been on guard for a long time. So, is it really possible to kill Huo Yuhao in front of Jing Hongshan, Yi Yulan, and so many level 9 soul masters this time? Even Xuanzi himself wasn't sure how confident he was, but given the circumstances, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and fight alongside Zhongliwu. Once Xuanzi realized this, he no longer hesitated. After giving Huo Yuhao a deep look, it roared and entered the martial soul true body state, transforming into the ferocious Teoti divine ox. The next second, it crashed down on Huo Yuhao below. Seeing that Xuanzi had begun to act, Zhongliwu dared not delay any longer. He was genuinely afraid that the top experts of the Sun-Moon Empire would arrive one by one. In order to get to the bottom of things quickly, Zhongliwu unleashed his strongest power right from the start and engaged in a fierce battle with Yi Yulan. For a moment, the entire Soul Master competition venue became somewhat chaotic, but fortunately, the high-ranking officials of the Sun-Moon Empire were present and immediately organized the audience to evacuate in an orderly manner. This is how we were able to avoid a stampede or being caught in the crossfire. Seeing this, Titan in the Haoshan sect's preparation area turned his gaze toward Wang Donger on the field. Xuanzi and Zhongliwu are still too useless. They can't even handle such a small matter. We really shouldn't rely on them at all. Just as Titan was hesitating about whether to take Wang Donger away now, Gu Yuina suddenly fixed her gaze on him. With her godlike mental power, Gu Yuina's indifferent voice appeared in Titan's mind. "Whatever you want to do, I advise you to behave yourself. Otherwise I won't let you off like I did 5 years ago." Upon hearing this, Titan's face twitched slightly, and his fists clenched involuntarily. Since sacrificing himself to Tang San 10,000 years ago, and receiving the power from him as the God King, along with the strength of the Bull God, Titan has never suffered such humiliation again. It's no exaggeration to say that if the Odd Realm hadn't inexplicably lost contact with Douluo continent, and if Titan hadn't had Tang San, the God King, as his backer, he could have done whatever he wanted on Douluo continent. But Gu Yuina's attitude now suddenly reminded Titan of the time when he and Niu Tian guarded the gates for the ferocious beasts in the Star-Do Great Forest. Despite being 100,000-year-old soul beasts, they held such a low status in the Star-Do Great Forest. Now that they've finally risen to power, Titans certainly don't want to go back to the old days. This time, Titan did not back down, but responded to Gu Yuina without hesitation. I also want to advise you not to interfere in Wang Donger's affairs. The person behind Wang Donger is someone you absolutely cannot afford to offend, even if he is the Silver Dragon King. The ruler of all soul beasts. Let me take Wang Donger away, and from now on we'll keep to ourselves. You should also know that Niu Tian and I are no longer soul beasts. Ji Yuina's eyes narrowed, and a hint of killing intent surfaced deep within her gaze as she looked at Titan. Titan's meaning was very clear. No longer belonging to the soul beasts, they naturally had no obligation to obey the orders of their sovereign, the ruler of the soul beasts. However, Ji Yuina really couldn't understand how this guy who betrayed his race had the courage to speak so arrogantly in front of her. Do you really think that just because you have Tang San as your backer, you can do whatever you want? Ji Yuina's voice turned exceptionally cold, echoing in Titan's mind once more. Accompanied by the oppressive aura of the Silver Dragon King over the soul beast. Are you threatening me? Feeling the terrifying pressure from Ji Yuina's superior position, Titan's teeth began to chatter involuntarily. But he still forced himself to reply. This is not a threat, but a statement of fact. You are also aware of the situation in the God realm, and you should know that the 5 great God Kings have the final say in the God realm. Niu Tian and I are now serving the Asura God King, one of the 5 great God Kings. Furthermore, you should know how the gods in the God realm treat the soul beast race. The reason Niu Tian and I did this was simply to make life better for the soul beast race. As the ruler of all soul beasts, you must also want to see this happen. If you don't want the soul beast race to be blamed, then don't stop me from taking Wang Donger away. A hint of mockery appeared on Ji Yuina's stunningly beautiful face. Not to mention that she had already learned the truth from Yuhao's diary and knew what fate awaited the soul beast race in the future. Even if she didn't know, Ji Yuina would never believe in those so-called gods. If given the chance, those gods would probably wipe out the soul beast race completely. The claim that it was a roundabout way to save the fate of the soul beast race is nothing more than Titan beautifying their actions. Ji Yuina remained unmoved by the battle unfolding before her, coldly staring at Titan before speaking without hesitation. If you want to die, then go ahead and do it. I can guarantee that if you dare to take Wang Donger away, I will make sure you die a horrible death. Don't think that just because you have powerful backers, you can threaten me. If it weren't for the fact that Tang San had left some unknown backup plan on Titan and Niu Tian, Ji Yuina would have personally killed those 2 guys 5 years ago. Who gave him the right to speak so arrogantly in front of me? Titan fell silent. He could tell that Ji Yuina wasn't joking. If he really tried to forcibly take Wang Donger away, Ji Yuina would probably actually take action. In that case, even if he and Niu Tian could unleash the power of a high-ranking official, they would still be no match for Ji Yuina, the Silver Dragon King. Realizing this, Titan felt a deep sense of frustration. I really want to fight Ji Yuina to the death. However, considering that he might not be able to be resurrected by Tang San after his death, Titan ultimately decided to swallow his anger. If Tang San's grand plan is ruined, his sister Xiao Wu might indeed get angry and ignore him. But if she dies, then everything will truly be over, and she will never be able to see Sister Xiao Wu again. Titan clearly understood which was more important and which was less important. Ji Yuina knew that Titan had chosen to back down and would no longer pay attention to this sycophant who had betrayed the soul beast race. Instead, he looked at Xuanzi and Zhongliwu, who were engaged in a fierce battle with Jing Hongqian and Yi Yulan. This battle was the last shining moment of their lives. To be continued.